This is the project that will take your resume to the next level by building this full-stack event management platform called Spot. With an AI-powered event creation flow that generates complete event details like title, description, category, and more just using a single prompt. We can also add cover photos to our events using Unsplash API. You can organize one event for free, and with Spot Pro subscription, you can create unlimited events and even customize your event page theme. As soon as user logs in, they go through an onboarding flow where they select their interests and their current location for personalized recommendations. The Explore page displays a carousel of featured events, local events happening in your city, category-based browsing, and recommended events across the country, making event discovery effortless. Plus, event search and location switching lets you explore events anywhere in the world. Each event gets a beautifully designed detail page with all essential information and a seamless registration flow. After registering, attendees receive QR-coded tickets accessible from their My Tickets dashboard. Event organizers get powerful dashboard with real-time analytics on registration, attendance, earnings, and engagement metrics. The built-in QR scanner allows instant check-ins at the venue, ensuring smooth event operations. Along with this fully responsive and beautiful user interface that we will be building using Next.js and Shadcn UI. Alright, so open VS Code over here, and I'm going to quickly open my terminal and initialize a brand new Next.js app. So I'm going to say npx create next app at latest and press enter. It's going to ask us to proceed. Yes. Now it's going to ask us the project name. Since I've already opened this Spot folder right here, I'm just going to press dot so that it creates a new app right inside of it. Otherwise, it would have created a new folder over here. Right now, it's going to ask us recommended settings, or if we want to reuse previous setting, or if you want to use custom settings. So let's click on custom settings. So it's going to ask us a few questions, like if you want to use TypeScript, no. We're going to use ESLint. React compiler, it's fairly new. If you want, you can use it, but it might introduce some bugs. So for now, I'm just going to choose no. If you want, you can choose yes as well. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. SRC directory, no. App router, yes. Customize import LIS, no. We're not going to be needing this. Okay, cool then. So it's initializing all of the dependencies like Next.js, React, React DOM, which are going to be needing for building our app, right? And also dependencies like Tailwind CSS. Okay, so let's wait. So meanwhile this is happening, what we'll do, we'll go to our browser, and right here, I'm going to be searching Shadcn UI. So basically Shadcn UI is a set of beautifully designed components that we can customize and basically copy and paste inside of our code. So it's not a component library, but it instead provides us with components such as these, right? And we can customize them according to our will. So if I click on get started, it's going to ask us, so I'm going to choose Next.js, and then it will tell us how we can install Shadcn UI inside of our Next.js project. And don't worry, I'll show you everything how you can work with Shadcn UI in this video, right? So I'm just going to copy this up command to install Shadcn UI, and you can see our Next.js app is initialized. So I'm going to paste it right here, npx Shadcn at latest, and press yes to proceed. It's going to ask us a few questions like what color would you like? So I'm going to say neutral, and it is installing the dependencies. Okay, nice. So let me show you. So if I go on right here, you're going to see we have a bunch of different components right here. If I choose button over here, we have this button component. And to install it simply, all we have to do is npx Shadcn at latest add button. And what it will do, it will add the whole buttons code inside of our project. And to use this, we just have to say this button and the variant. If you don't provide variant, it will just render the default button. So if I show you, it has multiple variants right here. So this is default variant, this is outline, this is secondary, this is ghost, and there's this destructive as well, right? So multiple types of buttons. And also we can add icons such as these along with these buttons by providing an icon like this, right? So yeah, there are a lot of possibilities when it comes to Shadcn UI, and there are a bunch of components that it provides us out of the box, like this avatar component, this alert, we have this card component that we will be using inside of our app a lot, right? So if I show you, this is our app, right? So you can see this is the button component that we have used. If I click on explore, so you can see this is the ghost variant of the component. And inside of the explore page, we have all these different types of categories inside of card component, this one as well. If I click on any of the event, you can see I'm using card components over here. This is the input component from Shadcn UI. This is a select component. So our app uses Shadcn UI rigorously, right? And I absolutely love using Shadcn UI inside of all of my projects. And by the way, it is built on top of Tailwind CSS. So you can easily customize them. So let me show you. If I go back to the installation page, so over here, they're showing us how you can install something. So I'm just going to install this button. So I'm going to paste this code right here and pick Shadcn at latest add button. And there we go, it has installed it. And you can see it has created this components folder right here inside of our app with this button.jsx with whole code for Shadcn UI's button, right? With different variants over here. And again, if you want, you can just avoid this. You don't need to touch this file. Let's just quickly run our app. I'm going to say npm run dev and press enter. Okay, it has run our app on localhost 3000. Let's just open this inside of our browser. And there we go. Our Next.js app is successfully running. Awesome. And we are using the brand new Next.js version to build this project. Great. So where can you find this code inside of your app? Just go to this app folder right here inside of page.jsx. And this is where this whole code exists. So let me just remove everything inside of this return statement until here. Remove this image from the top. And I'm going to have a div right here, which will say, subscribe to Roadside Coder, which you should if you haven't yet. So let's go back and see. Yes, subscribe to Roadside Coder. How about we go on and use that Shadcn UI button component right here. Instead of this div, actually inside of this div, I'm just going to be using a button component from Shadcn UI. And you can see it has been imported just like this from this components folder. And I'll move this text inside of it. And you'll notice that this has now become a button. We can set the variant for this. Let's put destructive right here, and you will see that it will convert to red. Awesome, right? So you see how easy it is to work with Shadcn UI components. And as I showed you, we will be using a bunch of such components inside of our app. So instead of just installing them one by one as we move forward in this video, let's just install them all together, whatever the components that we are going to be needing. So let me show you how you can do that. Just go to the terminal. I'm going to open another terminal and I'll say npx Shadcn at latest add. And guys, it might be the case that in future some things might be updated in Next.js or Shadcn UI. So if something does not work inside of your project, make sure to ask ChatGPT or just check the documentation for these things to understand this properly so that you are aware of these changes. So first of all, let's install the avatar component that we'll be using in some places, the badge component. And again, I'll show you as we move forward in this video, whenever we use these components, where you're going to be using them, right? So calendar, card, carousel, dialog, input, label, pop over for pop-ups and all, progress, select component, the separator, sonnet for our toasts, tabs, and text area. And looks like I made a mistake over here. So this is calendar with A. And also for sonnet, it's actually going to be sonar, not sonnet, and press enter. Okay, it's installing, and you're going to notice that it will be installed. All of these components will be installed inside this UI folder in this components. There we go. All of them are installed. Awesome. Now we can continue or start building our app, right? So first of all, let's understand the structure of a Next.js app. So if you go inside of the app folder, we have two files, page.js and layout.js. So basically page.js is where all of our code exists, and layout is what wraps whole of our app. So this children is where our code will be, and this HTML and body tags are wrapping whole of our app. So you can see whenever you create a layout inside of any route, like whenever you're going to be creating a new page inside of Next.js, layout can be optional, but if you create the layout, it will wrap the page file inside of that particular route, just like this, right? So if we want to, let's say, provide a proper background to our app, or let's say if we want to provide header and footer over here, they will exist in complete of our app if we add them right here, right? Like over here, I'm going to be adding a header component if I write it over here, and I'm going to be having a footer as well, right? So this will be common in whole of our app. Let's do some cleanup first. So I'm going to be getting rid of both of these fonts from over here, from right here as well. Remove them from here. For our metadata, you can replace the title and description, something like this. So our app's name is Spot and description is discover and create amazing events, right? This is good for SEO. Let's see, no changes up until now. Now let's say if I want to have a background over here, something like this, the way that we have created over here, right? So if we want to do that over here in the body, I'm going to say background linear to bottom right. So what this basically means is we're going to be adding a gradient which will start from top right and go all the way to the bottom right diagonally. So first color will be from gray 950, and you can see all of these suggestions right here from Tailwind IntelliSense. So if you have not installed that extension, you can install it right here. I'll say in the middle, I will have zinc 900 color, and it will go all the way to stone 900 color. And the text inside of it will be white. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Currently, obviously, it looks weird because this background is repeating itself. So let's do one thing. This children right here, I'm going to wrap them inside of a main tag. And let's just put main tag over here, closing tag, and I'm going to say class name to be minimum height of screen. That is 100 viewport height. And now you'll see, yes, now we have a proper gradient right here, which looks good. We can provide it a relative class name because we're going to be having things inside of it that will be absolute that we will need to align in the screen. We're going to give this a container class so that it becomes responsive for different screen sizes. We'll say MX auto so that everything is center aligned. Padding top to be 40 because we're going to be having a header over here as well. And in the bigger screens, I'm going to have padding top to be 32. Let's see. Yes, something like this. We're going to be having header up until this point. And if I show you, the container will work. So if I am making it small, you can see how button is switching to different screen sizes, right? It's adding some padding on left and right side. By the way, to avoid unnecessary errors, you can just add suppress hydration warning tag right here so that Next.js won't give you unnecessary hydration warnings over here. Now, if I show you inside of our deployed app, we have these glow effects on the background, right? This orange and pink glow effect. How are we going to be adding it? So basically inside of main tag, this is where we're going to be adding the glow effects, right? And let's just wrap our children inside of a div tag, something like this. And there will be another div for glow over here. And below it is where we will be putting our footer. Okay. Now one more thing, since our app is in dark mode, you can see, let's just convert Shadcn UI components to follow this dark mode theme as well, right? So over here, you can see we have, yes, dark mode right here. Let's choose Next.js. And first of all, we will need to install this next themes package. So go to your terminal and paste it right here. Then we need to create a theme provider. And don't worry, these are the things that you just need to do once. So just copy it up and inside the components, just create this theme provider.tsx or JSX file since we are using JavaScript. So over here in components, new file, theme-provider.jsx. Make sure you create it outside of this UI folder and paste it over here. And let's remove these types since we are not using TypeScript. Then what we need to do, we need to wrap our layout component with this theme provider component. So inside of this layout, inside of the body, I'm going to say theme provider, something like this. Let's take the closing tag and we will put it right here. Let's import this theme provider that we have created inside of over here in the components. And now our Next.js will follow proper dark mode theme. Okay. All right. Now, first of all, let's just create this glow effect. First of all, let me just give this class name of relative and z index to be 10 so that this remains on the top of everything. And now inside this div, I'm going to be having two divs basically for both of the circles, right? First of all, for the parent div, I'm going to say class name pointer events to be none. We don't want them to be selectable or any sort of pointer events on top of this. I'll say absolute inset to be 0. And these will be on the background, right? So I'll say minus z index to be 10 and overflow will be hidden no matter what happens, right? Whatever screen size that we are on. Now inside this, let's actually make these self-closing divs since we don't need to keep any children inside of it. So I'll provide them with the class name of absolute. Now for the first circle, we're going to put it on the top left, right? So I'll say top to be 0, left to be 1/4 of the width. Width can be 96, which is around 384 pixels. Height can be 96. So it's basically going to be a circle. Background pink to be 600 with 20% opacity, rounded full, and some blur. Actually, before adding blur, let me just show you how this looks right now. You can see there's the circle, right? Which is right here. Now we will make it blur. So blur 3XL. It depends on you. Like if you want to add more blur, you can say 4XL, 5XL, see something like this. Now it completely blends inside of it. So I'm just going to copy it and paste it right here. And now instead of top and left, I'm going to be adding bottom 0 and right 1/4. Width and height will be the same. Background can be orange. And yeah, I guess other things remain the same. So let's see. Yes, something like this. So see, it looks awesome. So right now we are zoomed in. If I just zoom out to 100%, you'll see now it is looking exactly the same as our deployed app. Awesome. Let's create our footer as well over here. So I'll have a footer tag. Inside of this, we are simply going to be having a div, which will say made with love by Roadside Coder. For the parent tag, I'm going to be having a class name with border top, and I'm going to give border a gray color of 800 with 50% opacity. PY is used for vertical padding, so PY to be 8. PX is used for horizontal padding, so PX to be 6. And max width that it's going to be having is 7XL, which is around 1280 pixel. And it will adjust according to the screen size. We're going to say MX auto so that it remains in the middle. So let's see how this looks up until now. Something like this. We will have to put this at the very bottom. I'm going to give this div the class name of text small and text gray to be 400. So something like this. Yes. Let's give this height of for the internal. Let's say minimum height of inside of the square brackets. You can provide custom height. So I'll say 9 viewport height. Let's see how this looks. Yes, this looks still good. I'm going to say 80. How about that? I want to see the footer. So let's say 70. Yes, now it looks compatibly better. As we go on and add more content, as I mentioned, this will properly get aligned where it is supposed to be according to the page, right? Something like this. Cool then. Now let's come to our header component. Let's create a header component, a custom component. So obviously this does not exist. So inside of this components right here, I'm going to create a new file called header.jsx, RAFCE. I'll say header and save it. And now I'm going to be importing it right here. So now you'll see, yes, we have this header right here. Cool. Let's go inside of the header. And this header will have a bunch of things. So if you see inside of our deployed app, it will have logo, this search and selection of the city state, our login logic, our pricing and explore buttons, right? So over here, I'm going to be keeping a empty fragment. And inside of this, I'm going to be first creating a nav bar tag or nav tag. And inside of this, first of all, I'm going to be having a div which will contain our logo. So I'll say logo and comment it out. After this logo, we will have search and location for the desktop. So if you notice, if I just make it smaller, you'll notice that in mobile UI, it comes at the bottom of the header, right? So for the desktop UI, it is hidden, but for the mobile, it appears right here, right? Okay, so that is what we're going to be following. So first of all, we're going to be having for a desktop. Then we're going to be having the right actions. So right side actions. Then after this div is where we will be putting our mobile search and location right below the header. And then we will be adding the modals right here. So if you see, we have this pricing modal, right, which appears something like this. So we will have to import these modals somewhere, right? Or this sign in modal, which will be handled by Clerk. So we don't need to worry about it. So below this nav is where I'm going to say modals. So this is how our header will basically look like. Now, when it comes to logo of our app, so see something like this spot logo, right? What you can do, either you can create something yourself, or you can click the link in description and go to my GitHub repository where I've provided the complete code for this app. And just go to this public folder. I have provided you a bunch of different assets right here that we can use inside of our app. And we'll come to these later. But first, if you notice this spot.png, this is the logo of our app. So what you can do actually, you can just go on and download all 4 of these images inside of your computer and just put them over here in the public file and you can, public folder, and you can remove all of these files. We're not going to be needing them. So let me just do that real quick. There we go. I have these right here. So we have this spot.png as well. Now let's create let's add our logo inside of our header. So over here, I'm going to be having an image tag from Next.js. So I'm going to be importing it from next/image, something like this. And I'm going to be providing a source of this spot.png and also an alt tag describing what this image is all about. Now, image tag in Next.js is very important. It helps us to optimize the images inside of our Next.js app. We can provide the resolution of this image. So I provided 500 by 500. Then you can provide it with the class name of height of 11 and width to be full, and if it's a priority image or not. So it is. So I've added it right here. And when we click on it, we want it to go to our homepage. So I'm going to be adding a link tag around it, which is like an A tag, as you can see from HTML. So let's import it, and we will wrap this whole thing with this link tag. And this takes an href, which will take us to slash. I'm going to be giving this a class name of displayFlex and items to be center, because later on we will be adding a pro tag over here, as I showed you in the intro of this video, right? When user makes a subscription. So we will have to add that pro badge right here. Okay, let's forget about it for now. I'll just add a comment over here. So let's see how this looks. So if I go back to my app, oh, it looks weird. It got stretched. So what we need to do, first of all, let's just provide this nav with some class name of fixed, position fixed, right? It will be fixed on the top. So I'll say top to be 0 and right to be 0. Some background. So I'll say just BG background from Shadcn UI's color palette with 80% opacity. You can find these defined in the globals.css file right here. Backdrop blur to be XL. Whatever comes behind the header will be blurred. Z index to be 20 so it remains on the top, and border to be bottom. So let's see. Yes, and it appears on the very corner, but we have to make the width full, right? So for this div, I'm going to say class name max width to be 7XL, mx auto so that it remains in the middle, padding horizontal to be 6, padding vertical to be 4, display flex and items to be center inside of it, and justify to be between so that they appear on the ends, right? So wait, looks weird. I think it's because I have not added left to be 0 over here as well. So yes, now you can see it takes the complete width right now. Awesome. And you can see our logo looks beautiful right here. And when you hover on it, you will see the link at the bottom for our homepage. All right, now let's do one thing. As we are developing our app, let's keep pushing our code to GitHub so that later on we can deploy it as well on Vercel. So I'm going to go on to github.com and let's just create a new repository. Let's name our repository to Spot, right? And I'm going to click on create repository. There we go, something like this. Now, if I come back to VS Code, you can see we have this source control tab right here in VS Code. If you don't want to use it, you can also use terminal. And by the way, if you don't know how to work with Git, I have also created recently a tutorial on complete Git. You can check it by just searching roadside coder Git on YouTube search, right? So I'm just going to say git add dot to stage all of these changes. And then I'll say git commit dash, and let's say basic layout. Let's enter. There we go, something like that. Let's just add this remote origin for our repository. And then I'm going to say simple git push origin master and press enter. All right, there we go. Our code is pushed. Let's just refresh our page right here. And awesome. Yeah, our code is pushed. That is nice. All right. So now let's go on and finally plan all of the features of our app and the design of our app. And many of you ask me, when I go on and create such a project, how does my planning phase looks like, right? So let me show you what I use to plan these full stack apps. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Mobbin. And Mobbin provides you with the library of more than 1,000 apps and hundreds of thousands of screens to get the design inspiration from. You can see something like this. You can discover specific UI elements from different websites. You can check the flows on how things work in different websites, text in screenshot, and much more, right? So, okay, let's go on and see. If I click on login right here, let me just continue with Google real quick. And there we go. I am in. Now, we are creating an event management or event organization app, right? So if you already know what other apps that already exist inside of your industry, you can explore them directly, or you can just search over here, event manager, something like this, right? And you can see Eventbrite pops up. So this is one of the most popular event organizer or event attending apps worldwide. And you can see they are providing us with the complete flow of this app. So let's just switch to web because we are working on the website, right? So you can see It looks awesome. And this is where I've gotten the inspiration for my search bar from, right? Also this carousel and stuff. So let me show you, there are a few more apps that I checked when I wanted to get the inspiration for my app. So let's say Meetup. You might have heard of this Meetup app as well. There we go. But basically Meetup is a mobile app, right? So I think the best place for us to get an inspiration is going to be Luma. So you might have seen a lot of local meetups, for example, in Bangalore or Gurgaon or in other places of the world as well, are organized with the help of Luma, right? So this looked awesome to me. So let me just switch to web and check this out. This has a really good UI. Here is their home screen. And now you might be getting an idea where I got the idea for the home screen from, right? I sort of took inspiration from Luma over here. Now, Mobbin doesn't just provide us with these screenshots, as I already showed you. If you just go on over here in the UI elements, you will get specific UI elements for that particular page, or the best part is this flows. If I just click on flows over here, notice it gives us the complete flow of this whole app. Like for example, if I click on events over here, you will see it shows us the complete flow for event creation as well. Like, this is more interesting. If I click on over here, you see, again, this was the screen that I took inspiration from to create our app, right? So this literally saved me hours and hours of time. Obviously, I just took the inspiration, but you might have already seen I added my own flavor to this screen, right? So this is something where apps like Mobbin can come into picture and help you out massively. So let's say if I search on onboarding over here, events, something like this. Let's try to search it. You can see it shows us Eventbrite. Now this is something that I'm interested in. So if I click on it, you can see it has these steps over here. It's allowing us to select different categories right here. And when you click on next step, it will ask us the next step. And that is what I've implemented in our app as well. If I show you, and now if I click on explore right here, you can see it pops up this onboarding screen right here where we can select, let's say, different interests over here and click on continue. It shows us the next step, which is to select where we are located. So let's say if I've selected it and click on complete setup, right? And it will customize our feed according to that. So yeah, again, this is very helpful. And let's just do one thing. While we are planning our app, let's save all of these different things inside of our project, right? So what I'll do over here in the README, I'm going to add this for onboarding. All right, cool. Now, let's say if we are inside of Eventbrite app, and over here, if I want to see how the search works in Eventbrite, right? So if I just select over here, search and search it, and you will see it will filter out all of these screens to show me those things wherever search exists, right? So over here in the screens, you can see it shows me this search bar and this location selector, right? Which is what we will be using in our app as well. So let me just copy it up and let me add this as an inspiration right here, right? So I'll say search and add this link over here. Nice. Now next, if you want to create an event, we've already seen that we are going to be taking the inspiration from Luma, right? So let's go to Luma, and over here, you can search for create event. So I'll say create, so add and create right here. There we go. This is how we will be creating our create event page as well. So I'll say create event and just paste this link. What else? I think explore page, right? So let's see how Luma's explore page looks like. If I go to flows and I don't like it that much. Let's go back to Eventbrite. And yeah, I think their explore page looks much better. See, they have this carousel up here. They have different categories, right? They are showing local events and popular events as well. So obviously we don't want our apps to be much more complex. So we are going to be creating a simpler version of what these guys have built. Also, if you notice, they have this feature of creating an event with AI, and this is what we will be adding inside of our app as well. This is what the idea that I've got from Eventbrite. All right, nice. Now, one more thing. When a user wants to enter our event, they want to show a QR code that they've gotten inside of their ticket, right? So how will we have a QR scanner? Let's see, QR scanner. If I search it right here on Mobbin, let's say QR scan event, something like this. Yes, this is more like it. We can show a QR code, something like this in the user's end, and on the organizer's end, we can show some scanner of some sort, or maybe something like this. We can show please enable camera access. When they do enable, we will show a camera right here, right? So, okay, let me just copy this up as well. And I'm going to say QR scanner. By the way, one thing that I noticed while I was exploring Mobbin is this animations library that they've recently put out. If you're working on websites, let's select web and notice. These are such awesome animations that we can use inside of our projects, right? These are awesome to get inspiration from. Like if we select this one from Airbnb, notice they have shown the complete checkout process. When they click on it, how the accordion shrinks and the other one opens up, right? So this looks super cool. And I'm pretty sure I will be using one of these animations in my next project as well. So definitely check it out. Okay, nice. So I guess we are on track with our app and we have planned our app. Okay, let me just close it. And now let's go on and set up our backend for our app, right? So our database basically, and also the user authentication. So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Convex. And Convex is the open source reactive database for app developers. Now, some of you will ask me, why are you using Convex? And it is because Convex is a real-time database, as it mentions over here, always in sync. And in an app that we're trying to build over here, like when we are typing our blog or something like that, right? This will enable us to save our blog in real time without any buffer, right? So you might remember I created a image editing app on this channel as well a few weeks ago, and I used Convex in that as well. So for these use cases, and even in other use cases as well, Convex works amazingly, and a lot of companies use Convex nowadays. So let me show you. If I, let's say, try to add this to do over here, add, notice it instantly got added inside of our database. And this is the only code that we're supposed to write, like for all the CRUD operations. See, for listing, all we're doing is ctx.db.query, and we're saying to do stable. Order this in the descending order, right? If you want to add it, we're just saying ctx.db.insert in the to-do table and just add the text and complete it, right? And don't worry, I will show you everything as we move forward in this video, how you can work with Convex and build your own powerful apps along with this app that we are building over here as well, right? So, okay, so I'm going to go on and click on login and I'm going to continue with Google. There we go, I'm in. Now you can see I've created a few projects in the past as well. Let's click on create project over here and let's give our project some name. I'm going to give this spot, and click on create. This is where we will be creating all of our tables and storing all of our data, right? So let's Google Convex Next.js and see how we can integrate Convex inside of our Next.js app. There we go. So first of all, we're supposed to create Next.js app. We've already done that. And then we're supposed to set up Convex dev environment, right? Convex dev deployment basically. So right here inside of our terminal, I'm going to run this command npx convex dev and press enter. And what this will do is basically this will set up Convex inside of our database. So if I just press Y over here, you'll notice it will create a Convex folder right here. And yeah, it's asking us, would you like to create a new project or choose existing? So I'll choose existing project since I've already created this spot right here, right? So I've chosen it. And there we go. You can see it has created this Convex folder. Inside of it, it has this generated folder where it stores all of its code of API and all of API.js, server.js, which we don't need to worry about, honestly. We are going to be creating all of our code right inside of this Convex folder and not in this generated one, right? Okay. Now next, it tells us that this is how we can store a sample data. We can seed our data inside of our database. We don't need to worry about it. This is how we can query. So basically to query, as I showed you a few moments ago, you can just say ctx.db.query inside of this tasks table, and then we can get all of the data from inside of it. Don't worry, I'll show you everything one by one. But first, we need to configure Convex, right? So we need to create this Convex client provider.tsx inside of our app and wrap whole of our app with this Convex provider. So right here inside of our app, I'm going to create a new file called convex client provider.jsx, and we will copy this code and paste it right here. Let's get rid of this exclamation mark and these types since we are not using TypeScript. Okay, nice. Let's get rid of this as well. And take this Convex client provider and I'll go back to my layout.js, this one right here, and I will wrap whole of our app. So let me just make this smaller. So over here, I will wrap whole of my app using this Convex client provider. So put it right above this theme provider and make sure that you import it as well, just like this. And by the way, you can also see we have this .env.local created automatically over here. where Convex will store its environment variables. Okay, nice. And by the way, Convex is a self-hosting database as well. So if you want, you can put it in your own server instead of hosting it in their own cloud. Right, so it's super convenient. So it gives us error that can't resolve convex/react. I guess we need to install convex manually. So let me just kill the server by saying Control C, and I'm going to say npm install convex. Press enter. All right, there we go. It's installed. Let me just run npx convex dev again, and now it works absolutely fine. Great. Now, if I show you my deployed app right here, you can see we have user logged in over here. If I just sign out, and if I click on sign in again, you'll see we have this pop-up which shows us we can continue with Google, or we can also enter our email address to log in, right? So how do we do this? So click the link in the description down below and you will land on Clerk. And this is the complete user management platform. You guys have already seen I absolutely love Clerk, and I've used it in so many of my past projects as well, because it saves so much of our time by configuring, like providing us the things pre-configured, which otherwise we have to spend so much time to configure, right? So if I scroll down, you'll notice it provides us all of these components pre-built out of the box as well, like sign up component, sign in component, this user button that I showed you, user profile, the complete user profile, right? It also provides us something like waitlist. And if you want, you can create your organization as well. I've showed this in my Jira clone video. And you can also add billing to our app using Clerk right out of the box, which we will be doing in this video as well. So again, you don't need to worry about much complexities. Clerk provides you everything out of the box, and we will discuss every single thing in this video itself. So let's click on start building, and let's first sign up. So I'll click on sign up, and I'm going to be logging in with Google. There we go. It's logging in and we are in. And by the way, Clerk is absolutely free to use. So let's provide the name of our application, Spot. And we can enable the authentication methods that you want right here. If you want Apple login, or let's say login with username, whatever, right? So I'm just gonna enable email and Google for now and click on create application. Here we go. We have logged in successfully. Now it tells us how we can add Clerk inside of our Next.js app. So let's just install Clerk first. So over here, I'm going to be opening a new terminal. Make sure you don't close this Convex running over here, right? So paste this npm install add Clerk Next.js. After this, we're supposed to add Clerk API keys, which we will be using to connect to Clerk. So just copy these API keys right here and just paste them over here in the .env.local, right? Something like this. Okay, nice. What else? Next, we're supposed to configure our middleware. Now, from Next.js 16 onwards, this middleware.ts or JS file is now called Proxy.js or TS, right? So make sure to rename it to Proxy if you are using Next.js 16 and above. So if you can go on over here, package.json, you'll see the version. So you can see I'm using Next.js 16 right here. So okay, I'm going to say new file, proxy.js, and paste this code right here. So basically this middleware or proxy is responsible for adding the authentication inside of our app. Before our app is even running, the Clerk is initialized right here, right? So yeah, this is very important. And by the way, over here as well, we can add rules that what pages are private and what pages are public, right? So that we can prevent unauthorized access to our app. Okay, nice. Now next, it tells us how we can add the Clerk to our app. First of all, we obviously have to wrap whole of our app using Clerk provider. So make sure to take this and go on over here, not here, I mean in the layout.js file. And inside of this, just wrap whole of your app in this Clerk provider. Actually, this will be outside of over here, and just take it and put it right over here. Make sure to import it from @clerk/Next.js, something like this. Okay, now after this, we're done. That is all we needed to do. So now, how do we add this login to our app? So basically what we can do, we can go to our header component right here, right? So this header component over here. So far we have created all of these things. So over here in the right side actions, we can add a sign in button over here, right? So below it, I'm going to be having a div right here with class name of display flex and items to center, because we're going to be having multiple things over here like pricing button, explore button, etc, etc. Right. Now, if you go to Clerk's docs again, you will see it shows us that this is the only code that you will need to add user authentication inside of your app, right? So let's see, I'm just going to copy it and paste this right over here. Let's import these from, make sure to import it from @clerk/next.js, all of these components one by one. Sign in button, sign up button, over here, sign in, and user button as well. Okay, and there we go. You can see it appears something like this. If I click on this sign in button over here, it takes us to this weird URL /sign in, but it provides us this sign in component out of the box right here. This is absolutely amazing. And we can click on continue with Google, and I've selected my Google account, so it's logging me in. And there we go. We are successfully logged in. If I click on this, you can see our user drop down. If I click on over here, and you can see our profile section over here as well. Awesome. So basically what's happening over here is it's saying that if the user is signed out, then show us sign in button and this sign up button. But if user is signed in, we will show the user button over here, right? But we don't want to, see this weird UI of sign in button. We want to configure it as well, right? And also we want to see the sign in modal inside of our application or sign in page inside of our application, right? So make sure to do that as well. So for now, I'm just going to remove this sign up button and the sign in button with a closing tab. And inside of this, what I'll do, I'll add a Shadcn UI button. Make sure to import it, size small, and sign in. So now if we notice, yes, this looks much better and goes with our UI. And what I'll do, I'll say mode to be modal. Oops, modal, something like this. And now you'll notice when we click on over here, it will just show us this modal. And by the way, you can see this is a white color over here, right? We don't want white color. We don't want a color that goes along with our app as well. So Clerk also provides us different themes to customize. So let's just go to their docs. Let's say Clerk docs. And over here, I will say theme. And there we go. You can see it provides us with these different themes right here, right? So whatever that you feel is good for you, you can use them, right? So how do we use them? So first of all, we need to install @clerk/themes. So I'll go to my terminal again and paste this right here. And then after it, what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to add this appearance theme and then whatever theme that we want to use. So we also want to use dark theme, right? So let's just go to layout.js and over here in Clerk provider, I'm going to say appearance theme dark. Now we want to import this dark theme. So make sure to import from @clerk/themes. So it's not imported. Let's see. Yeah, now it is imported. Now you will notice if I go back to my app and if I click on sign in, this is in the dark mode. This is amazing, right? Now, what if we wanted to have a separate sign in page as well, right? So what we can do simply over here inside of our app, we can create a new route for sign in and sign up as well, actually. So I'm going to create a new folder. And whenever you create a new folder inside this app and you name it anything, let's say sign-in, this is now a new route, right? But imagine we have created multiple different routes, and if you want to group them, how can we do it? So to do that, to group these routes without creating a new route, we can create a new folder, and inside of these parentheses, I can just say auth, and this will not be counted as a route. It will ignore this and it will go and check whatever that is inside of it. So if I move this sign in inside of over here, now this auth will be ignored, and now we can see /sign-in as a page. So if I show you, if I get a new file, page.js, RAFCE, sign in, and if I save it and let's go back, if I just say /sign-in, you will see we have this sign in page right here. Awesome. Now we need to tell Clerk that our sign in page is called sign in, right? So over here in .env.local, we need to add both of these. Next public Clerk sign in URL is going to be /sign-in. For sign up URL is going to be /sign-up, right? And over here, we have to actually follow a few more practices to create this sign in page. If I show you inside of Clerk's documentation, if I say sign in page, you have to follow such practices. You have to add this type of route, which is called as optional catch-all route. So let me tell you what it is. So optional catch-all route basically takes additional segments from our URL and captures it. Now there is a catch-all route, which is this catch-all, which has to have at least one segment or one route after this original route. But optional catch-all route can have 0 segments as well, right? So something like this. And don't worry, I will be showing you how all of these things work as we move forward in this video in Next.js, right? So let me just copy it up And over here in this sign in, inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder and paste this sign in and move this page inside of it. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll actually duplicate this path. So let me just create a new folder for sign dash up. Inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder, sign up, and add this page over here as well in the sign up, right? So let's rename it as sign. Okay, cool. Then we already have sign in and sign up page now. Now, how do we add these components of sign up and sign in inside of it? All we have to do is we are going to say sign in self-closing tag and import it from @clerk/next.js. Oops, not this. Okay, so it's having a problem because this route is also called as sign in. So let's just make it sign in page instead of just sign in. Now it's better. Same thing with this as well. So I'm going to call it sign up page, and inside of this, I'm going to say sign up component from Clerk. Okay, nice. Let's go on and see over here inside of our app. Yes, we can see our sign in component right here. Now, how do we align both of them in the very middle? We will have to add separate styles for both of the pages, right? No, that's not the case. If you remember, I told you about layout, right? So we can add a layout file for this auth. So layout.js, RAFCE, I'll say auth layout. And inside of this, I'm going to take children, which is going to be both of these routes, and I'm going to be adding them right here. And now we can provide them with some common styles. I'm going to say class name with flex, justify center, padding top to be 40. Let's see how this looks. And actually, I don't think we need to provide any padding at all since we already have a padding. So nice. This looks good. If I click on sign up, it will go to /sign up, something like this, right? So we have a complete sign up page over here. Awesome. So this is how you can configure Clerk Authentication inside of your app, right? Now, as I discussed that we are going to be using this proxy file over here, right, to add private routes. So let's see, what are the private routes inside of our app? If I show you inside of this app, if I try to go to, let's say /create event, right, it will instantly route us to the sign-in page. So notice, yes, we are routed to the sign-in page. How do we add this functionality inside of our app? So if I go to this proxy, we can say const is protected route, and we can define the protected routes over here by using create route matcher from clerk/next.js/server. And inside of this, we can have an array where we can add different routes like my events and dot asterisk. That means anything that comes after it, create event, my tickets, right? These are the 3 private routes that we have. And now inside this Clerk middleware, we can simply say async. We're going to have a callback actually over here. So I'm going to be taking auth and request. And inside of it, we'll be taking the user ID to check if user is logged in or not. So from await auth, we will be taking the user ID. And I'm going to be having an if statement over here. If user ID is not there and it is one of these routes that user is trying to access, then we will simply take out redirect to sign in function from this auth right here. And we will call it so that user is redirected to the sign in page. So redirect to sign in. And we already configured what our sign in page is, so it will know. And we can just say move forward. So I'll say next response dot next to move forward. So this is basically for returning that we are done with this middleware. We can move forward, right? And make sure to import it from next/server. So nice. Let's try to go on and access create event, even though we have not created it, but it should technically route us back over here. So actually, let me just go to my homepage now first. And yes, now if I try to go to create event, you will notice it will throw us to the sign in page, right? This is super cool. We have added the protected routes inside of our app. Great. Now inside of our header.js, we have this code right here. When user is signed out, show sign in button. When they are signed in, show user button, right? Let me actually move this signed in part on the top right here. So what we can do, we can add other things over here when user is signed in, like for example, create event, right? And by the way, this user button is also highly customizable. If you want, we can add more options over here. Something like if I just try to go on and sign in, continue with Google. So you can see inside of it, we have added these my tickets and my events custom options over here, right? So this is fully customizable right here. And we will come back to this very soon. Cool then. So we have configured our user authentication and our database as well. But one thing that is left out right now is to connect both of our, because like user authentication and database are separate, right? So we need to connect both of them to work together, right? As soon as we log in with our Google account or our email, user details should be added to this Convex database right here, right? So how do we do that? Let's see. So here's the documentation for connecting Convex with Clerk, right? So first of all, it tells us that we need to configure Clerk, which we have already done inside of our app. Then next, we're supposed to create a JWT template. So to do that, let's just go inside of Clerk again. So dashboard, inside of configure, we're going to click on JWT templates right here, right? And we need to add a new template. Over here in the templates, just select Convex and we need to copy this up. So just click on over here, copied, and click on save. Now next, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to add this as an environment variable, right, inside of our app. So something like this, Clerk JWT issuer domain. So, okay, let's go back to our code inside of our .env.local. So over here is where we're going to be adding it. Let's just get this Clerk JWT issuer domain. So right here, what else are we supposed to do? We are also supposed to create this convex/auth.config.ts. So let's just copy it inside of Convex folder. I'm going to create a new file, auth.config.js, and paste this code right here. So let's remove this exclamation mark since we are not using TypeScript, and this thing over here as well. Let's get rid of this. And yeah, that is all we need to do. Let's see our Convex right now. Okay, it tells us that we need to set this Clerk JWT issuer domain over here in our dashboard as well. So let's just copy it up and paste it right here. Make sure to copy this Clerk JWT issuer domain. And meanwhile, it's opening this. This is where we are supposed to paste it. So just paste it. And yep, there we go. And click on save. Nice. What else? After this, obviously, we're supposed to run this and npm install. We've done all of these things, right? Okay. Now we're supposed to update our Convex provider with Clerk that we had created, if you remember. So it's actually just Convex provider for now. So Convex client provider, this thing. So we have to update it. Instead of this Convex provider, we're supposed to use Convex provider with Clerk. And we will be importing it from convex/react-clerk, right? So just remove this. And over here, I'm going to say client equals Convex. And we are supposed to add authentication over here, right? So I'll say use auth equals use auth from add-clerk/next.js. Yeah, something like this. This looks good. Let's go back to our app to see if anything is breaking or not. Yep, things are looking fine right now, but we are supposed to make one change over here. So if you notice inside of our header.jsx, we are using this signed in and signed out components, right? To check if user is signed in or signed out or not. But now, since we have connected Clerk with Convex, we can just use authenticated. So this is the component authenticated. And for signed out, we can use unauthenticated. Make sure to import both of these, something like this. And we are also supposed to make this a client component now. Now, what are client components? So basically client component are which are rendered on our front end or on our browser. And the server components, which are by default every single component in Next.js, is rendered in the server, right? I will tell you more about as we move forward in this video. The only thing that you need to know for now that client component allow us to use logic like hooks, right? So that's why it's important to add this use client on the top. So now if we see, yes, everything works fine. If I click on sign in, continue with Google, and there we go. We are successfully signed in. Awesome. So this authenticated and unauthenticated are working successfully. Now, one more thing, while we are logging in, right? Let's just show a loading indicator over here so that we can show that users' details are being fetched. So in the terminal, I'll go to the new terminal and I'm going to do npm install react-spinners and press enter. So this will provide us with a component called bar loader. So if I show you right here, I'm going to create a div inside of which we are going to be importing that bar loader. So I'll say bar loader, something like this. Make sure to import it. We are going to be importing this from react-spinners. Let's see how this looks right now. Okay, we cannot see it. We actually need to give this div some class name of absolute bottom 0, so that it's on the very bottom of the header, and width to be full. We still cannot see it. I guess it's hidden behind it. Let's just make this width to be 100%. Yes, we can see this. You can see very subtle black color over here. So let's change the color. I'm going to make this color. You can add whatever color that you want, red, green, Well, it's your choice. So something like this. I have added our apps color over here. Okay, cool. Now we want to show when this user is getting stored in the database or the user details are getting fetched from a database. We want to show this loader, right? But we have not written the logic for storing the user's details in our database yet. So let's do that now. So I've opened another part of this documentation called storing users in Convex database. And they've given the example with Clerk right here. So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, obviously, before storing the users inside of our database, we need to create a table inside of our database, right? So this is our database. And right now you can see it is empty. You can either create table from over here, or we are going to be creating a schema inside of Convex. Right, so let's go back to our code. And over here, I'm going to be creating a new file. Let me just first shrink this. Yeah, new file, schema.js. Now, inside of this, to create a schema, you can see they've shown something over here. We're going to do export default define schema. And this will be imported from convex/server. Inside of this takes an object. And first of all, we're going to be creating the users table. Right, so inside of this, I'll say users to be define table. We're going to define a new table right here, right? And let's define what are all the things that we want inside of this table. So if you see the example over here, they've given something like name and token identifier. So token identifier is basically the JWT token that we will be using to verify if user is logged in or not, or the authorization of the user basically. So if I say name, v.string, we are writing the type of that value. So we have to import v from convex/values. Token identifier, again v.string. So let me just write out over here. This will be Clerk user ID for authentication. We also want to store the user's email, right? So v.string. We also want to store their profile picture, so image URL, but this one will be optional. So I'm writing v.optional. And inside this v.string. And again, you can find out more about all of these types in their official documentation, the Convex documentation. All right. Now, when it comes to user, there are going to be more values or more flags that we will be adding over here. Like if user has completed their onboarding or not, right? So over here, I'm going to say has completed onboarding, and this will be Boolean. So v.boolean, right? We also want to store the user's location. So user's current location, we're going to say location, and I'll say v.optional, because initially this will be optional, right? Until the onboarding is completed. So inside of the optional, I'm going to define how this location object looks like. So I'll say v.object, because this will have multiple values. And inside of this, I'm going to have a city value, which we can say v.string. We are going to be having a state and a country, right? Something like this. So this is how our location is going to be looking like. After this, we can also store the interests, right? That we are going to be asking for during the onboarding process. So minimum 3 categories. So I'm just going to say interests, v.optional, and this will be an array, right? Because there are going to be 3 values over here. So array of strings. So we are wrapping v.string with v.array over here. And again, optional, because initially we don't want this value. This will be, when the user will be stored inside of the database, these will be empty. Now, when the user is a free user, right? They have not gotten the subscription to our platform. They can create just one free event. So for tracking that as well, I'm going to be having a flag over here, free events created, and this will be v.number. So let me just write out the comments for you as well. So Organiser tracking, right? So one free event will be allowed. And we can also have timestamps over here, something like created at and updated at. Okay. So this is how our user object looks like currently. Now, if you've worked with databases before, there's something called as index, which helps us to find things more easily inside of our database, right? And in case of users, we can either create index for an email or for token identifier, which will be unique to the user, right? So let's make use of this token identifier, and we will pre-index token identifier to each user, right? So to create an index, I'll say index, and we want to name it. So I'll say by_token. You can name it whatever that you want, and then you can provide the field over here. So I'll say token identifier, and you can visually see these things in your database as well. So if I go back over here, you can see the table has been created for the user. And if you come on over here in the indexes, you can see we have added this by token index right here, right? So this is super cool. Cool, then let's go back. So now that we have created this users table, let's follow the docs now. Now, mutation for storing the current user. Now again, this is something that you don't need to understand. because this is something that we will be configuring only once, and we will gradually move on forward in this video. And I will explain you what mutations are, what queries are, everything. But I'll give you a high level overview for now. So just copy it up. And we're supposed to create this users.ts file. So, okay. In the Convex, I'm going to create a new file called users.js, actually not ts. So paste this right here. Let's remove everything. Okay, there's nothing related to TypeScript. So nice. So what's basically happening over here is we're using this CTX or context that we are getting from this handler. So when we create a mutation for, you can say post or put request, right? Or delete request, it's basically mutation. If you want to get something, it's query. So this is a high level overview for you right now. So if we are creating a mutation over here, it takes some arguments, and this is optional by the way, it can be empty as well, like this is empty. And then it takes a handler, right? It takes two things, one argument, second handler. Inside the handler is where we write the logic for that API, you can say, right? This is basically an API. So over here, we're first of all checking, we're taking the context, I'm saying context.auth.getUserIdentity. So this auth is something which is inbuilt in Convex to check if user is authenticated or not. And right now, I guess we are authenticated or not. So we are authenticated. Just ignore this loading for now. So context.auth.getUserIdentity. So it's taking the user identity. If identity is not found, that is user is not logged in, then we're going to throw the error. Otherwise, we're going to check over here. We're going to check if user is logged in, then we're going to go inside of the users table and see. And again, you can see we are finding it using the token. So we're finding that particular user by the token identifier. If user is found inside of our database, that user is not equals to null, then we'll check to see if user's name has been updated or not. If it's different, then we will update it inside of our database. Otherwise, we will simply return the user ID. That is, user is already inside of our database. But if user is not inside of our database, then we will simply do ctx.db.insert inside of the users table, identity.name or anonymous. Right. So basically, this is not the only thing that we want over here. We want to add more things over here. Like we had name, email, profile pic, etc., right? So after this, I'm going to be adding the email and bunch of other things like image URL. So identity.picture URL. This is what Clerk sends us. Has completed onboarding. Obviously, right now user has not created onboarding since they just joined the platform. Free events created to 0, right? These are the bare minimum things that are initially required from us to create a user inside of our database. Okay, nice. So this is how you create a user inside of your DB. And we will be triggering them very soon, like triggering this one very soon. Don't worry. Now, how do you create a query inside of your database? So this is a mutation, but how do you create a query? So to create a query, it is very similar to this, right? So if I say export const get current user equals query, make sure to import it from /generated. So let's see. Yes, this is imported from right here. Okay. Inside of this query, now this doesn't take any args. It just takes the handler. So handler is an async function or async callback. This will take the context. So ctx inside of the curly braces. I'm going to first check if user is logged in or not. And I already showed you how we can check it. We can use this const identity equals await ctx.auth.getUserIdentity. Then after this, I'll say if identity is not present, then return null. And by the way, this function is very important. We are going to be using it a lot of places in almost every single protected API call to check if user is logged in or not. If user is not logged in, return null. Otherwise, we are going to find them using token identifier. So const user equals await ctx.db.query. So we are going to be querying our database and we're going to query the users table. Then again, we're going to be using our index of by token to find that particular user using the token identifier, right? And I'll say .unique. That means we are supposed to find one single user. Then I'm going to check if user is not found, then throw new error, user not found. Otherwise, return the user, right? So you have successfully written your very first query inside of this project. Awesome. Now let's see what else documentation says. So now next, we're supposed to create this use store user effect hook to store the user. By calling this hook, we are going to be storing the user inside of our database. So again, let's just copy this up and let's create a hooks folder right here. So hooks. Inside of this, I'm going to create a new file, use-store-user.js and paste it right here. Remove these types from over here since we're not going to be using them. from over here as well. And let's see what's happening over here. So basically, we are making the use of this hook called use convex auth inside of, like this comes from Convex. And we're taking is loading and is authenticated, right? If user is logged in, it will show true. And if user is currently logging in, it will show true for is loading. We are also taking the user's detail from use user, and this use user come from clerk. Now after this, we are taking a hook called user ID. And again, this is something that we are supposed to do only once, so don't worry about it. Let's rename this hook to use store user instead of use store user effect. Now notice over here, we're making use of this use mutation hook from Convex, which is used to call any mutation function that we have created. Like we have created this mutation right here, right? Store. So we're saying api.user, so users is the name of the file, and store is the name of the function. So we're taking that function inside this store user, and then we're taking a use effect over here. And I'm saying if user is not authenticated, then return it. But if not, we're saying create user function. Inside of this, we're calling this store user. I know it might be a little bit hard for you to understand it right now, but again, don't worry about it. It's just a one-time thing. I'm saying set user ID to this particular ID, and we're creating the user right here, right? Inside of this use effect. And then simply we are in the end returning is loading and is authenticated. So basically what this hook is doing is it's calling this store function over here, right? And returning us is loading and is authenticated so that we can show the loading state inside of our header. So now we're going to be taking it and go to our header.jsx right here. I'm going to be importing it. So I'll say use store user. So import this from over here. I'll say const is loading, right? And let's take this is loading and we are going to wrap this just like this. I'll say is loading, and if it is loading, then we will show this loader. So if I go back to our app now, we should see the loading would have stopped. Oh, it has not. What's wrong? It does not match the schema. Object is missing. Required field created at. I guess we have since defined this created at and updated at right here. We should add both of them over here in the users.js right over here. Something like this. Cool. Let's go back and see. Yep, something like this. If I just refresh the page now, you will notice, yes, we get this loading. And as soon as the user is loaded, the loading stops. This is awesome, right? So we have successfully created our clerk and convex. Now let's go on and see inside of our database, and you can see we have successfully stored our users. Congratulations if you have made until this point. All right, so let's continue building our header now. Now that we have the user authentication setup and this loading and everything, right? Let's add the remaining stuff. Over here in the right side actions, let's add a few buttons, right? Like create event that we have added the comment for. Right, first of all, let's just add in upgrade button, right? So for the pricing and everything. So I'll say button, inside this, I'll say pricing. And this button will simply have a variant of ghost. So let's see. Yes, something like this. We are going to be having the size of small. And when we click on this button, we want to open a particular model, right? For upgrade, for for buying the user subscriptions basically, right? So I'll say use state and let's say const. So basically use state helps us to create a state inside of our app. It gives us two things. One is a variable where we store the data, and other is a function which will allow us to change that data, right? So we'll take this function. Obviously, we're not going to be creating that model right now, but we're just going to be creating a state and leaving it right here. So over here in this button, where it is over here, it's here. So I'll say on click, I'll say set show upgrade model. And this button will actually be outside of this authenticated tag because we want to show it regardless if user is logged in or not. After that, we also want to have a button which will take us to the explore page, right? So for this button, variant ghost, size small, class name margin right to be 2. So there's some space on the right side, right? We're going to have a link tag, which will say href. It will take us to the explore page when we click on this explore button. So something like this, yes. Now inside of this authenticated, we are going to be having a button which will take us to create event page, right? So I'll say button inside of this button. So I've added this class name display flex gap to be 2, margin right to be 4, because we are going to be adding a link tag, something like this, which will take us to /create events. And inside of this, we are going to be having two things. First, an icon. So this icon will be imported from Lucid React, which comes inbuilt of Shadcn UI. Class name is going to be width and height to be 4. And we're going to show create event, which will be visible in the bigger screens and hidden in the smaller screens. So if I see right here, yes, something like this. If I make this screen smaller, you'll notice, see, it will be hidden. Yes, something like this. So it looks awesome. Now, if I click on over here, you can see we just have 2 options, but I showed you we can add more options over here, right? So over here in the user button, instead of having it self-closing tag, we're going to have a closing tag. And inside of this, I'm going to say user button dot menu items, and we can define the custom menu items. First of all, we are going to be having this manage account that we already had. So this one, manage account. And above this, we are going to be having 2 items. One, which will take us to my tickets page. So my tickets, label icon will be this ticket icon, size 16, and it will take us to href my tickets. Similar to this, we're going to be having another button which will take us to my events, which will show us all of the events. So let's see. So if we open this up, yes, we have my tickets and my events. Awesome. So if we click on it, you'll notice that this will take us to /my tickets. Awesome. Let's go back. And yeah, I guess with this, we have built our header for now. We will be adding obviously these modals and mobile search location later on this video as we move forward. Right. But now I want to discuss something very important with you guys, and that is writing a good quality code. Now, if you're someone who has recently started coding or doesn't work anywhere, or it has not been a lot of time since you've been coding, obviously you need to take care of the quality of your code. And one way to improve it to work in a company where people, senior developers can review your code, right? And they can give you feedback. But what if right now you're learning, right? So you're alone, or maybe you are working on some project, some freelance project for some client, and you want to make sure the quality of the code that you're writing is good. Or maybe you're working in a smaller company, right, where there are no senior developers. Now, what will you do in this such scenario? And for that, I want to show you a very useful extension. So if you just go on this extensions tab right here and search Code Rabbit, there we go. Click on right here, and you can see free AI code reviews that run directly in VS Code. So let's click on install. And actually not just in VS Code, if you are working with a team and you are creating pull requests, this can also review the pull request and add comments. It's absolutely amazing. Let me show you. So if I click on Trust Publisher and install, okay, there we go, installed. So what is CodeRabbit all about? Let me give you an in-depth information about it first. So here it is. This is the CodeRabbit's website, and as you can see, cut code reviews time and bugs in half instantly. And by the way, I've given the link to this in the description down below, so you can click on it and you will land on this page right here. So basically, imagine you have a senior developer that is looking over your shoulder 24/7, right? Whatever code you write, this will help you review it and will tell you the best practices and bunch of different stuff. Like if you notice right here, if you have, created a PR, it will give you this summary, like what this PR is all about, if there's something that you need to improve. So this is done all on GitHub as well as on your code editor, right? I'll show you the extension that we are installing, right? As you can see, it's giving us all of these reviews and all right here. So, all right, let's quickly go on and log in, and I'll log in using GitHub. There we go. It is setting it up. And there we go. We have logged in successfully. And again, CodeRabbit is absolutely free to get started. Now, first thing that I want to do is I want to go back to my VS Code and log in CodeRabbit. So click on over here in this tab, click on use CodeRabbit for free, click on open right here. There we go. It is open inside of a browser. I'm going to click on open Visual Studio Code, and it says allow CodeRabbit extension to open this URL. I'm going to click on open, and we are successfully logged in. Awesome. Now, right here, you can see it shows us the option to change the branch right here. Currently, we just have one branch, so no worries. And it also shows us all of these changes that we have made since last commit, but we can also review the committed changes, right? So let's do one thing. Let's review all of these changes that we have made right here. I'm going to click on review all changes, and it is starting the code review, and it follows multiple steps to check our code. First of all, it is analyzing all of the changes that we have made to our code, and now it is reviewing all of our files one by one. And you know what? I have actually added a few flaws over here in the header.js file while writing this code. I'm not sure if you guys were able to spot it, but let's see if CodeRabbit is able to spot them or not. So let's wait. All right, now you see it has started commenting on my code. So in the header.jsx, it has added 2 comments. First of all, in the pricing section, fix the on-click handler. Yes, so this is one of my intentional things that I left over here. So obviously this has to be inside of a callback, right? Something like this, since this is going to be a function, right? And if you want to update it, if you want to avoid re-renders, this should have a proper value over here, right? So, and it has completed the review. It has found these 3 issues over here. And let me just revert this actually for now. Let's see what are all the issues. And it actually provides us the AI to fix all of these issues. So right here, you can see it tells us initialize modal state to false. Obviously, by default, we want to tell if this is going to be true or false. So this is fairly accurate, right? So we need to make this false, and let's click on tick. So this is complete. So fix the on-click handler. Obviously right here, we're supposed to have a callback as I showed you, and we're going to say true as we click on this pricing button. So let's resolve this comment as well. What else? We have right here, updated at timestamp when patching user. Okay, so when we are updating the user right here, right, it is telling us to have an updated at as well. This is a really nice suggestion. So let's use their fix with AI, and let's see if it adds it right here. So you can see it has prompted itself, and it's getting the chat ready. And there we go. It has added this update right here. Let's accept this update. Nice. This is what we wanted. Let's see what else. Let me just close this chat window now. Okay, this pricing, we've already done this. So cool. What else? Okay, it tells us that we are using this await auth twice. And yeah, it is correct that we are using it twice. So why don't we take it and just put it right here. And let's save this. Awesome. And we have resolved all of the comments. Amazing. So guys, you see, this is how you make sure that you are writing clean code by using tools like CodeRabbit. Let's continue building our app, and we will make sure to come back to CodeRabbit, and I'll show you how you can make pull requests and get comments on top of it as well from CodeRabbit, right? So let's move forward. All right, so now let's understand how our database is going to look like, right? And I have created this rough flow diagram to show you how things are connected inside of our database, right? So we've already seen how we can create the users table, all of these fields right here, right? So let's see what are all the other tables that we're going to be having inside of our app. So first of all, we're going to be having this events table for storing all of the events. And also we're going to be having registrations table whenever a particular user registers inside of an event, right? So let's see. Inside of the events table, obviously we're going to be having a title of the event, the description, slug, that is the URL for that particular event, how we can find it, the name of the organizer, the category inside of which it exists, what are all the tags related to that event, start date, end date for that event, time zone in which it exists, location type, like it can be online, offline, the link for that venue, right? The Google Maps link probably, the exact address, city, state, country, we've already seen this. The capacity, that is how many people are allowed to visit that particular event. Ticket type, that is if it's free or paid. What is the price of the ticket if it's paid? And by the way, we will be processing these payments in offline mode. Registration count, how many people have registered for that particular event. The cover image for that particular event, and the theme color. So this theme color is what we will be allowing users to add in the pro plan, right? Otherwise they will have the default color. Created at, updated at, and the organizer ID, which is connected to our users table, right? So this is basically a foreign key connected to our users table so that we can easily query it and find the particular user's details. Now, when it comes to users, user can create a registration inside of an event. So you can see we have 2 foreign keys, that is the user ID and the event ID for which event this registration is made, right? It will have the attendee name, email, QR code. This is very important because we will scan this QR code to verify if this is the event that we're supposed to attend or not. If user is checked in, when did he check in, he or she check in, status, that is if it is confirmed or cancelled, when is it registered at, right? Cool then. So this is basically the overview of how our database basically looks like, right? So let's go on and create this inside of our app. So I'm going to go back to Convex schema.js. And since we've already created this users table over here, right? After this, we are going to be creating our events table. So similar to that, I'm going to say define table, something like this. And I'm going to duplicate it as well for our registrations table. Now I already have given you the basics on how you can create different things inside of the table. So let me create everything one by one. First of all, we are going to be having the title, description, and slug, already explained you. Then we're going to be having the details for the organizer. So, and notice over here, I'm going to say organizer ID, and this is connected to the users table, which already exists, right? So I'm going to say v.id, this users table, right? And also the organizer's name. We're going to add the event details like category and tags for that event. For the date and time, I'm going to have the start date, end date, and the time zone. Now let's add the details for our location. So location type, which can be physical or online. This is basically optional. We are not using this inside of our actual app, but I've added it so that if you want, you can add this feature as well inside of our app. Venue, basically the link, address, city, state. Next, we're going to be having the information related to capacity and ticketing. So basically how many people are allowed. The ticket type is free or paid. Ticket price, registration count, which will be updated as people go on to register inside of our event. And then we're going to be having values for customization like cover image and theme color for our event. And again, we will also be having the timestamps, right? When was it created at and updated at. And let's just add few indexes over here. We added that token index earlier, right? So for example, for our event, we want to find them by organizer, right? So in my events page, for example, we will just have the organizer ID. So we want to use that organizer ID to find a particular event. And similar to this, you can chain more indexes over here like this, dot index by category. So with respect to the category as well, we want to find a particular event. We are going to be having things like start date when the event starts to, sort it by slug when we are on the events page, and by the title as well when we are searching it, right? Inside of our search bar. Cool then. What about the registrations? First of all, we're going to have the event ID and the user ID. So event ID is going to be existing inside of the events table, right? So we are connecting it with the events table, and users ID with the users table. Okay. After it, let's add the attendee info. So I'm going to say attendee info will be attendee name and attendee email. Cool. We are going to be storing the QR code, which will be responsible for the entry or checking in, right? So QR code, which will be string. We will be generating a unique string for this. Let's add the details when user checked in and if user has checked in or not, right? So this will be true or false for checked in, and checked in at will be v.number, right? And after this, we will simply have the status if it is confirmed or cancelled. So basically over here, we're using union over here and right here as well. So union basically means that it can either be one of these two values, right? Either confirmed or cancelled. And also when they registered for this event. Okay. Let's add the indexes. So we want to find a registration by the event. So event ID, also user ID as well. We want to find it by user ID. We want to find the registration by the combination of the event ID and the user ID. So we will index this inside of our DB. And also we want to find an registration with respect to the QR code when we try to scan the QR code while giving the entry to the user, right? So yeah, this is how our whole schema looks like. We will have 3 major tables, which looks something like this. Awesome. Now that we have set up most of the things inside of our app, like we are done with the basics, right? Now, finally, let's go on and create the landing page for our app and deep dive in the visuals. So if you see, our landing page for this app looks absolutely amazing. It's so beautiful, and you already saw I got the inspiration for this from Luma, right? So if I just open it up, if we go back to readme over here, readme.md, here we are. So you can see we have taken the inspiration from right here, but our app is in the dark mode and we are going to be changing these things over here as well, right? Okay. So let's go back to our app, and right here inside of our page.js is where we will be creating this UI. But before moving forward, if you're someone who's preparing for interviews, you can definitely go and check out my front-end interview preparation course. This is the only thing that you will ever need to prepare for your front-end interviews. And not only this, I've covered every single topic of React.js, like React Router DOM, Redux, all of the hooks, class-based component, function-based component React, even the performance optimization, which is asked from senior developers a lot, tons of machine coding questions as well, and obviously in-depth interview preparation course on JavaScript as well. And not just this, along with this course, you get an active Discord community where you can ask your doubts whenever you get stuck, and we will be there to help you. So click the link in the description down below, because right now we're having the biggest sale of the year for a very limited time. So don't forget to check it out. Or you can also scan this QR code on your screen to go directly to the course page. So I'm going to remove this button right here. And inside of this div right here, I'm going to be having a section tab. And actually, let me just make this page.jsx so that we get suggestions over here. So section, and inside of this section, I'm going to be having a div, right? Now inside this div, we're going to be having two content, the left content and the right content. In the left content, we're going to be having this part. In the right content, we're going to be having this part right here. So for the left content, I'm going to be having a div again. Over here, first of all, I'm going to be having a span tag, which will say spot with this asterisk, which is, sort of symboled for our app. I'm going to say text gray to be 500, font light, and tracking wide. So let's see. Yes, something like this. It looks good. We're going to be having some margin bottom to be 6 over here. Then after this, we can have an h1 tag, which will contain our title. So discover and create amazing. And then we will have another brick, and then we will say events, right? So let's put it in span tag, because we will be writing this inside of a gradient, right? So event, let's see. Yes, something like this. After this h1, we're going to be having a paragraph tag, which will say whether you're hosting or attending, Spot makes every event memorable. Join our community today. Yes, something like this. Let's just write all of this, and then we can, style all of them one by one. Below it, we can have a link tag, which will take us to the explore page. Let's import it from next/link and import this button. I guess button is already imported. So let's see. Yeah, something like this. So let's give these styles now. First of all, for this section, I'm going to say padding bottom 16 to have some gap above the footer, right? Position relative, overflow hidden. For this div, I'm going to say class name of max width to be 7XL. MX is going to be auto, that is horizontal margin. I'm going to say display grid. And in the bigger screens, we will have two columns, right? So grid columns 2, some gap of 12 between them. Items is going to be center in the smaller screens, and position relative with Z index to be 10 so that it remains on top. So let's see. Yes, something like this. It's sort of in the middle. Let me just add the right side as well. So for right side, I'm going to be having a div. Inside this, I'm going to be having an image tag from next/image. Inside of it, we will simply have the hero.png that we have saved right here in the public folder, if you remember. And if you want to use a moving or animated version of this one, so I have added this one as well. This will look good if you want. And I've also added something related to React. So hero.png. Let's add an alt tag React meetup, or let's say hero image, because I had that React image earlier, right? That's why I added React meetup. Width and height to be 700. Class name width full, height auto, and priority. Let's go on and see. Yes, something like this. If I make it GIF, yep, you see, it still look good. Okay, cool. So let's continue writing our styles. First of all, for the left content, I'm going to say text to be center in the smaller screens, and in the bigger screens, text is going to be on the left side. So something like this. Okay. Now for the H1, we want it to be bigger, right? So I'm going to say class name text to be 5XL in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, 6XL, and even bigger screens to be 7XL. Font is going to be bold, margin bottom, leading is going to be 0.95, and tracking to be tight so that they are closer to each other. See, something like this. And we want to add some gradient over here in the events text, right? So I'm going to say background linear to right, that is from left to right gradient, from blue 400 via purple 400 to orange 400. And I'm going to say background clip text, so that we can just add this gradient on top of the text by clipping it, and text transparent. So now you'll see something like this. This looks awesome. Below it, for our paragraph, I'm going to say class name of text large in the smaller screens. In the bigger screens, text XL, text gray 400, some margin bottom of 12, max width is going to be large, and some font light. So something like this. And why is this get started appearing so small? Oh, because I've provided size XL, and we want to define this custom size inside of it, right? This obviously does not exist. So I'm going to duplicate it and I'm going to say XL height can be 12. And yeah, let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's increase the font size. So let's say text to be large. How about this? Yes, it looks good, I guess. And if we put it text MD as well, I think that looks fine. So yeah, it looks good. So yeah, this looks awesome. You see, this is our homepage. Let me just revert it back to more static image. That is what I like. But if you are into GIFs, you can add GIFs as well. Awesome. All right, nice. So now that we have done this, let me show you one more thing. So if I click on over here and create a new branch, let's say landing dash page, right? So I'll click on create new branch and it has created a new branch right here. And what I'll do, I'll commit this code that I've changed over here to this new branch. So I'll say add landing page and I'll say commit and publish this into this new branch right here. All right, there we go. It is published. Let's go back and verify. So yeah, indeed, we have an extra landing page branch right here. Now I want to create a pull request to be merged into master branch. But again, before merging, I want someone to review the code. So let me just first add CodeRabbit inside of my GitHub. So I'm going to click on add repositories and we can select repositories right here. So let me just select Spot, right? I'm going to select Spot, install and authorize. All right, there we go. The repository has been added. Now what I'll do, I'll go back to my GitHub and let's click on pull request and I'm going to create a new, actually it already shows us over here, compare and pull request. So I want to create a pull request from my landing page branch to my master branch. There we go. Make sure that you've selected landing page over here and you've selected master over here. So add landing page. I'm not going to be adding any description and whatever, right? So let's click on create pull request right here and let's see what happens. As soon as the pull request was completed, you can see CodeRabbit comes into picture, right? It has started doing the review. You can see review in progress and we didn't even have to do anything, right? Over here, it shows us the file changes and when it finishes its review, it will add the comments right over here. So you can see it has started actually currently processing new changes in this PR. It's giving us tip and everything, right? So let's wait for it to review all of this code. And it might take like a minute or two, just like the last time we did in VS Code. So while coding, you can just, you can just commit your code and you can chill out and it will be done and notify you. So let's wait. And there we go. Looks like it is done. So you can see it has written an in-depth description of what it has done. Walk through the changes, how much the code review effort was, right? It has given some checks, what failed, what passed, right? So let's just see what it has done right here. First of all, it tells us that we can, these are nitpick comments. So basically we can use main instead of dev right here. And for the main comments, first of all, it tells us that we can use background gradient to write instead of background linear to write. So basically Tailwind CSS has been just updated a few days ago while recording this video. So maybe this has not been updated yet. So both of them are actually fine. So we can ignore this comment right here. So we can just click on resolve. Now next, it tells us that we have used this /explore right here, right? So in fact, let me just open these file changes section right here so that it's clearly visible. So yeah, something like this. So you can see we have this, so yeah, /explore over here, right? So it has scanned whole of our project to see if /explore exists or not. So it obviously does not exist as of now because we are going to be creating very soon in the future, right? So it has added this comment. So we can probably add a reply over here. We'll create this route in future and add single comment, right? We don't need to do anything else over here. And one more thing that it has added comment over here is instead of this hero img, something like that, right? We can add a descriptive comment, something like this, right? So we could have probably said something like hero image or what's actually happening in this picture, that is hero image of a rock concert, right? So, okay, we will do that. Let's resolve this. Then now we can safely go on over here since we don't have any critical changes to be made. We have already fixed it in the previous CodeRabbit review, right? Which we did in VS Code. So now we can safely go on and merge the pull request. Confirm merge. And this has merged the landing page inside of our master branch. Awesome. Let's go back and switch back to the master branch and we will pull our code from right here. So pull, and we have all the latest changes. Awesome. Let's move forward. All right. So now let's work on our explore page, which is honestly the heart of our application, right? So if we are on home page, just click on right here on the explore button and we will be on the explore page with the /explore route, right? And over here, first of all, you can see we have this carousel right here, which shows us the featured events. Basically, these are the events which are getting most amount of registrations. So these are featured on the top. If you scroll down, if we have already done our onboarding or if we are logged in, we will see all of the events near us. If you further scroll down, we will see all of the events divided in categories, in different categories. And if you further scroll down, it will show you the popular events across the country, which are getting most amount of attention right now, right? Now, if you click on this view all for events near you, it will show you all of the events that are happening right now in your city, right? Currently, I'm in Gurgaon, so it shows me events in Gurgaon, right? Let's go back. If I select a particular category like technology, it will show me all the events in a particular technology, right? So this is super cool. And after we have created our events page, we will also create the onboarding model, which we will come to very soon after we have built this page, right? Okay. Now, first thing first, you see all of these categories right here, right? Now, there are not a lot of categories when it comes to events, right? So I've taken all of the major categories right here. And what we will do, we will go to our code inside of this lib folder right here. I'll create a new file called data.js and we will keep all the categories in an object, right? Now we can either go on and create like all the categories right here in an object, or what we can do, we can just go to my GitHub repository from the link in the description down below. Just go to this lib, go to this data.js file and copy this data right here. This is just some static data. Let me show you what it is. So basically right here, we have different event categories, right? Like tech. So this is going to be the ID, the label that we will be displaying, the icon, and some description on this, right? Similarly, we have all these different categories that you can copy. And we have some helper functions over here, which are very easy. So basically, if you want to get a category by ID, we are doing categories array dot find, and we are providing it with a particular ID, and we are getting that particular object, right? If we were to find the community, we would have supplied this community right here, and it would have returned us this particular object. Similarly, we can get category label by using the ID, so it will just return us this label. You can also get a particular categories icon using the ID, right? So these are just very simple helper functions that we will be using throughout our app. Let's close it. Now, we have two options over here. If we are going to create this explore page right here, so basically this /explore page, which obviously does not exist yet, we would need some events, right? To render them first. So wouldn't it make sense if we were to go on and create this create event page first? Yes, we could do that, but that would actually get a little bit more complex at this point of this video, right? I want to increase the difficulty step by step so that you guys can understand properly what I'm trying to do over here. So what we can do, we can just put some events inside of our database first, and then we can render them, we can work on them, and then later on, we can add the event creation logic. What do you guys think, right? And for that, I've created a very simple seeding script for you guys, which again, you don't need to worry about at all. So basically, in my GitHub repository, there is this seed.js file inside of this Convex folder right here. You just have to copy this file and paste it right here. And don't worry, this copy paste does not mean we are skipping any step. We are not skipping any step. We are just adding some data, all of this dummy data inside of our database, right? If you want, you can go on and follow the create event step first and then come back to creating this explore page. But I would recommend you to go as we are moving in this video right now, right? So just copy this code. You don't need to see it at all. This is just a random script which generates a few events and adds it to our database, right? So just put it right here. And if you go back to your Convex now, inside of the functions, you will find this seed script over here, right? So just click on run. So just click on run function right here and click on run mutation. And it gives us the error that, okay, so, all right, yeah. So we have to add the country field over here as well in our schema, which we have not added. So yeah, make sure to add this country v.string. And let's try to run this mutation again. Let me just refresh this and click on run mutation. And yes, I guess the seeding is done. Let's go and check our data. Let's close this. And yes, we have a ton of events right here. Awesome. Great, then now we are ready to work with like work on our explore page. So first of all, let's go on and create some APIs so that we can fetch this data from the backend, right? So we have already seen how we can create APIs right here in users.js. So similarly, I'm going to be creating a new file for events. So events.js. And here we will be writing all of our APIs related to our events, right? So if you remember, if you wanted to query some data, we do export const get featured events, something like this. And this will obviously be responsible for getting our featured events, right? So import this query. Inside this queries, we're going to be taking some args right here. And we are going to be having the handler function, right? So inside of the args, and this thing is optional, we will be taking limit, right? So v.optional, let's import v. And this is going to be a number. Like for example, if you want 3 featured events or 4 featured events, depends on you, right? Inside this handler, this is going to be a callback, which will take the context and also the args, right? Inside this, first of all, I'm going to say const now equals date dot now, so that we can get the events which are today or after today, right? So I'll say const events equals await ctx dot db, and I'm going to say dot query, and I'll query the events table. Now we want to query it with respect to the index that we have added right here. So if you see, by start date, right? So we want to fetch all of the events which like have start date today or after today. So I'm going to say dot with index, and you can see it shows us by start date. Copilot gives me this suggestion, so it's actually by start date, just like this. Inside this, we are not going to have any callback, so something like this. Let me just put it this way. So with index by start date, then after this, we're going to filter it out to be greater than or equals to this start date, right? So I'll say dot filter. I'm going to take each and every result and I'll say greater than or equals to with respect to this start date, right? So it should be greater than or equals to now. The start date should be greater than or equals to now. And I'll say dot order. And inside this, I'm going to say descending order. And then I'll say dot collect. That's all. So now we have all of the events. And now what do we want to do? We want to get all the featured events, right? With respect to the registration count. So I'm going to say sort by registration count for featured events. So below it, I'm going to say const featured equals events dot sort. And inside this, we are going to be sorting just the way that they have done over here, right? We're going to be taking like 2 events, and I'm going to say b.registered count minus a.registered count. And then I'm going to be taking out 3 events from over here. So after this, I'm going to say dot slice 0 to args dot limit, and I'm going to say return featured, right? So yeah, this is how we can get our featured events. Let's create another API, and this one will be for getting the events by location, that is the city or state. So inside of this, first of all, we'll get our args. First one will be city. It's going to be optional. Then we're going to be having the state is going to be optional as well. And then we're going to be having the limit, right? After this, we're going to be having the handler function, just like before. Inside this handler function, first of all, we want the current date just like before, so that we can see the start date. So let's just copy this thing up and paste this right here. We won't be needing this order descending. So now that we have all of the states, we can filter them by either city or states, right? So I'm going to say if args.city is there for that particular events, I'm going to say events.filter e.city.to lowercase args.city.to lowercase. So basically these args right here. Else, if city is not there, if the state is there, then I'm going to say events equals events.filter e.state to lowercase equals to args.state to lowercase, right? Simple enough. And if there's any limit, we will return with respect to that. Else we will say 4. Cool. Now we also want the popular events at the bottom. So if you remember these events right here at the very bottom. So I'm going to create a Convex function for that. Get popular events. This will take the args with limit on how many events we want. And actually this will be fairly similar to this one as well. So I'm just going to be copying this whole thing up and paste it right here. The only change that we want to make over here is instead of these city and state, I'm going to be saying sort by registration count. So I'll say events.sort with respect to b.registration minus a dot registration in the descending order, and I'll take 6 because 6 is what we want to render over there, right? And then we will return the popular events. Okay. Now 2 more API calls, if you remember. So if you want to get all of the events in a particular city, so if we want to get the event for a particular category, so if we click on this, see something like this. And also if we want the count of events in a particular category, we can have a server like the Convex function for that as well. So let me show you. Again, it's going to be very similar to what we have done right here. So I'll just copy it up and paste this. So this one will be get events by category, and this will have the category that we want to get the events for and the limit. Inside the handler, now we're going to get all the events. Okay. But instead of this by start date, we are going to say by category, because we have created this index inside of our schema, right? By category. So this is what we want right here. So we're going to provide this particular category, and I'm going to say dot filter it with respect to the start date if it's after today, and I'm going to say dot collect. Then after this, let's just return simply 12 events for that particular category. Now next, if we want to get category counts, that is events in a particular category, we can have an API call for that as well. And this is fairly simple. Let me just show you. So this is the handler function. Inside this, again, we're taking now, we are getting all of the events with respect to the start date. I'm going to be taking an empty object, and I'm going to say events.forEach. I'm going to take each and every event, and I'm going to put it inside of this particular object, right? I'm going to say counts event.category, and we're going to increment it for that particular category, right? So that we have this object, we can return it to the front end, and then we can take the data with respect to that, right? So we can say return counts. So yeah, we have all of these functions that we will be using to render inside of our explore page. So inside of our app, let's go on and first create the explore page. Now, since for our auth routes, we have created this auth folder right here, right? So explore page is going to be a public page, but we are going to be having some page which are private pages like my ticket page or my events page. So we are going to categorize them accordingly. So for our public pages, I'm going to say public, and inside of this, we are going to be creating the explore page, right? We are also going to be having for private pages the main folder, right? So we're going to be coming back to it, but right now we're going to be creating the explore page. So inside the explore page, we are going to be creating a new file for layout.jsx or layout.js. So basically this layout will wrap our explore page and our explore/category or local city page, right? So we are going to be creating layout with respect to that. So let me show you. So if I say RFCE explore layout, and I'm going to be having a div right here with class name, padding bottom to be 16, minimum height to be screen, right? And inside of this, if you notice, we have this discover events, which is going to be a part of this explore page, right? But if you go on to a particular city page right now, let's see. So something like this. This is the part of that page, but this back to explore will be common over here in the layout, right? So this is what we'll be adding in the layout. So inside of this div right here, I'm going to be having another div which will say max width to be 7 XL, MX auto sets in the very middle, padding horizontal to be 6. And then inside of this, I'm going to check if is it the main explore page or not. So what we will do, we will take a hook over here on the top called use path name, import it from next/navigation, and we will make this a client component. So I'll say use client since we are using hooks over here, right? So I'm going to check const is main explore. So if the path name contains /explore, that means it is a explore page. So what we'll do inside this div, I'm going to say if not is main explore, and then inside this is where we will be creating that back to explore button. So over here, I'm going to be having this div margin bottom p6 and a button component from Shadcn UI variant ghost. On click, it will say router.push/explore. It will send us to the explore page, and we also need to take this router right here. So I'm going to say const router equals use router. Let me just move it over here, and let's import it from next/navigation only. Some class name of gap2 arrow left with back to explore right here. Let's see inside of our app. Currently we cannot see anything because we don't have any page right here, right? So we'll come back to it then. So let's take the children, which will render our page, and we will render them right over here. Children. Awesome. This looks good. So now let's just quickly create a page component over here. So I'll say page.jsx, RAFCE, explore page. Let's also create a dynamic explore page. So basically, as I showed you, if we are over here in a particular city or in a particular category, this will be a dynamic explore page. And since the value over here is not the same, it keeps on changing, we will be creating a different type of route over here. So over here, inside of here in the explore, we're going to be creating a new folder with 2 square brackets, and I will say slug inside of it. And I'm going to create a new file called page.jsx. So this is basically a dynamic route. So RAFCE, and let's call it dynamic explore page, right? So this is not constant. It will change according to what is in the URL. So let's go and see inside of our app now. If we are on the explore page, yes, this is here. Let's say if we are on slash Gurgaon, Haryana. Yes, now you can see we are on the dynamic explore page and we have this option to go back to explore. If we click on it, we are back to the explore page. Awesome. Now let's go on and build this explore page first. So here we are. So we have created all of these APIs right here, right? So how do you fetch them? So I already showed you, we have hooks like use query or use mutation to fetch them. So let me show you. Let's say for the featured events, right? So I'll say use query and we'll be importing them from Convex/React, and this is going to be a client component now since we're using hooks right here. So I'll say use query, and inside of this, it will take API, import it from at Convex/generated/API, and I'll say dot events, and this will give us different options with respect to what we have created, right? So I'll say get featured events, and I'm going to say const data, and we'll get this right here, right? Let's take this data and console log this to see what are we getting. So let's go back and I'm going to click on inspect, go to console, and notice we are getting all of these arrays right here, right? So for a particular event, we can see the address, capacity, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's completely fine. But if you have worked with APIs before, you know, when the APIs are getting fetched, we are supposed to handle their loading, their error states, right? And also store their data and all of these bunch of different things, right? So for each and every API that we'll be fetching, we have to do this again and again. So wouldn't it make sense if we were to create a custom hook that could, you know, abstract all of this logic in one place so that we don't have to do this again and again? Let me show you. And by the way, creating custom hooks is a very important interview question as well. So I've discussed this and more such questions in my front-end interview prep course. So make sure to check it out from the link in the description down below. So over here in the hooks folder, I'm going to create a new file called use convex query.jsx. I'll say export const use convex query equals, I'll take the query, and if there's any argument, so I'll say args, and inside of it, we will get the query. So I'll take the query and paste it right here. And then we will create the 3 states that we want to handle, right? So first one is for our data, loading, and the error. So data set data, loading set is loading, and error set error. So again, use state is basically like a normal variable in React.js for storing the values and stuff. So let's import the use state. Instead of this data, let's call it result, right? All right. So when this hook will be running for the very first time, so we'll be using use effect, right? So use effect runs when the component runs for the very first time if the dependency array is empty right here. If there is something inside of this dependency array, like in our case, I'm going to put result. Every time result changes, this column will be invoked. First of all, I'll check if result is equals to undefined, then set loading to true. This will be the start of our loading. If that is not the case, I'm going to say else, then try set data to result, set error to null, right? If there's any error, then set error to error, and I'm going to display a toast. Now we need to set up this toast as well in just a moment. And in the end, we will set the loading to false. Now, how do you set the toast? First of all, import this toast from Sonar, right? So now this toast will work when throw the error when the error occurs. And in the end, we will return the data is loading and the error. Now, similar to this, we will be creating another hook for our mutations as well. So this was for the querying, and I'm just going to copy and paste it right here. And the other one will be called use convex mutation. Now in this case, the only difference will be we'll be using use mutation over here. We will take the mutation, and also, by the way, these args, I have not provided them over here, I believe, yes. So comma args that we are getting from there. Yeah, so in this case, this will be just be mutation. We don't need the args over here because this thing returns us with a function over here instead of result. So I'll say mutation function, and let's remove this use effect with return and all. We will have these three states right here. I'll say const mutate equals async, and we will be taking the args right here, right? Now, first of all, we will set the loading to true and error to null. And after this, we will be making the API call just like before. So I'm going to say try, and I'll say await mutation function that we have gotten from over here for this mutation, and we'll provide the arguments inside of it. We'll take the response and set data to the response, right, and return it. If we have any error, we will set it to the error and also show the toast. Finally, we will set is loading to false. If you want, you can just remove this throw error as well, since we're already showing it. Then in the end, we will simply return all of these things. So mutate, data, is loading, error, right? Simple enough. And there we go. This is how both of these functions are going to be looking like. Sorry, the hooks are going to be looking like. So for this toast right here, let's go to our layout.js and add the sonar component over here. So I'm going to say toast, import it from add component /UI/sonar and add rich colors. And if you want, you can change the position for this one as well. So let's say top center, something like that, right? So I'll just keep it default. Okay, let's close this layout now. And let's go on and make use of this use convex query now. So I'll say use convex query from our hooks. And now you'll notice it will provide us with a bunch of different things. So if I go back, check this out. It shows us, like, it provides us with all of this data right here, right? It provides us with the error. It provides us with is loading as well, right? So different things so that we can make use of it and display our UI in an appropriate way. Okay, so let's do one thing. Instead of this data, I'm going to destructure it, destructure the data and is loading, and rename the data to featured events and is loading to loading featured, right? And also we can provide it with the args, right? Like we want 3 featured events, right? So we can provide limit to be 3 over here. Okay. We also want the information of the current user. So we can make use of this use convex query. And this will be useful when we want to know the location of that user, right? Right now, we have not onboarded the user, so we don't know where user exists. But we'll see what we can do for that in the onboarding flow. So I'm going to say use convex query api.users.getCurrentUser that we had created. We also want APIs like get events by location, right? So I'll say use convex query. Inside this api.events, get events by, right? Inside this curly braces, I'm going to be providing the current user's location.city, location.state, and the limit on how many events by location that we want. Let's store them inside of this data, which will rename to local events and is loading to loading local. After this, we want to get the API for the popular events across the country. So again, similar to this, we're going to be saying use convex query, and we'll say api.events. Actually, this should be renamed explore. That will be more appropriate, right? Since we are creating the explore page over here. So let's do one thing. Instead of this events, I'm going to say explore.js, and let's rename all of these events to explore. That's more like it. Let's also get for the categories, right? So api.explore.get category counts. Okay, cool. So we have taken all 4 of our convex functions right here. Great. Let's go on below and start building our UI. So inside of an empty fragment, I'm going to first of all take the hero section. So I'll have our div right here, which will have an h1 first, which will say discover events. So discover events in an h1, which will say text 5xl in smaller screens, bigger screen 6xl, font bold, margin bottom to be 4. And below it, we're simply going to say a paragraph tag with explore featured events, find what's happening locally, or browse events across India. With text large, text mutates because we want it to be a little subtle. Max width to be 3xl, margin horizontal to be auto. And this div is going to be having class name of padding bottom 12 and text to be center. So let's see. Okay, we're getting some error. Get featured events. Okay. It's getting some. This is explore, right? So spelling is correct. What's wrong? Let me just restart the convex right here. So over here, let's close this and restart it. Let's see in the explore if we have any error. So, okay, right here. So we are reassigning events, right? So this should be let instead of const because this is getting reassigned right here. Let's see if this is issue in other functions. No, I don't think so. Okay, nice. This looks good. Let's see. I'll refresh it. All right, we have our heading right here. Amazing. So we can continue. So below this div right here, we are going to be having the featured events carousel. Then we're going to be showing the local events. Then we will have all of the events in categories and all of the popular events across country. And then we can also handle the empty state if no event exists. So empty state. So yeah, this is how the skeleton looks like. Let's continue. Let's first create the featured carousel. We already have fetched the data right here, featured events, right? So we're gonna be taking it and we're gonna check if featured events has something inside of it. So and then we're gonna check featured events.length. If it's more than 0, then we will render something right here. And we will render a div inside of which we can have a carousel. Okay. So inside of this div, we're gonna be rendering a carousel component. First of all, let me just give this div some class name of margin bottom to 16. Now, inside of this is where we will be using this carousel component from Shadcn UI. So you can just go on over here and click on this carousel right here. So you'll land right here. So if you click on over here, you'll see that we have this carousel just like this. And this is how the code for it looks like. Like we use some array and then inside of this, like we have this carousel first of all, parent tag. Then we have carousel content, and then we have each and every carousel item that we want to render along with this carousel previous, carousel next buttons. And if you further scroll down, so it will tell you how you can install it. We've already installed it, right? There are different views for this carousel, the way it looks, right? And also if I further scroll down, you'll see it tells us how we can add the autoplay as well. So we need to install this Embla carousel autoplay, I believe. So let's just copy it up and over here in the terminal, let me open a new terminal, npm install Embla carousel autoplay. Now let's do one thing. Let's take this carousel example that they've given on the top. I'm just gonna copy this whole thing up and then we will make changes according to us. Right, so it is installed. This is good. Inside of this div, I'm gonna paste it. Let's keep class name width full. I'm gonna remove this max width from over here. Let's just import all of these. So from add carousel content, carousel item, and let's keep everything inside of it empty for now. Okay, let's import this carousel previous and carousel next buttons as well. We also need to import that autoplay plugin that we installed, right? So let's see how they mentioned in the docs. So over here in the plugins, so we have to add this autoplay delay, something like this. Okay, so instead of adding it right here directly, what we can do, we can take a ref over here. So right below this, I'm going to say const plugin equals useref hook from React. And I'm going to be importing this autoplay as well from this Embla carousel autoplay that we had installed. We're going to keep delay to be 5000 and stop on interaction to be true. When the user is hovering on it, we will stop it, right? So we'll take this plugin over here and we just need to add it over here as props. So we'll say plugins equals plugin.current, right? Because we have stored it inside of useref. That's why we are using current over here. We can also have options like on mouse enter, we will stop it, and on mouse leave, this will continue, right? So reset. Now inside this carousel content over here, we'll do map, right? So instead of this, we will say featured events.map. I will take each and every event over here. For this key, instead of index, I'll say event.id. Inside this is where we can render our carousel. So let's have a div. Now on this div, we will add an on click event. What happens when you click on a carousel? It will take you to that particular event, right? So for that, we can create a function over here, a common function that we can use throughout this component, which is handle event click. And we will provide it with the slug for that event that will take us to that particular event, right? So for routing to a different page, we need a hook over here called useRouter. Import it from next/navigation, and I'll take this router and I'll say router.push/events/slug. Now, if you don't know what this slug is all about, let me show you the data that we have added in the database. So it basically looks like this. React Next.js building the future of web application with some ID, right? Which is going to be added in our URL, which is also good for SEO. Cool. So this is handle event click. Let's take this and I'm going to be adding it right over here on click. Let's give this div some class name of position relative, height to be 400 pixel, rounded XL, overflow hidden, cursor to be pointer. Now inside of it, I'm going to check if this event has any image, because we can also not have any image, right? This is optional. So event.coverImage. So if we have something, we're going to show it. Otherwise, we're going to do something else. Let me just add an empty fragment for it for now, just like this for both of these things. So first of all, for this one, I'm going to be having an image tag if we have already got an image, right? So let's import it from next/image, and inside of it, I'm going to say src to be event.coverImage and alt tag to be event.title. Okay, I'm going to say fill, class name to be object cover, and if you want, you can add this priority over here, or you can choose to avoid it. Otherwise, we're going to show a div over here with the background color of that particular event that we will be selecting when we go on to create an event, right? You might remember from the start of this video. And class name is going to be absolute, inset to be 0. So let's see. Okay, so it gives us this error that this is not configured in next.config.js, right? So obviously we are using the unsplash images over here. So we need to configure it right here in our next.config.mjs, just like this. You have to add images and insert this domains and just add this domain over here. Okay, cool. Let's see. There we go. This looks awesome. So right now we can just see the cover images, right? This looks awesome. If we click on it, what happens? It takes us to object. Wait, did I do something wrong over here? Handle event click. Yes, we are calling it over here. We're providing the slug, and slug over here is appearing to be, it's because we are not sending it from over here. That's right. So over here, we're supposed to say event.slug, right? Now if we go back and if you hover on it, click on it, you'll see. Now it takes us to proper URL. Awesome. So, okay. Now below right here, I'm going to be adding a div. So basically this will add basically make these images darker so that we can display the text on top of it. So this can be background linear to right. Let's see. Yes, you can see it has made it darker so that we can add some text on top of it. Great. Let's add another div over here. And basically what we are doing is we're saying position absolute, inset 0, and some gradient from black 60 to black 30. Over here in this div, I'm going to display things like city, event title, description, when it starts, etc., right? So I'm going to say some class name, relative, height is going to be full, display flex column, justify and some padding to be 8. And in the bigger screens, padding is going to be 12. Okay, now inside this div, first of all, we're going to be having a badge, which will display city, state, and country. So import from add components, and let's see. Yes, something like this. This is what we wanted. Yeah, we can see it in the other slides as well. Awesome. Below it, I'm going to display the title and the description. So event.title and event.description. So text 3XL, in the bigger screens 5XL, font bold, margin bottom to be 3 and text white, something like this. This looks awesome. And description will obviously be smaller font size. After this, we are going to be having a div with display flex, items to be center, gap to be 4, text white to be 80% opacity. Inside this, we can display the event start date. So with a calendar icon right here, calendar from Lucid React, we will have a span tag and we will have this format. So basically this format function, this comes from a library called date-fns. So import it from date-fns, it's already installed, and it's going to be event.startDate, and it will be in the format of PPP. So if you want to see what this format is all about, just click on over here and just press Ctrl P and search for what this format is. So you can see something like this. You can see all of the different types of formats right here if you want to use something else, right? So let's save it and check. Yes, something like this. Apart from this, below this div right here, I'm going to be having another div with map pin icon, which will say event.city. Let's see. Yes. And then another div which will show the registration count. So users, how many users have registered. So event.registration count registered. Yep, something like this. Okay, it's loading. Yeah, something like this. This looks awesome now, isn't it? Now, if you want to put these on top of the carousel, what you can do, you can add class name left 4 and right 4 for the carousel next. So they will be right here so that These will look much better now. Awesome. Now we can render the local events. But if you remember, for the local events, if I go to explore.js, see, get events by location, this takes city and state. And I don't think we have city and state right now, right? Because we have not created the onboarding flow for the user. Let's see over here, right? But you can see we have hard coded some values over here like Gurugram, Haryana. After we are done, we can remove these as well. So regardless, we will get some local events over here. So, okay, let's go down and I'm going to say if local events are there and local events.length is more than 0, then inside this, we will be rendering a div with the class name of margin bottom to be 16. Here, we're going to have another div with display flex, item center, justify between, and margin bottom to be 6. And then first of all, I'm going to render the heading just like before. So an H2 events near you and paragraph happening in whatever the city that user lives in. But obviously, since we don't have anything right here in this current user location.city, we won't be seeing it. We won't be seeing this section. Even though we have some response from our API, we won't be seeing it right here. So why don't we go on and add it manually to our database, right? Then later on, we will remove it when we want to do some onboarding stuff. So over here, we just need to add the object with some city, country, and state. So, okay, let's press enter. Nice. Now we should see just like this. And you see how quick Convex is when it comes to rendering. Let's have a button right here as well, which will say view all, and it will take us to that particular locations page. Let's import this button and arrow right. And also we will create this handle view local events function. So on the top, I'm going to say const handle view local events. And inside of this, we need to form our URL. So first of all, we will take out the city and state from the current user. So current user.location.city and the state. After this, we're going to create a location slug. So something like this, const slug equals create location slug. And since this thing is like this thing will be done in multiple places. So let's just create a function over here in the lib. I'm going to be creating a new file called location-utils.js. And inside of this, I'm going to create a function called create location slug, which will take city and a state. And what it will do, it will convert it to the lowercase. It will replace any spacing and all with this dash, same with the state, and then it will connect it. Okay, let's import it right here. And then below it, I'm going to say router.push/explore/slug. Awesome. Let's go back down over here and let's see if we have something right here. Yes, view all. Great. By the way, one thing that I forgot to do over here is when these APIs are loading, right? So what we can do, I'm going to say is loading over here, which will take all of these three loading feature, loading local and loading popular, and it will display a loader over here. So I'm going to say if is loading is true, then I'm going to show this loader from Lucid React loader icon, and it will show me this spin loading right here, right? It's pretty simple. Dev answer this loader too. So let's see if I refresh the page. Yes, something like this. This is exactly what we wanted. Okay, now, so below this button, below this div right here, I'm going to be rendering another div where we will be rendering all of the local events. So I'm going to say local events.map, and inside of it, I'm going to be rendering an event card component, which does not exist yet, but we will be creating it in a moment. We will take this event and we will supply it with the key event.id and the actual event, the variant. So there are going to be multiple variants for this, and on click. So handle event click that we have already created, right? The class name for this div can be display grid. Grid column 1 in smaller screens, in the bigger screens 2 columns, in the larger screens 4 columns, and some gap of 4. So let's go on and create this event card first. So over here in the components, I'm going to say new file event-card.jsx event card, and let's import it right over here just like this. Let's go on and see. So yeah, you see we have 4 events right here that we wanted to render. Okay, so over here, first of all, let me just take all of those props. So it's going to be event, on click, show actions, on delete, variant, and some class name. And actually I wrote variant compact over here. It will actually be grid, not compact. So let's create both of the variants right here. First of all, I'm going to say if variant is equals to list, then we will render it over here. Otherwise, if no variant is provided, then we can render it right here. So inside of this list, I'm going to be rendering a card component over here. So I'll say return. Inside this, I'll have a card component from Shadcn UI. So import it. Class name is going to be some vertical padding of 0 group so that this is clickable, the whole card. And we can provide these styles to other places as well. Cursor pointer. On hover, shadow is going to be large. Transition all. On hover, border will become purple, right? And if you want to supply any class name from outside, we have also provided this class name over here. On click, what happens? This will also be supplied from outside. And guys, in interviews, interviewers ask you questions like this: how will you create such a scalable component? By providing proper props from outside. So you have to think of all of these things like on click, on delete, etc., right? And again, I've covered these things in my interview prep resource as well. So you can check it out from the description down below. Now, we're gonna be adding the card content inside of it, some padding, display flex, gap of 3. Cool. So first of all, we want to add the event cover image over here. So let's have a div. Inside this div, I'm going to say event.cover image. If it's there, then I'm going to render this image tag from next/image with source tag, alt tag, fill, class name, object cover. Otherwise, we're just going to be rendering the category icon. So if you remember, we had created this get category icon over here, right? So we're getting it with respect to the category ID. We're going to display the background color on what the color of that particular event that we have selected while creating it. And then we'll give this div some class names, width of 20, height of 20, rounded large, shrink of 0 flex shrink, overflow hidden, and position relative, so that we can make this absolute and center line it. So let's see. So, okay, yeah, we cannot see it right here because we are creating the list right now. So let's do one thing. I'm going to say list and let's see if we see it. Yes. So this will be used for the popular view. Okay, let's get back over here. Now below this div, I'm going to render the event details like the event title. And again, these things are very simple. So even though I am bringing the code quickly, rendering these title descriptions and all of those things are something that you should be able to do by default, right? If you're following this tutorial, you should have basic React knowledge as well, right? So font, semi-bold, text to be small, margin bottom to be 1, group hover is going to be text purple 400. And also guys, if you don't understand something at any point, just make sure to use ChatGPT to ask what's going on over there if I happen to miss explaining that part. Transition going to be color. When we hover on it, we're changing the colors, right? And line clamp to be 2, which is going to be overflow hidden. Then after this, we're going to be displaying the start date for that event. I'm going to import the format and they will be rendered in this format along with the time as well. After this, we have done this previously to render the details of the the event. Let's have the map pin over here and we can show the location type. Is it online? But we are not supporting the online event, right? But still, I've added this location type in the DB so that you can add it later on if you want. But right now, obviously, it will be rendered event.city. Below it, we're going to have another div with users icon and number of users who have registered. So let's see. Yep, something like this. This looks awesome. Let's create this one as well. And you know what? I'm going to just take this whole card component and copy it up and paste it right here. And we will make the changes accordingly the way we want to style it. So first of all, for the class name, I'm going to say overflow hidden, some padding top. If there's an on click provided, then I'm going to say cursor pointer, on hover, shadow large, transition all, border purple to be 500, just like we've done earlier. And if you want to provide some custom class name, we can do that over here as well. Let me just switch it back to the grid view. Yep. Now it's going to take shape according to the grid. Okay. Now before this card content over here, I want to render this image, right? So what I'll do, I'll take this whole div from inside of it and put it outside, and then we will customize what we want to do with it. So basically for the class name, I'm going to say relative position, height is going to be 48 and overflow hidden. So something like this, so that it looks better. For the image right here, I'm going to say class name, width and height to be full, object cover. When we hover on it, scale is going to be 105 and transition is going to be transformed. So it's slowly transforming. When it comes to this div, I'm going to say width and height to be full again. Display flex, item center, justify center, and text to be 4XL. So that it's bigger, something like this. Below it, we can render if this is a free event or a paid event, right? So let's import this badge from Shadcn UI. Variant is going to be secondary. And if the ticket type is free, then show free, otherwise paid. Let's see. Yep, something like this, paid, and yeah, something like this. Cool. Below it, for the card content, I'm simply going to say space y to be 3 so that we have some spacing between things. First of all, we're going to be having a div which will render our category and the title, right? So let's do one thing. I'll just remove this div altogether and let's build it from scratch. So inside of this, first of all, I'm going to be having a div which will render a badge with variant outline, which will have the category icon. So import it, and category label. Import this function as well. We have already created it. And an h3 which will render event.title with class of font size bold. It's kind of similar to what we have already done earlier. Then we will have another div below it to render other stuff. So space y to be 2, text small, text mutate foreground. So first of all, let's see how this looks right now. Yes, something like this. This is bigger. Inside of this div, just like before, we will be rendering the start date first with the calendar icon from Lucid. Then below it, we will be rendering the map pin icon and then the location, right? So something like this, yes. And then below that div, we are going to be rendering how many users have registered out of the available capacity, right? So 14 out of 40 register, for example, this one, right? Looks good. Now, if you notice, we have this show actions button right here, right? And this will be basically used in pages like my events. So let me show you. Right now, it will be hidden in this page. But if we go to my events from over here, see, this is the created events. So we can see this view and we can also see the delete button as well, right? So yeah, this will be used over there. So we will be creating it here as well. So right below there, I'm going to say show actions. If it is true, then I'm going to be rendering a div inside of it. And this will simply have, this will simply have a button component with variant outline, size small, class name flex1. On click, it will stop any event if it has triggered any event and just trigger the on click event, right? And this will be called view. Below this, below right here, actually below this button, I'm going to say if on delete is there so that we can delete this event. I'm going to render this button with variant outline, size small, on click, again similar to that, on delete, since we are providing it over here, some class name and some trash to icon, right? Cool. So we won't see it over here. We will be using it when we go on to create our my events page. So you don't need to worry about it right now. Cool then. So this is done. What's next? Let's see. In the explore page, we're supposed to render all of these categories over here. Okay, cool. Let's go back to our page.jsx. So browse by category. First of all, I'm going to be taking a div over here, and inside this, I'm going to be rendering the h2. So h2 will contain browse by category. And then below it, we can render all of the categories. So I'll first of all have a div, and this will simply have a class name of display grid. Grid columns 2 in smaller screens, in bigger screens 4, in larger screens 4 as well. So I guess we can remove this one, gap to be 4. And inside this, we can just take this, where is it? This category counts that we have created, right? Let's do one thing. Let's add this with our categories object that we have in the local. So I'll say categories dot map. I'll take each and every category. Let's call it cat. Inside this, I'll say return and return an object with that category and the count related to that particular category, right? And let's store it inside of this categories with counts object. So let's take this and then we can render it over here. So inside of this div, I'm going to say categories with counts dot map, and we can render a card component over here, just like this. On click, we can trigger and handle category click function, which does not exist, but it will be fairly similar to this one, handle event click. So let's first create this, then we'll continue. So handle category click. Instead of slug, this will have category ID. So let's go back. So basically over here, where let's just import card component. Key is going to be category.id. Class name is going to be some vertical padding. Group, cursor pointer. On hover, will show shadow large, transition all. Border purple to be 500. And inside of this card, we're going to show the card content with class name, horizontal padding. In the bigger screens, padding of 6, display flex, item center, and gap to be 3. Inside of this, we're going to first of all show the category icon, right? So category.icon. Then after this, let's show the label and all of the events that exist inside of that category. So category.count and event. If it is not equals to 1, then we're going to say events. If it is 1, then we will just say event, right? So that's all that we're doing over here. So let's see how this looks. Categories is not defined. Okay, so let's just import this categories over here, and now we should be good to go. Let's see. Yep, this looks awesome. And if we click on it, let's say, yeah, it takes us to /event/tech for that individual category page. Great. Now all we need to render is this popular events across India. So it's going to be fairly simple. Let's go on over here. I'm going to say popular events and popular events.length. Inside of this, just like before, we're going to be having a div with margin bottom 16, and we will have an h2 with a paragraph which will say popular across India and trending events nationwide. Below it, we will have a div just like before with display grid, grid columns 1, in bigger screens, grid columns 2, in larger screen, grid column 3, and gap to be 4. Inside of this, we can make use of our event card and render all the popular events. So I'll say popular events.map, take each and every event, just like before, everything is the same. The only thing different is variant to be list. So let's see. Yes, so see how easy things get when you create scalable components, right? It looks awesome. Now also, we need to handle the empty state as well. If let's say no events are available over here, right? So we need to handle this empty state. So I'm going to say over here, notice what I'm doing. I'll check all of the empty states. Basically, I'm going to say if there is no loading going on, so all these three are not true. If there are no featured events, featured event length dot 0, no local event length 0, popular event as well, right? Then what we will say, let me just bring it in real quick. This will be a very simple card component. So basically I'm going to say no events yet, be the first one to create an event in your area with a button called create event, and we will take the user to create event, and you can create it however you like. Let me just show you by putting it true over here. So it will show something like this if none of these things are present right here, right? So something like this, right? And yeah, with this we have created our explore page, but one thing that is remaining over here is the individual pages, right? If we click on view all, so it will take me to that particular location, something like this, /Gurgaon, Haryana, right? So dynamic explore page. We have already created the page for this one over here, page.jsx. So let's quickly go on and create this as well. So actually, before creating this, we would need to create one more utility function over here in location.utils to basically parse the location. So export function parse location slug, and we'll take the slug for that particular city. And first of all, I'm going to check if the slug is not present or if it is not a string. Then I'll say city and state null and is valid to be false. We will send this to the user. Sorry, not the user, I mean the app. I'll say const parts, and then we will separate it with respect to the dash over here. So if you notice, we have this dash, right? So we'll separate the city and state with respect to this. Okay, after it, let's verify if this has two parts or not. So I'm going to say if parts.length is less than 2, then again we will send the same error. After this, let's parse the city with respect to the package that we will be using over here. So first of all, let me take out the city name. So I'll say parts, 0th index is where the city will be. Char add 0 to uppercase, we are basically formatting it. So if this is Gurgaon, it will make the G capital. And then we'll take everything else after it. So slice 1, this will take everything from U to N. So we will get the city name. Similarly, we can get the state name as well. So I'll say state name equals parts.slice 1. We're going to do dot map. We're going to take char add 0 to uppercase and take p.slice 1. So again, same thing that we have done over here, we're doing here as well. And we will join it using spacing. Like there are states like Uttar Pradesh, right? So we'll make U capital and P capital because of this. Okay. Now, to verify all these countries and like the state and cities, we will be using a package over here. And actually this will be useful when we are going like creating our events as well. So npm install country state cities. So this package will help us to render all of these cities and states in India so that we can select it. If you're watching this video from some other part of the world, you can search for the API for your specific country as well, or the package for your specific country. I'm pretty sure it will exist. Okay, nice. So after we have installed this, let's get all of the Indian states. So over here, I'm going to say const Indian states equals state.get states of country, and we can provide India over here. So I'm going to import this state right here after this. let's validate if this state exists, right? So I'm going to say state obj Indian state dot find. We're going to try to find this state name, right? So convert both of them to lowercase and try to find it. If it does not exist, we're going to send those null values again, right? Same thing we're going to do with city as well. So cities, city dot get cities of state. So let me just import it and we'll provide the state over here, like ISO code of the state. And then we're going to check if city exists. If it does not exist, again, send the nulls values. Otherwise, in the end, we're going to simply return the city name, state name, and if it is valid or not. So it's valid, so true. Cool then. Let's use that logic right here in this dynamic explore page. First of all, we want to get the params from the URL, right? And also we want to route user somewhere to some other page. So we're going to be needing two hooks, use params and use router. And let's make this a client component. So use client since we're using hooks over here. After this, I'll say const slug and I'll take out the slug from the params. Or you could also said slug equals params dot slug. Both of them do same thing. Now, if it is a category, we want to, so this component will handle both of those things, right? Category and states and everything. So we're going to check if it's a valid category or not. So first of all, I'm going to say categories. So basically import this categories array dot find. I'm going to find if this category ID exists inside of over here, this slug. And if it is a category, then we will make it true or false, depending on the data that we have over here. We will also check if it's not a category, it should be a valid location, right? So I'm going to import this parse location slug that we created in our utils. And I'll say if it's not a category, then we're going to check this. Otherwise, we're going to say this over here. So we're going to take out the city, state, and is valid from inside of it. After this, if it's none of those things, so I'm going to say if it's not a category and if it's not valid, that is not valid location, this should be false actually over here. We're going to show 404. So we're going to just say not found. So this is a inbuilt function in Next.js, which just displays a not found page. Cool. Now simply what we can do, we can fetch both of our APIs for get events by category and get events by location. So if you remember, we had this get events by location over here, right? Let me just copy it up and paste this right here. Instead of these, I'm just going to say events and is loading. Let's import this use Convex query over here. And here, first of all, I'm going to check what API that we want. So if it is a category, we want API.explore get events by category, right? Let's import this. Otherwise, we want get events by location. Okay. And with respect to that as well, we want the data, right? So I'm going to say if it's a category, I'm going to provide the category slug and limit 50. If it's a city and state, I'm going to provide city, state, and limit. Otherwise, we're going to skip it altogether. We are also going to be having that function that we created earlier, handle event click over here. We're going to provide the event slug and it will push us to that particular event. We are also going to be having the loading that we created over here. So go to page.jsx. We have this is loading, right, that we created. So let's take it and paste it over here. Let's import this loader to icon. Okay, so we have created a basic overview of this page. Now we can render the UI based on what this is. So I'm going to first of all say if is category. So inside of the is category, let's say return an empty fragment. Inside of this, I'm going to be having a div with padding bottom to be 5. And inside of this, we will have another div which will render the category icon, label, and the description, right? So first of all, I'm going to render the category info.icon, then category info.label, and category info.description. I'm not going into in depth into these styles because I've already explained all of these, what these are doing. So let's see. Next router was not mounted. What's going on? Let's go to explore tech. First of all, will it give the same error? Yes, I think I have imported it from some. Okay, yeah, we have imported them from next/router. So it should be use router over here. So it will not give us this error. Yeah, something like this. You can see technology. Okay, we need to style this as well over here, right here. And actually we need to wrap these h1 and paragraph in one single div. So I'll put them right here. So now we should see, yes, this one below the label. Okay, so below this div, I'm going to say if events are present in this and events.length is more than 0, then I'm going to render events.length. And again, we are checking if we want to say event or events with respect to one or more, something like this. And then we can simply make use of our events card and then we can render it over here. So I'll say events and events.length is more than 0. Then I'll say grid column 1, smaller screens, bigger screens 2, larger screens 3, something like that. We have done this multiple times up until this point, right? And again, key, event, and also on click. Otherwise, we're going to say no events found. Let's see. Okay, nice. This is working absolutely fine. Let's just give this some styles. I think we should create it outside of over here, so that we have some gap. Yes, something like this. Let's go back to explore and let's create for the location. So I'm going to click on view all over here. So it's going to go to Gurgaon, Haryana. Let's create this. So over here, let's just take this whole thing, copy it and paste it right here. And let's see. Instead of this icon, I'm going to display this pen icon. Instead of this label and description, I'm going to say events in this particular city and state, and obviously India. Let's see. Events in Gurgaon. These are not correct because these are for the category, I believe. Or maybe no, I think this is correct because it has already taken the events, right? All of the things will remain the same. Yeah, that's right. All of these events will also remain the same. So yeah, I guess this is done. Let's go and check it out. Okay, if I click on any of these cards, yes, it takes us to that particular event. Awesome. Now I guess the major thing remaining for us over here is creating the onboarding flow. So let's see. If I go on over here and actually, if I just go on to my production app and make the has completed onboarding to false, this is actually my development. Let me switch to production. Let me make this false. And now go back to my app. You can see, we will see the onboarding screen. And if we try to close it to see the explore page, it will not allow us. After we have logged in, we have to complete this onboarding screen, right? Okay, so if I select, let's say technology, business, education, continue, it will ask us the state and city. And with respect to that, it will show us the search results below. Let's say if I, select Karnataka and let's select Bangalore right here, complete setup. You can see it shows me the events near me, browse by category, popular across India. Awesome. So all of these things. So let's go on and create the onboarding screen. So first of all, what you want to do is you want to create the APIs for it, right? So over here in the Convex folder, we're going to go to users.js and right here, we just need one API. So export const complete onboarding. And this will be a mutation. Inside of it, I'm going to be taking args that user will supply us. So basically location, city, state, country, and the interests, which has to be minimum 3, right? This is an array, if you remember from our schema. Then we'll say handler, and instead of this, I'll say args. Inside of this handler, first of all, we will query to see if user is logged in or not, because this is something that logged in user can do, right? So we will make use of this function, get current user. So how do we call it over here? We're going to say await ctx.run query, and we're going to say internal. So basically this is an internal function that we are using because we're making the call internally, right? So internal.users.get current user. And after that, we have the user information. I'm going to say await ctx.db.patch, or that means update for this particular user ID. I'm going to add location, args.location, interest, args.interest. So keep in mind, location is an object. So that's why we're adding it directly over here. Has completed onboarding is going to be now true, and updated at is going to be date.now. And finally, in the end, I'm going to say return user._ID. Cool. So that is all we need to do. Let's go on and create the UI. So we will be basically creating a component over here. New file, onboarding-model.jsx. RAFCE onboarding model. So for this onboarding model, we are going to be needing a component called dialog from Shadcn UI. So if I go to Shadcn UI docs right here, just click on this dialog button over here and you will be on this dialog components page. And see, it looks something like this. If you click on this button, let's say, yes, it opens this pop-up or dialog right here, right? And we can close it over here as well. So cool then. Let's just copy this whole code up and let me show you how it works. And let me paste it. So, okay, let's change the name of our component. I'm going to say onboarding model. Okay, let me just quickly import it somewhere and let me show you. So we're going to be importing it inside of our header.jsx. So right over here in the models, say onboarding model and import it just like this. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I'll just put it right over here. Now our app will break and our header will break as well. So don't worry about it right now. We'll move it. But you can see we have this open dialog button. When we click on it, we can see this dialog. So how does this work? So basically inside this onboarding model, you can see there's a dialog trigger over here, which is exactly what we are seeing over here, the button, right? In our case, we will not be having a dialog trigger, but it's fine. Let me just keep it over here. Then we're going to be having the dialog content. And inside this, we're going to be having things like dialog header. And below it is where we will put our content. So let me just say content over here for now. And in the dialog header, we will be showing the progress bar as I showed you, right? And over here, we're going to be having a state for tracking our steps, right? So import use state over here, and this will be a client component. So I'll say use client, just like this. Okay. By default, we will put the value to 1, initial value, so that we can say that we are on step 1. And with respect to that, we will create our progress bar, right? So I'll say const progress equals step divided by 2 into 100. So that means currently it will show 50% progress, right? Or we are on the first step. And in our dialog header right here, we will be showing that. So I'm going to have a div with class name margin bottom 4, and we will import this progress component from ./UI, that is Shadcn UI, and we'll provide this progress to the value. Okay, let's see how this looks. If I click on over here, yep, you can see currently it's this much progress. All right, now when it comes to title, we will also show the title with respect to the current step that we are currently in. So I'm going to say if step is equals to 1, we will show a heart icon and say what interests you, and this one will be for selecting the categories. And this other one will be for selecting the location. So map pin icon, where are you located? Let's see. Yep, something like this. Currently, since we are on step 1, let me just style this a little bit. So class name, display flex, items to be center, gap to be 2, and text to be 2XL. So something like this. Okay. Now when it comes to description, again, we're going to be showing it with respect to the current step that we are in. So I'm going to say if step is equals to 1, select at least 3 categories to personalize your experience. Else we'll say we'll show you events happening near you for the step 2. Let's see. Yes. And over here, we will be displaying our content with respect to what step that we are currently in. So let's actually do one thing. We will not be triggering this using this button right here, right? So what I'll do, I'll just get rid of this dialog trigger over here, and this form tag over here as well. We'll not use it. So let's save this. And right now you'll notice that this is gone. Okay, that's fine. But there is another way to trigger this dialog. So first of all, what I'll do for the dialog content over here, I'm going to say class name is going to be max width to be 2XL if it's more than smaller screens. And over here in the dialog, you can say open. And if it is true, then the modal will be open. So if I put it true over here, you'll see this is open, right? So we can supply it from outside. So I'm going to supply multiple things over here. In the props, I'm going to say is open, on close, on complete. And along with this open over here. So first of all, in the open, I'm going to say is open, and on open close is going to be, on open change is going to be on close. So that we can close it manually from outside as well. Okay, nice. But how will we use this? So let's correct the position for this one. I'm going to be putting it right over here in the modals outside of our header. And to basically control this, as I already showed you, we would need to be on explore page over here, right? And it will get triggered automatically. So we have to detect it at all times. So what we will do, we will create a custom hook for something like this. So in our hooks, I'm going to create a new file called use onboarding.jsx. I'll say export function use onboarding. Okay. Now, what are all the routes that we want to trigger this in? We want to trigger this when we are on explore page or events page or my tickets page, right? So that is if we are on one particular events page as well. Okay, so I've taken this array right here. Then inside of this, we're going to have a state which will decide if we want to show the onboarding or not. So I'll say show onboarding and set show onboarding. We will have a couple of more states. First one, not state, I mean hooks. First one is going to be use path name. Other one will be use router. So basically use path name is going to help us to check where we are right now, and use router will also be taken out from next navigation. And user router obviously will help us to route us to separate page. And this will be a use client, obviously, since this is a hook that we're creating over here. Okay, nice. Let's take the information of the current user who is logged in so that we can check if their onboarding has already been completed. So use Convex query and import this API as well. So api.users.get current user, and we're taking out data and is loading over here. Okay, now after this, I'm going to have a use effect hook over here. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to check if there is no current user. So I'll say if is loading going on or there's no current user, I'm going to say return. And then after this, we can check if the user has completed the onboarding or not. So I'll say if current user has not completed the onboarding, then we will check to see if the current page that they are in requires the onboarding, right? So I'll say requires onboarding, and I'll take this attendee pages. I'll say .sum. I'll take each and every page and I'll check to see if the current page starts with that. And if it does, so I'll say if requires onboarding, then I'll set show onboarding to true. And this will be triggered, this use effect will be triggered if current user changes, path name changes, or is loading changes, right? So we're putting it in the dependency array, which will be responsible for trigger of this use effect. After this, we're gonna have a couple of functions over here. So what happens when onboarding is complete? So I'll say handle onboarding complete, set show onboarding to false, obviously, and we will refresh the data. Okay. Then after this, if user decides to skip the onboarding, if they close the onboarding model, then we will just route them to our homepage because user is required to complete the onboarding. So I'll say handle onboarding skip is set show onboarding to false and router.push to homepage. And yeah, after it, we want to return all of these things. So let's see, yeah, all of these things are done. So I'll say return, show onboarding, handle onboarding complete, handle onboarding skip. I'll say set show onboarding just in case we need this. And if user needs onboarding or not. So I'll say needs onboarding. And this will basically be if the current user is there and current user has not completed the onboarding. Yeah, I think this should do it. This looks good. Let's take this use onboarding from over here. Let's go to our header.jsx and I'm going to import it right here. So const and use onboarding. Let's take out all of the things from inside of it. Let me see if it's on. Yeah, now it's imported. I'm going to take out show onboarding, handle onboarding complete, and handle onboarding skip. Okay, nice. And let's provide all of these three things to our model right over here. So over here. And yeah, with that, I think this should be working. So if I try to go to explore page now, okay, what's wrong? Use state is not defined. Where? In this onboarding model? It is there in onboarding model. I think maybe in use onboarding probably. Let's click on over here. Yeah, we have not imported use state. So just like this, let's see. Okay, it's loading the explore page. And yes, you can see we get this pop-up. If you try to close it, it will throw us back to the home page. Okay, nice. If I try to go to explore page again, yes, it pops up. Awesome. Let's continue building our onboarding model now. So we're gonna come down over here and right here in this div. First of all, let me just make this padding y of 4. And now, according to the step we are in, we will render it over here. So if we are in step 1, I'm going to be having a div over here, the class name of space y to be 6. And inside of this, I'm going to render all of my categories. So inside of this div over here. And by the way, this will be and not question mark. So basically this will be a grid columns 2, and the bigger screens, grid columns 3, and gap of 3 between them with some height, overflow y auto, and some padding. Okay, so inside of this, we're gonna be taking all of our categories data and we will map through them. So inside of this, I'm gonna say button, and this button will simply have category icon and category label over here. Let's just provide this with the key category.id. Let's see something like this: technology, music, export, sports, etc, etc. So let me just style it a little bit. So over here, I'm going to say on click toggle interest category.id, and this obviously does not exist. So let me just create it. I'm going to create it as an empty function for now, which will take a category ID and it will select the category. So let's just not worry about it. Let me first style it over here. So over here in the button, I'm going to say class name padding of, I realized this on click should be over here in the button, not over there. Right, so class name will be padding of 4, rounded large border of 2, transition all, and when you hover on it, scale 105. So let's see, yes, something like this. When we click on them, we will need to add the logic to select them. So let's do one thing. Over here, I'm going to take a state for selected interests, right? This will be an empty array by default for selecting our categories. Below it, I will also have another state for location as well when we set our location, right? So I'll have some empty state, city, and country will be India by default. So, okay, let's take the selected interests, and right here, I'm going to add a template string, something like this. And inside this, I'm going to write if selected interests dot includes category dot ID. If that category is selected, then I'm going to show border purple 500, background purple 500 with opacity 10, some shadow large, shadow purple 500, etc, etc, right? Otherwise, normally we'll just show border with a default color, and when we hover on it, border purple 300. So let's see. Yes, something like this. If we click on this, this should be selected now. So but we haven't added the logic over here in the toggle interests, right? So inside of this, I'm going to say set selected interests, and let's take the previous value over here. And inside of this, I'll say if previous dot includes, so I think this is fine. So if previous dot includes category ID, that is the category ID is already there, then I'm going to say previous dot filter that category out. That means we need to remove that category, right? Otherwise, we need to add that category. So now if I try this, yes, we are able to select as many categories as we want. Awesome. This looks good. We would also need to show some additional information, like when user has selected 3 categories, only then we will allow them to move forward. So over here, I'm going to say inside this div, I'm going to first of all have a badge component right here. So import it from Shadcn UI. Variant is going to be if selected interest dot length is more than 0, that it's 3 categories are selected by user, then I'm going to show default. Otherwise, the variant will be secondary, and we'll show how many categories are selected. So if I show you, see right now 0 selected. If I say see something like this, yes, as soon as 3 are selected, this will be highlighted because 3 is the minimal requirement to be selected, right? After this badge, we can say when the user is ready to continue. So I'm going to say if the selected interest dot length is more than or equals to 3, then ready to continue. So now it should show us, yes, ready to continue. Awesome. Now we need to have some next button over here actually, instead of this save changes. So if I go back over here in the dialog footer, let me just get rid of both of these things. And over here, I'm going to say if step is, actually, let's just first have the button for continuing. I'm going to have a button, something like this. Inside of this, I'll say if step is equals to 2, and actually I'll put it in curly braces. If step is equals to 2, that is we are on last step, I'm going to say complete setup, else we will say continue. Yes, something like this. For the dialog footer over here, I'll say class name to be display flex, gap to be 3, and padding top to be 4. And over here in this button right here, flex 1, so that it takes the complete space, and gap to be 2 inside of it. Yes, something like this. This is what we want. Let me just remove padding top from over here. I think there is enough padding already. Yes. And by the way, actually, we need to import that function over here, right? That we just created in the users, this complete onboarding, right? So let me just import it over here as well, so that we can show loading afterwards. So let's put it right here actually. I'm going to say use Convex mutation. Set this API.users.complete onboarding. I will take this complete onboarding function from over here. So basically this mutation returns us a function, right? So we'll take this function and we will call it accordingly. But when there is loading going on, so over here we will display it. So here I'm going to say if it's loading, then I'll show completing. Otherwise, if it's step 2, then things are going to be the same. Okay. We will also disable this button when the loading is going on. And also I'm going to say on click. And inside this on click function, I'm going to be calling a function called handle next, which obviously does not exist. So let's create it right here. Const handle next, something like this. And by the way, one thing that I forgot is over here, we need to also have arrow right for denoting the next step. Okay, let's see. Yes, something like this, arrow right. Okay, cool. Let me just first create that function so that we can move to the next step. So over here, first of all, I'm going to say if step is equals to 1 and selected interests is less than 3, then I will show the error. First, please select at least 3 interests when user tries to go to the next one, right? Apart from that, if step is equals to 2 and location and city and state is not selected in the location, then I'll say please select both state and city. Otherwise, if we are on step 1, that is step is less than 2, then we will set step to step plus 1. Else we will trigger this handle complete function. So obviously this does not exist as well. So I'll create it right here empty for now. Then we will come back to it very soon. So just like this, we'll keep it empty for now. So let's try it out. What do you say? Let's go on over here. If I have selected only one, let's click on continue. Yes, we see this toast over here. Please select at least 3 interests. Let me select 3 interests and now we are ready to continue. If I click on continue, yes, this progress bar got filled and we are on the next step. Awesome. So where are you located? Let's build this. First of all, for this, we would need to get all of the location data, right? So for that, we have installed a library. So we'll make use of that. So state.get states of country and India. So let's import this state from country, state, city, package. So this is what we'll be using over here. Let's take out the cities as well. So below it, I'll say const cities. Inside of this, I'm going to first check if location.state is not there, then return empty. Otherwise, let's say const selected state equals Indian states dot find that particular state from this array, this Indian states array, right? After this, if the selected state is not found inside of it, then return empty array. Otherwise, we will return city. So we need to import this city. We need to find that city, right? So city.get cities of state, India. And we will return all of the cities over here with this states ISO code. Okay, this looks good. Let's go down right here below it where we will write the step 2. So below this curly brace, I'll say step 2 will be, again, I'm going to be having a div right here. Inside this div, I'm going to be having another div with grid columns 2, gap to be 4. So over here, we can render the select for state and city. So how do we use select? Let's see. If I go back to Shadcn UI docs over here, we have the select component, right? When we click on it, you can see it gives us all of these options just like this. So it is super cool. So why don't we use it? Let's copy this whole select thing up. Let's go back. And over here, I'm going to have a div. Inside of this div, we can paste this select. And above this select, we're going to have a label as well for this state, right? So import from Shadcn UI. So if you remember, we have created the state for this already. So location.state and everything, this thing right here, right? So let's go back and over here, I'm going to say value is going to be location.state. Actually, let me just import these first. Select trigger, select value, select content, group, label, and the item. So all of them are over here. And inside of this, I'll say on value change. We're going to take the current value that user has selected and I'm going to say set location to whatever the location earlier it was. I'm going to update the state and city will be empty because right now we are working on the state, right? Now when it comes to trigger, we want to make sure that we open it when we click on this label as well. So ID is going to be state. This label belongs to this ID and class name will be height full and width full. Placeholder can be select state. Okay, nice. Now simply inside of this select content, we are just going to render Indian states.map. We're going to take each and every state and I'll say select item. Key is going to be state.iso code. Value is going to be state.name to selected, right? So let me show you. If I go on over here, let me select any 3 categories, continue. Yes, we have all of these states just like this. No, sorry, not now. I didn't save it. So now we will see, yes, something like this. This looks awesome. Let's give this div some class name space y2 so that there's some space between both of these. And actually, I just realized something when we are going to render the cities, right? So let's wrap this whole thing up in use memo hook. So use memo. So this is memoized and we will only trigger it if either of these 3 things change. I mean 2. So location.state and Indian states, right? So now it will return us the values inside of the cities. Okay, so right here, let's see. Below this div over here, I'm going to have another div similar to states. Actually, you know what? I'll just copy this whole thing up and just paste it right here. It will be easier for us. Instead of this state right here, I'm going to say city. Instead of these states right here, I'm going to say location.city. On value change, we're going to update city's value And this will be disabled if the state is not selected. Similar for trigger as well. For the trigger, I'm going to say ID city, class name height 11, width to be full, select value, placeholder is going to be select city. If the state is not selected, we're going to show state first. Okay. Now inside of it, simply, I'm going to say if cities.length is more than 0, if it's populated, then we're going to render this. Otherwise, we're going to say no cities available, right? And if it is like the state is selected, then I'm going to say cities.map and we'll simply render all the cities right here. So let's see. Also make sure to import use memo from React. I had not imported it, that's why it gave me that error. So, okay, let's continue. Okay, nice. If I select Delhi, it will show me multiple different places in Delhi. Nice, this is cool. Okay, so now that we have done both of this, simply below this div, we can just show the selected city and state, right? So if the location.city is available and location.state is available, we can just simply, very simple, render location.city, location.state, and location.country. That is all. I'm not going to go much in depth into these styles right here because I already explained these multiple times. I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to understand this. So you see something like this, right? If I select something else like my current location, Haryana, else I could go. Yes, nice. And we can complete the setup as well. Okay, so yeah, with the UI we are done. But yeah, one more thing. If you want to go back, we need to add a button over here, right? So above this button, I'm going to say if step is more than 1, then inside this button over here, I'm going to say variant outline, on click, set step to be step -1, class name gap to be 2, and this will simply be called back, right? Let's import this and see something like this. If you click on back, we are back over here. Oh yeah, let's try that again. Continue back. Yes, this is working fine. All right, so finally let's work on this complete setup, right? So it says us both state and city since we tried to do it. So we need to complete this handle complete right here. Yes. So inside of this, I'm going to have a try catch block since we're going to make an API call. So simply over here, we're going to be using this complete onboarding function, right? So I'm going to say await complete onboarding. Inside this, we will provide it with the params, that is the whole location data and all of the user's interests. And after this, we will trigger toast.success welcome to Spot. And we will trigger this on complete function over here as well. What happens after this is completed, right? And in catch, simply we can say toast.error, failed to complete onboarding, console.error. Okay, let's go to the explore page now and do this whole flow. So we already selected these categories, right? So you see it continued after it. So okay, I'm going to select Haryana, Gurgaon, complete setup, failed to complete onboarding. Okay, so looks like there's some issue in our API. Oh, I guess we have not imported it over here. What's going on? Complete onboarding. I guess we didn't rename it properly. Sorry, I didn't name it properly. Let me see. Complete onboarding. This looks fine. Let's make sure our Convex function is running properly. Okay, there's some error. Okay, V is not defined. So over here in users, okay, so this V is not imported. Cool. So now it is imported. Now it should work. Let me shrink this just like this. And now go back and check. If I click on explore, let's select continue. We will select state and city, complete setup, and now yes, welcome to Spot. Amazing. Our app is working successfully and the whole onboarding flow is working perfectly. Great. Now, if you notice in this app, I am considering all of these events near you, right? With respect to our current location. But when it comes to categories, what are we doing over here? So since we have selected the technology, business, and education, but it's showing me art and culture on the top. It should show me my categories first, right? So this is an homework for you. Try to make changes in the APIs of events near you and popular across India to show those events first, which have our interests as a priority, right? So do it and let me know in the comments down below how you did it and others as well. All right, cool. So now that we are done with our explore page, why don't we go on and create this search events right here and also the ability to check any location for the events, right? So if I, let's say, search, I don't know, pizza, something, yes, you can see our events are displayed right here. If we click on it, it will take us directly to that events page. This is super cool, right? So cool then, let's go on and start working on it. So this will be in our header, obviously. So this header.jsx component. But first of all, we would need to create the APIs for search, right? So in the Convex folder, let's just create a new file for search.js. And here we will have export const search events function. Let's import this query like this. And inside this, first of all, we will be taking some args right here. So args are going to be the query that we're supplying and the limit. And after this, we're going to have the handler function, inside of which I'm going to first check if the query is present or not. So I'll say if args.query is not there and args.query.trim.length is less than 2, right? Then we're going to return the empty array. And by the way, make sure to import this v so that we don't get that error again. After this, I'm going to check const now for date.now so that we only get those events which are after today. And let's write the query for it. So search results equals await ctx.db.query. We're going to check the events table. And I'll say dot with search index. So we have added the search index as well. So if I show you one moment inside of schema, you see search index right here, right? For faster search. And this comes out of the box from Convex. So going back to search.js over here, this will be search title, not search index. And over here, let's search. I'm going to say if q.search title matches this query, then it will return us all of those results. And then simply I can say after this, I'll say dot filter greater than or equals to the start date, which is greater than now, right? And I'll say take args.limit if there's any limit provided, otherwise we will take 5. And then simply we will return search results, something like this, right? Okay, awesome. So that is all I guess we need to do. Let's go over here to header.jsx. And right here, you can see we have left the space for it, search and location, desktop only and mobile only both. So let me just create a component over here first. Search location bar dot jsx, RAFCE, search location bar. Okay, let's take this component and import it right here, something like this. And actually this is only for the desktop view, right? So we will wrap this in a div, something like this. So I'm going to say in the smaller screens, this will be hidden. In the bigger screens, that is more than medium size screens, we're going to say flex 1, justify center. Similarly, I'm going to copy it up and paste it right here for the mobile search and location. And instead of this, we're going to say in the bigger screens, this will be hidden. Border top, some horizontal padding and some vertical padding over here. Let's see. Yes, we can see the search location bar. And if we, let's say, try to go to the mobile view. Yes, we can see this search location bar section separate over here. Great. Let's start building this component. So first of all, over here, I'm going to take the hooks that we will need to build this. First of all, let me just make this a client component. And over here, I'm going to say const router equals use router, import from next/navigation. We are going to be taking a couple of states over here for the search. So first one will be the search query, which will be empty by default. Another one will be show search results, where we will be storing all of the search results of our search, right? And this state will decide if you want to show the search results or not. So by default, it is false. Then we will have a ref for search ref. Okay. Now we need a couple of API calls over here as well. One of them will be for the current user, getting the information of the current user, and also the complete onboarding function that we just now worked on, right? Because we want to update the location when user updates it from the header, right? So let's make sure to import use convex query and use convex mutation, and also this API right here. Okay. Apart from that, we will also be importing this search function that we just now created, the search events. So below it, I'm going to say use convex query api.search.search events. And over here, we have this search query state, right? So I'm going to trim it, and I'm going to say if length is more than or equals to 2, only then we will provide the query to be search query and limit to be 5. Otherwise, we will say skip. Okay. So we will rename the data to search results and is loading to search loading. Okay, that's fine. Let's get the information of all of the states, just like previously. So over here, I'm going to say Indian states equals state.get states of country, just like we have done, right? And after this, actually, we would need a couple of more states for our location as well, right? So apart from search, let me just take 2 more states over here, selected state and selected city. And if the onboarding is already done, we would need these to be pre-filled, right, with the current state and city. So what I'll do in the use effect over here, make sure to import it from React. I'm going to say if current user dot location is there, then when it says set selected state, what's wrong? Effects are intended to synchronize between React and external system. We can ignore this. So what we can do, we can just say quick fix and disable for this line. Or what you can do, disable for the whole file. So we can say set selected state to be this state and set selected city to be this city right here, right? And this will only be triggered if the current user changes or is loading changes. Okay, looks good. Just like previously in the use on, sorry, not over here, in the onboarding model, we have taken all of the cities just like this, right? So we will also be needing this. So I'm going to take this, and in the search location bar, I'm going to be taking all of the cities just like this. Instead of location.state, we will simply say selected state over here as well. Instead of selected state over here, I'm going to say state, which will be this one. If city.getCities of state, let me import the cities over here for this particular state. And over here, I'm going to be taking both selected state and Indian states. And actually, this should be just state.getStates of country. Yep, this looks good. We have all of the states and the cities. What else? Let's start building our UI and then we will figure out. So first of all, we will have a parent div just like this with display flex and items to be center. So let's create our search bar over here. So we will be keeping it inside of another div with class name position relative, display flex width to be full. And we'll also have a ref equals search ref, which we took right here, right? So that we get the access to this search directly from the DOM. And then inside of over here, I'm going to take another div, which will say flex to be 1. And here we can take a icon for search, such as this with class name absolute, because we want it to be on top of the input that we will be taking over here. So I'm going to say input and make sure to import it from Shadcn UI and search from Lucid React. So what we are doing over here, we're saying class name absolute left to be 3, so that this is on top of this input 1 by 2, that is half, transform minus translate vertically to half, width and height to be 4, and text mutate foreground. So let's see how this looks currently over here. Use state is not defined. Okay, so let me just import this use state and see. Make sure to import use ref and use memo as well. So let's go back to our explore page actually, but we can see our search bar right here. Awesome. And you can see the cursor is on top of over here. So we would need to provide it with some padding left to the input. So over here in the input, I'm going to say class name, padding left of 10, width to be full, height 9, rounded none, rounded left to be medium, because we want the rounded to be only on this side, because over here we will be having the location, right? So something like this. So we don't want rounding on this side. Okay, apart from this, we will say placeholder to be search events, and below it, I'll say if the input is on focus, then we'll perform this action and we'll check if search query dot length is more than or equals to 2, then we will only show search results. Otherwise, this will be false. Okay. And then we will have an on click handler over here, which will be called handle search input. So obviously this does not exist. So actually this will not be on click. It will be on change. My bad. Let's create this right here. This will be very simple. Handle search input, which will take the event. And inside of this, we will take out the value from that event. So this value right here. And also we will be having debouncing over here, so that we don't make a lot of API calls. And I've explained concept like debounce and throttling in the past in my channel. So you can just quickly search on YouTube, debounce, throttling, roadside coder, and you'll find that topic. And these topics are very important for interviews as well. So over here, let's just create a function called debounce set query, where we can provide our value first before updating in set show search results, right? So if value is while dot length is more than or equals to 2, we will show the search results. Okay. Now let's create this debounce set query, which is going to be fairly simple. All we will do, so we'll say const debounce set query equals use ref. So it does not update our component, and we'll use this debounce function, which will be coming from a library called Lodash. So let's install Lodash right here. So I'll say npm install Lodash /debounce. Oh, wait a minute. I think we need to install the complete library. My bad. Not just the debounce. So what this will basically do is it will make the API call every 300 milliseconds as the user is typing, so that we can avoid unnecessary API calls, right? So let's import it right here, just like this. Let's see how this looks. Yes, from Lodash. Or we could have also done Lodash/dbounce, but this is fine. So let's see if I go back to my app. If I type something over here, hello, nothing happens obviously since we have not added that search results part right here, right? So let's do that as well. Below this div, I'm going to say show search results. And so we're not going to be needing this. Inside of this, I'll have a div, first of all, which will say position absolute. Top is going to be full, which basically means top 100%. Margin top to be 2, some width, some background of default color, border, rounded large, shadow large, Z index to be 50, so it remains on the top, max height 400, overflow Y to be auto. And inside this, first of all, we'll check if the search is loading or not. So in the curly braces, I'm going to say if search loading is true, then we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll say search results is there and search result.length is more than 0. Yes, this is fine. And we can render a div over here actually. Else we can show over here nothing, right? So basically if the search is loading, we can say loader 2, or we could have also used that bar loader that we initially used, right? Let's check it out. If I say pizza, yes, we can see this loading indicator right here. This looks awesome. Otherwise, over here in this div, I'm going to say padding Y to be 2, vertical padding. And then we will show our search results over here. So first of all, I'm going to add a p tag saying search results with some horizontal padding, vertical padding, text small, font semi-bold, and text muted foreground. So let's see. Let's type pizza. Yes, we cannot see anything over here. Why is that? Because we have not saved the component. Sorry. Let me just do that and let's check again. Yes, we can see search results over here. Awesome. Now below it, we can render all those search results. So search results.map. Yes, this is the correct suggestion. For each and every event, I'm going to be rendering a button component over here. Let's give this button the key of event.id. Make sure to import it from ./UI. This will actually be normal button, not Shadcn UI button, because we don't want any pre-stylings over here, pre-added stylings. Let's just have some class name. So width full, padding horizontal 4, padding vertical to 3. On hover, we're gonna say background muted, text left, transition colors. And when we click on it, this should take us to that event page, right? So we have created event click function in the past, right? So why don't we reuse it? So something like this, handle event click. So, okay, let's take this and I'm going to be creating it right here. So there are a couple of more things that will happen over here. First of all, set show search results are going to be false when we click on it. Set search query is going to be empty. Okay. Also, by the way, we also want to, hide all the search results when we click outside of the search, right? So I'll have a use effect over here, and inside of it, I'm going to be creating a function called handle click outside, and this will make use of our ref. So we'll take the event. I'll say if search ref.current is there and search ref.current does not contain event.target. I'll say set show search results to be false. So we'll be calling it right here. So I'll say document.add event listener will check mouse down event. Then we will trigger it. Let's just add a cleanup function over here as well. So something like this. Let's go on and check. Okay, yes, we can see it right here. If we click outside, yes, it's gone, right? It's cool. Okay, so why don't we take this handle event click from over here and make use of over here. So right here, I'm going to say on click, handle event click to be event.slug. Okay, so inside this button, I'm going to have a div, display flex, item start and gap to be 3. And then inside of it, I'm going to first display the category icon that this is currently in, right? So I'll say get category icon function that we have created earlier, event.category. Below it, we will have another div, below over here. We're going to have another div, flex1, main width to be 0. So over here is where we will be having our main content, that is event.title. And again, this is also something that we've already done in the explore page, and also the location along with the start date. So let's import this calendar icon right here, event.start dates in this format, and map pin icon from Lucid React, event.city. Let's see. Also make sure to import this format from date-fns over here. Yep, we can see this thing right here. If we click on it, this should take us to /events/ whatever this event is. Okay, nice. Let's go back. We can also add if this event is free or not. So below this div, I'm going to say event.ticket type is going to be free. Then we can show badge of, oops, let's import badge, variant secondary, class name text access. Let's see. Yes, it shows free over here. Okay, nice. So with that, our search is done. Let's create the location part, right? And for that, actually, we have already created it inside of over here in the onboarding model. If you want, you can create a separate, like the same component for both of these, but I'm just gonna make use of this select over here, right? So I'm gonna take both of these select actually from over here, from this div to over here. Go back and let's see, below this div over here, I'm gonna paste both of them just like this. Let's see what changes we need to make. We don't need any label. Let's get rid of this div as well. Again, this div, this closing div over here as well, right? What changes do we need to make over here? First of all, over here in the select, so value is going to be this selected state that we have created. On value change, we're going to say set selected state equals value and set selected city to be empty. When it comes to the trigger, this will simply be class name width 32, height 9, border left to be 0, rounded none. Let's import these select as well. This one, select trigger, select value, select content, and select item. Inside this will be rendered just like this. This is fine. Now, when it comes to the city over here, I'm going to say selected city for the value. On value change, we're going to take the value and I'm going to set the selected city to this. And I'll say if value is there and selected state is there, then we can trigger this handle location select function, which obviously does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. And we'll provide it with value and selected state. And this will be disabled if the selected state, like the state is not selected. Let me just comment it out for now so that our app doesn't break. When it comes to our trigger, it will be similar to the previous state as well. So width 32, height 9, rounded none, and rounded right to be medium. Placeholder is going to be city. So let's see if I click on over here. Okay, we cannot see anything here. I think we need to get rid of this thing. We can just render cities.map right here. So let's get rid of this just like this. So it should also show me city over here as well, right? Since the state is selected, what's wrong? So the selected city should be inside of the use effect from over here. Why is it not showing? Let's make sure we have something inside this cities. Yes, this is use memo. So this should work. Maybe these states are not getting populated right here. Let's do console log and quickly check these Indian states. I'm going to go to inspect console. We are getting them over here. This shouldn't be a problem. Let's try to do this with the cities as well. I'm going to put this over here. Yes, see, we are getting the state, but we're not getting the city over here for some reason. Let me check this. It's because we have to say state.iso code over here. I think now this should work. Yes, now we can see the city as well right here. Great. So yeah, we are displaying both of them over here. Now let's go on and create this function of handle location select. So this will take the city and the state. So over here, I'm going to say const handle location select async city and state. And we will trigger this mutation right here. Where is it? This update location mutation, right? So right here, I'm going to have a try catch block. Inside of this, I'll check if current user.interests is done, that is the onboarding is done, and current user.location is also present. Then I'm going to say, oh wait, update location with the current city state that we're trying to change. And country obviously is going to be India. Interests is going to be current user.interests. And let's make use of our old create location slug function that we have created to provide it with city and state. This will give us the slug and then we can route the user to this page. And when it comes to error, we can just simply display console.error failed to update location. Let's check it out. Okay, let's try to change our location to Bangalore. So I'm going to choose Karnataka and I'll choose Bangalore. And we cannot see any local events over here. I think the reason for that is our seeding API has just put Bangalore, and this NPM package has Bangalore urban and Bangalore rural over there. So what you can do in the events, wherever there is Bangalore, probably you can just change it to Bangalore urban, something like this. Let's just see. I think there's one more. Okay, now let's see. Yes, we can see the events. Okay, fine, this is working. There's actually one issue that I noticed over here. Let's say if I switch back to Haryana, Gurgaon, this is fine. But if I click on over here on view all, this takes me, oh, this is fine. I think there was one issue. I think it was with categories. Yes, you can see events/tech. So we want it to be explore. So I think we written incorrect code somewhere. Yeah, explore works fine, I think. Right. So over here inside of our page.jsx, handle category click. So this should be explore. Yeah, let's save this. And now it will work fine. All right, cool. So we are done with our search and location selection. Amazing. Now finally, let's go on and work on our create event and also adding the pricing inside of our app. So if I show you in my deployed app, I'm logged in, right? If I try to go and create an event, and currently I'm not a pro user. So if I click on create event, you'll see that it gives me all of these options. That is fine. This is allowed for the free user. But if we go on and click on over here, see, it will not allow me to customize my event page right here. It only allows me one single color. Now in this page, we also have option to generate event using AI. So if I click on it and if we add some description over here, let's say event around AI and click on generate, you'll notice that it has generated this event demystifying. It has filled in the description and all, right? Capacity as well. So everything. And this feature I have not kept pro, but if you want, you can, keep it pro as well. If we go on, when we go on and implement the pricing. And obviously in the free events, only one single event is allowed, right? So over here, if we click on pricing, this will show us this pricing box, or over here as well, this will show us pricing box if we try to upgrade. And if we have already created one event, if you're trying to create another event, then again, it will show us the pricing box that you are only allowed to create one event in the free tier. Okay, cool. So let's work on this pricing model. So for implementing pricing inside of our application, we are going to be using Clerk Billing. So Clerk Billing makes implementing user subscriptions inside of our app super easy. So on your Clerk dashboard, come to subscriptions tab right here, click on get started. And over here, it will show you the billing settings. Just enable it, click on save and click on create plan right here. So this will allow you to create a new plan. So let's say if I go on and create a pro plan over here, right? You can provide any description if you like. You can add some monthly fees. So let's say $9 or whatever that you feel is good. If you want, you can provide the free trial as well for, let's say, 10 days, 20 days, whatever, right? This is a really nice feature. And over here, you can add features to tell users what they're getting. So let's say create unlimited events in the pro plan, right? Click on create feature and keep on saving this as well. Let's click on add feature again. And I'm going to create a new feature, event page customization. Click on create feature again. There we go. We have both of these added right here. So let's go back to the plans and you can see we have free plan over here as well. We can customize this one. Name's going to be free user. And over here, let's add feature, new feature. I'm going to say create one free or paid event and click on create feature right here. Save it and let's go back. And there we go. We have configured the pricing. It was so easy. Let's go and read the billing guide on how we can integrate billing inside of our app. So our model is B2C, right? We're selling to the customers. So if you scroll down, it will show you to add the pricing table inside of your app. They are giving you pre-built table called pricing table over here, right? So we don't have to create a custom UI for it. Awesome. Let's do that. So over here in the pricing, actually, let's just go to our header.jsx. And this is where we will be creating that component. So first of all, we have to check what plan is user currently on, right? So over here, there's this function called use auth that comes out of the box from Clerk add Clerk/Next.js, something like this. And below it, I'm going to say const has pro equals, there's this has function that we have taken out from over here. And I'll check if user has a pro plan. Okay. If user has a pro plan, that is has pro is true, then what we'll do right below over here, we were supposed to show a pro badge, right? So I'm going to show it right here, a badge, import from ./UI. Let's say this is true right now. Let's see how this looks. Make sure to import this crown icon as well from Lucid React. Okay, let's see. Yeah, something like this, pro, right? Okay, I'm just going to revert it as pro over here. Apart from that, let's see. So pricing, if user does not have pro plan, only then we're supposed to show this pricing button, right? So over here, I'll say not has pro, only then we're going to show pricing. So obviously right now we're not having any subscription, so we'll show it. Okay. Now, if you remember, we had this state right here, right? Show upgrade modal. So let's make use of it, and only when this is true, we will render a upgrade modal over here. So over here, I'll say upgrade modal. Obviously, this does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. I'll say is open, just like this onboarding modal over here. And I'll say show upgrade modal. We will have on close, which will say set show upgrade modal to false. And we will have a trigger, which means when or where inside of our app we are triggering this modal from. So if you are triggering it from the pricing section, it will show a different message over here, create unlimited events, right? But if we are triggering from create event section, so probably from over here, see, custom theme colors are a pro feature. So right, we will be showcasing different messages with respect to from where this is getting triggered. So I'll say header. So let's create this upgrade modal first. In the components, I'll create a new file, upgrade-modal.jsx, RAFCE, grade modal. Okay. Inside of this, I'll take is open, is close, and our trigger. Okay. Now here we will take dialog just like previously, right? So let's go to Shadcn UI. Let's take the dialog component. So I'm going to copy all of this thing up until this point. So just paste it right here. Let's remove everything inside of over here below dialog header. We will not be having any dialog footer this time. And let's remove this form tag from over here as well. Remove this as child. And let's import all of these. So from ./UI, dialog content, dialog header, dialog title, and dialog description. This button as well. Let's see if we're going to be using this. So actually, we're not going to be having any trigger, right? Because we are supplying is open from outside. So over here, I'm going to say is open, on open change is going to be on close. Okay. Now for our header. So in place of this title, I'm going to have a div with sparkles icon and dialog title to be upgrade to pro. In the dialog description, with respect to what our trigger is, we will be showing the message, right? So we're going to be using this trigger prop, and I'm going to say if trigger is header, then show this, limit, then show this, color, show this, and this line will be common, unlock unlimited events and premium features. Okay. Below this is where we will be showing our pricing table. So first of all, let's see if up until this moment, if everything is working. Okay, upgrade modal is not defined. We have not imported it. Let's import it right here and save this. Let's click on pricing over here. And yes, we can see this upgrade to pro. Nice. Let's add our pricing table below it. So below this header, I'll have pricing table. Let's save this and just check. Yes, this is awesome. We can see the pricing and everything. We can also customize this. So we have checkout props, and actually we are not customizing this. We are customizing this slide in drawer. So if you see, this is hidden behind it, behind everything, right? This and header. So we want it to be on the top and not behind everything, right? So what we will do over here in the checkout props is where you can customize it. It provides us more props such as these, right? So instead of checkout props, I'm going to say appearance, and instead of that elements and drawer root, and I'll make the Z index to be 2000 so it remains on the top at all times. So if I click on subscribe, yes, now you see this drawer appears on the very top. Great. We also want to have a maybe later over here on the bottom. So right below this, I'm going to say a div with a button maybe later, and all it will do, it will trigger the on close over here, right? Let's style this thing a little bit. So the width is not correct. I'm going to say in the bigger screens, let's have width 2XL. Let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks good. Now, why don't we go on and click on subscribe and try to subscribe? Let's click on pay with test card, obviously, since we are on development mode. Let's do that. And we should see the pro tag. Yes, right here. Awesome. You can see payment was successful. Let's continue. And amazing. The pricing is gone and we are on pro right here. This looks awesome. Okay, so now that we have created our upgrade model successfully, and now we have made our user pro, why don't we go on and create this create event, and we will test out both free and pro features as well. So if you click on it, obviously this will break. Yes, 404. So let's go on and create this page now. So over here in main, actually, this is more of our internal pages, right? Not public pages. So I'll create a new folder called create-event. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, create event. Save this. Let's go on and see if we can see this right here. Yes, create event. Looks good. So before working on this UI, obviously we need to create the APIs, right? So why don't we go on over here in Convex and create a new file for events.js, where we'll have logic of event creation and fetching the data for the events page and everything, right? So first of all, let's create the mutation for creating an event, right? So I'm going to say export const create event mutation. Make sure to import this mutation from /generated server. Inside of it, first of all, I'm going to be taking the args, right? Now think about it, the way we have added all of these fields inside of this events table, right? Is like, what are the things that we're going to be taking it over here? So title, description, slug will be generated automatically. Organizer name ID will be obviously the person who is creating it, right? So category tags will be added, start date, end date, time zone. Okay. So, okay, let's see. We will create it with respect to this thing right here. So in the args, let's take title, description, category tags. So I'm going to say v.string, and obviously this will be same the way we have added these in the schema, right? Tags will be an array. After this, we're going to add start date, end date, and time zone. Then we will add things related to our location. First of all, location type, if it's a physical or online. And again, this thing is not the part of our app. Our app only is for physical events, right? So if you want to organize online events as well, let me know in the comments down below. I'll create a separate video on how you can create online video call app, something like that, right? With multiple people. Venue is going to be the Google Maps link, address, city, state, country. Okay, this is clear, I guess. Apart from that, we have some information related to our venue, like capacity, it's going to be v.number, ticket type, if it's free or paid, ticket price, if it's paid, cover image of that event, theme color, and if user has pro subscription or not. This will be used for deciding if user is allowed to choose any other theme color. Even if they are sending from the front end some other theme color, we will only allow them if they have pro subscription with them, right? Okay. Now let's create the handler function. Inside this, we will have a try catch block. First of all, we will check if user is logged in or not, just like previously. So we're going to be making use of this get current user function that we have already created. So import internal. So this will give us error if user is not logged in, right? Now let's just have some server side check to see if user has created any event in the past or not. And with respect to that, we will allow them to create next event. So I'm going to say if user does not have pro and user.free events created is more than or equals to 1, then we're going to say throw new error. Free event limits reached. Please upgrade to pro to create more events. Okay, that's done. What else? So the default color was blue something, right? So let's take the default color, and if user chooses some other color, we will not allow them. So I'll say if user does not have pro and args.theme color is there, that is user has chosen some color over here in the args, and args.theme color is not equals to this default color, then I'm going to say custom theme colors are pro feature. Please upgrade to pro. Okay, and I'll default the theme color over here. So theme color equals if the user has pro, then we'll allow them their own color. Otherwise, the default color. Okay, nice. Now let's generate the slug over here for the URL. So I'm going to say args.title of that event to lowercase, and I'm going to replace all the spacing and all with this dash. So again, don't need to worry about this regex part. Even I don't know how regex works. I generated this using ChatGPT. So basically it makes your URLs look something like this. Okay. So now that we have slug generated, let's trigger the API call to our server. So I'm going to say const event ID equals await ctx.db.insert inside the events table. And over here, I'm going to provide all of the args that we are getting over here and things like customized theme color and other things like the slug with the current date as a unique ID, ID, organizer name. Registration count will be by default 0, obviously, created at and updated at as well. Okay, that's done. Now after this, we can update the users table to increment the free count, right? Free events created count. So whatever it was earlier, I'm going to say free events created +1. So we're doing patch call over here to update it. Then in the end, we will return the event ID to say that the event is created, and inside the catch, we will just simply throw new error, failed to create event with error.message. Okay, nice. So yeah, that's how the create event will look like. Apart from that, we are going to be creating APIs for getting a particular event by slug, getting events by organizer, and deleting the event, right? So these will be used later on, but why don't we go on and create it since we are already over here? These are fairly simple. So like for example, let me just show you for getting event by slug. Let me just bring it in. That is all. So all it is saying get event by slug, and I'm saying query. So let's import query since this is a get call. So I'm going to say this will take a slug over here, and I'm going to say await ctx.db query the events table with index by slug. So we have added this by slug inside of our schema, if you remember. And I'm saying this slug will be equals to args.slug inside of our table, and this should be one single event, so unique, and return this event. Get events by organizer. Again, this will also be similar. All we'll do over here is I'm going to query it, and I'm going to check which user is logged in. So for that, I'm going to be taking the internal get current user function. So we have the user details, and then I'm going to say dot query events table with index by organizer. Again, this index also we have added earlier in the schema, and I'm going to say organizer ID is equals to user.id and order in descending order dot collect, so that we get latest events first and return the events. Okay, looks good. Now let's come to delete event. So basically over here, this is going to be a mutation, right? So I'm going to say export const delete event mutation. Inside this, it will take the event ID to be deleted, right? So I'll say args event ID v.id events, and inside of this, below it, we're going to have the handler function, inside of which I'm going to first of all check if user is logged in or not. So const user await ctx.run-query. Below it, I'm going to check if this is a valid event ID or not. So I'm going to fetch this event by using ctx.db.get args.event_id. If event does not exist, then event not found. Okay. Now we also need to check if this event is owned by the current logged in user. So I'm going to say event.organizer ID is not equal to user.id. If it's not equals to it, then we're going to throw new error. Okay. Now finally, we can delete all the registrations for this event before creating this event, right? So inside the registrations table, I'm going to say await ctx.db query registrations table with index by event. We'll compare event ID with this. So we will get all of the registrations right here. And then simply we can run a loop. So I'll say for loop const registration of registrations, and we will delete each and every one of them from our database. Okay. After this, we can finally delete this event. So I'll say ctx.db.delete args.event_id, and if user is pro or not pro even, we will just reduce this free events created inside of our users table. So if user.free events created more than 0, then ctx.db.patch for this user ID, I'm going to say free events created to be -1, right? It will reduce the number of events that user has created. And in the end, we will simply return success to be true. Cool. So we have created all of these functions right here, or APIs right here. Let's now go on over here inside of our create event and start building it. Now over here in the create event page, we're going to be having a huge form, right? So we have to make sure that form creation practices that we follow is production grade level, right? And we will be using the library which most of the companies use nowadays, which is React Hook Form along with Zod validation library. So if I show you, see, this is our event creation page. And over here, if we let's say try to submit, you can see it gives us this error. Title must be at least 5 characters and all of these different errors, right? And it gives us these errors in real time. And for the design, as I already showed you, we are going to be following, in the README, here it is, create event design. So this is the design that we'll be following, which is very similar to Luma's, or it is Luma, but we are going to be following this design pattern, right? Okay, cool. So let's do one thing. Let's go and install all of those libraries that we are going to be using over here. So npm install React Hook Form and Zod. Also to connect both of these packages. So basically React Hook Form will help us manage our form, and Zod for the validations. And there's a library called hook form/resolvers, which will help us to connect both of these, right? So press enter. There we go. It is installed. Let me just close our terminal now. Now over here, first of all, we're supposed to create the schema for our form. So again, we already know how many fields this is going to have. So let me show you how you can create a schema using Zod. So we're going to say const event schema equals Z, which will be imported from Zod, and make sure this is a client component. So use client. So from Z, I'm going to say object. And inside this is where we will be defining all of the fields for our form. Like for example, they're given the suggestions copilot. So title is going to be Z dot string is going to be the type of it, and minimum characters should be 5. Otherwise, we're going to give the error title must be at least 5 characters long. Similarly, we're going to do it for the description as well. It should be at least 20 characters long, else we will give the error description must be at least 20 characters long. For category, it should be actually 1 over here because we're going to select one category. So please select a category. Then we're going to have start date, end date, start time, end time. So start date is going to be z.date. If not, we're going to give the error start date is required. Same for end date. For start time, we're going to define a custom regex actually. And again, this is something that I got from ChatGPT. I asked it to create a regex for this format in 24 hours. So it gave me this. And we're going to use this custom regex over here. So you see how powerful Zod is. And I've actually created a completely separate tutorial on React Hook Form and Zod. If you're interested to see that, just go to YouTube and search React Hook Form Roadside Coder and you will find that video. Right. Same for end time as well. It should follow this format. We are going to have other fields. Let me just separate these type of fields. Yeah, so we're going to have fields related to the location. So location type can be either physical or online. Default is physical in our project. Venue, it must be a URL. So I'm saying .url, and it is optional as well because sometimes we can just provide the address, right? And not the exact link. City, the state. After this, all of the fields related to our event like capacity, ticket price, free or paid. So enum basically decides that only these two values can be over here. Ticket price, cover image, and theme color. And yeah, that is how our schema is going to look like, which we'll be using to structure our form. Okay. Now over here inside of our component, we're going to have a few states. First of all, if you want to go to some other page, I'm going to take the use router from next/navigation, right? And when it comes to states, we're going to have 3 states right here. First one will be for the image picker, right? If you want to show that model or not, by default, it will be false. Let's import use state right here. Oops, from over here. Next will be show upgrade model. If you want to show the upgrade model, if we, let's say, click on something like color and user is not pro, and upgrade reason as well. So over here, there can be either of 2 reasons, limit or the color. Let's check if user has pro plan or not as well. So all of these things will be useful for us while we are working on our component. So let's import use auth, and this will have the value of is pro, like true or false, if user is a pro user or not. Let's now import our APIs as well that we just now created. So importing use convex query. This one will be for our user information. So import this API as well, and we'll rename it to current user. Apart from that, we will also be needing the mutation for creating the event. So I'm going to say use convex mutation, and we will use api.events.create event that we created. Okay. This will return as a mutate function, which we will rename to create event. And also we have loading as well. Okay. Now we installed React Hook Form, right? How do we use it to create our form? So let me show you. React Hook Form provides us with a function or a hook called use form. Import it. Make sure to import it from React Hook Form. And inside of these curly braces is where we can define multiple things like the structure of our form. So it will be defined in this resolver over here. This will be Zod resolver, which will be imported from at hook form /resolver/Zod. So let me just import it first right here, just like this. And let's take this and put it over here, Zod resolver. And inside of this is where we'll be providing this event schema that we have created right here, right? Now below this, we can define the default values for our form. Inside of this, we're going to just provide the obvious values over here, not all of them. Like location type is physical, ticket type can be free by default, capacity 50, theme color, category, state, city, start time and time are going to be empty. Okay, so what will this return us? So let's see, const, and I'll keep it as empty object. And let's see, if I press Control space right here, it provides us a bunch of different things over here. But perhaps the most useful things out of all of them is register right here. So because this will be responsible for connecting our fields of our form with React Hook Form. Apart from that, we have handle submit function. which will help us to submit our form. We have watch, which will help us to watch a particular field. If its value changes, this will change as well. We have set value for dynamically adding value to a field. We have control, which helps us to control basically non-native elements. If we are using, let's say, some Shadcn UI element, that is not a native HTML element, right? So we will take help of this control to connect it with React hook form. And we also have things like form state, which provide us things like errors, right? If there's any error because of rules not getting followed according to this schema, right? So yeah, and apart from this, it has a bunch of different things like values and all is loading is ready. So you can go on and explore all of these things. Okay. Now there are a few fields that we want to watch by default. So over here, I'm going to be taking all of them. And by the way, just ignore this error. If you want, you can just say disable for the entire file. It's not something critical. So I'm going to say watch theme color, ticket type, state, start date, because I'm watching all these fields because if you notice, for example, if when it comes to start, or let's say when it comes to this location right here, right? Only when we are selecting the state, let's say Haryana, the city field will be enabled, right? So that's why this is important. And only when we are selecting the start date, we can validate the end over here. Because see, I have selected 19th, right? It has disabled all of the previous dates before it. So these are the things that will help us while watching these fields. Okay, if we move forward. Now over here, we need the same logic for getting the states and the city. So we have written it multiple times before. Like over here in the onboarding model, I'm going to take both of these things, Indian states and cities, and we will be importing it from the library. So just import it from country, state, city, and this city as well. Let's make the changes accordingly. So we want Indian, that's fine. And when it comes to cities, let's see, location.state. Instead of this, whatever the selected state is, so I'm going to put it right here and over here as well. If this changes, this will be triggered. And over here, I'll take the state, or let's just put it ST over here. Over here as well, I'm going to put selected state right here. If ST is not there, then I'm going to say st.so code. Okay, that's fine. So if it's not there, we're going to return empty. Otherwise, we're going to return the city with all of these codes. Nice. So we have Indian states and cities as well. Let's see what else remains. Let's define all of the color presets. So for the free users, we have this default color, right? But if user has Pro, then we are going to be displaying other colors as well. And again, you can customize them according to you. I have kept a few colors over here. If you want, you can just put a whole color palette over here as well and provide it to the user. I've kept things as basic so that you guys can go on and add your own elements to it, right? And yeah, I think this is good enough for now. Let's start building our UI now. So first of all, if you notice, the color of this thing is what we have selected right here, right? So right now it's default color. So this is what we will be showing in the background as well, right? So over here in this div, I'm going to have a style tag, which I'll say background color is going to be the theme color. Use memo is not defined. Okay, let's import use memo. Yep, you see this color is visible now. Apart from that, over here, I'm going to give some class name of margin height to be screen, transition colors, duration of 300, some horizontal padding, some vertical padding, and I'm going to say minus margin top to be 6 because we have added some margin on the top, right? So we want to reduce it. In the bigger screens, we will say minus 16 and larger screens, minus 5. Okay, I think this should not be over here. Let me just remove it. Let's see. Yeah, now it's properly displaying right here. If I say inspect and go to smaller screens, yes, this looks good. Inside of it, first of all, we're going to work on the header part. So let's have a div. Inside this, another div where we will have an h1 of create event. Below it, we're going to show if user has created any events before or not. So I'm going to say if user is not pro, then only we're going to show how many free events are remaining. So how many user has created and how many are available right here. So these many are created out of 1 events. And below this is where we're going to be having the button for event creator, right? So let's leave it as empty for now and check. So we can see the create event, but yeah, we can see the free over here as well. Nice. But it's gone since we are a pro user, right? So let's just cancel our subscription. What we can do, we can go to over here in the subscriptions in Clerk, and you can see they provide us such a beautiful dashboard right here. Here we can see our revenue and everything. So over here, what I'll do, I'll just end the subscription now for this user so that we can see this just like this. Great. Let's continue. In this div over here, I'm going to have class name of max width to be 6XL, margin horizontal to be auto set, everything is in the middle, display flex column, gap to be 5 between them. In the medium screens, flex row, that is in the bigger screens, and justify between with margin bottom to be 10. So let's give this h1 some class name, which is simply going to be text 4XL and font to be bold. Let's see, bold. Yes. Let's see now. Yeah, it looks good. Now, below this div over here, we're going to have a div where we are going to be rendering our actual form. So on the left side, we're going to have image plus theme selector. And on the right side, we're going to have our form. So we're going to be creating it right here. Let's just have a div which will say left, and let's duplicate it, put right here. I'll say right. Okay. And for this div, I'm going to give class name of max width to be 6XL, just like before, like MX auto. Display grid in the bigger screens, grid columns, 320 pixels and 1 fraction. That is left one 320 and right one 1 fraction of the screen, and gap to be 10 between them. Let's see. Yes, something like this is 320 and this is remaining. Okay. Now below this div right here, we're going to be having our Unsplash image picker model. And below that, we are going to be having the upgrade model. If we want to, show for any color upgrade, or if user goes beyond one event, right? So we're going to be importing the upgrade model over here. So while we are at it, why don't we just do it right away? So from our header, we're just going to copy it up and I'll just paste it right here. Make sure to import it. We already have this state, I guess. Yes, we already have show upgrade model right here. Instead of header, I'm going to say upgrade reason, right? We have taken a separate state for it, if you remember, and we will update it when we want to show this upgrade model. Cool, then let's go on and work on this left side first. Actually, before working on it, let's do one thing. Let's register for the Unsplash API. So I'm going to say Unsplash API right here. For selecting our images, I'm going to click on your apps. Make sure to log in first, and you can see different apps right here. I'm going to say new application. Just check mark all of these and click on accept terms. Let's name our app Spot, create application, event organizer, create app. All right, there it is. Now you can just copy these access key and secret key and put it right there. So if you check in my GitHub repo, I've mentioned where you need to put it. So just like this, next public unsplash access key. So over here in the .env.local, just put it, paste it over here, and let's copy the access key, this one, just copy it up and paste it right here. That is all we're going to be needing to access the Unsplash API, right? So let's close this up. And now when it comes to the left side, let's just say class name space y to be 6 between both of the things, like the image picker and the color selector. Inside this, we're going to have another div. And when we click on this div, we will trigger the image selector model. So let's give this some class name of aspect square. So it will be 1 by 1. Width is going to be full. Rounded, large, overflow hidden. Display flex, items to be center, justify center, some cursor pointer and border. And over here, we're going to be having an on click, which will trigger this set show image picker component, right? So I'll say true. Obviously it does not exist. We will create it in just a moment. Inside this div, if we have already selected any cover image, so I'll say if cover image is selected, then we will show that image. Otherwise, I'm going to show a span tag with some message over here. Let me just put empty braces over here for now. Okay, cool. See, something like this, it appears just like this box over here. So inside of this span, if no image is selected, I'm just going to display a simple message right here. Click to add cover image, right? Opacity 60, text small. So let's see, do we have it? Yes, click to add cover image. If we click on it, we should see the model right here. And this cover image is where we'll be storing it, right? So we are watching this cover image if this is added. So we are going to be using the set value function to display this image. So let me just add the image tag over here first. So the image tag from next / image, when the image is selected, so src cover image, I'm going to say alt cover, class name, width to be full, height to be full, object cover, width and height, I'm keeping at 500. You can put it however higher resolution or lower resolution as you like. And this is optional if you want to prioritize loading this image when this page loads, but this is a dynamic page, right? So probably you can just remove it from over here. So let's just go and first create the image picker component. So over here in the components, I'm going to create a new file, unsplash image picker dot JSX RAFCE. And actually over here, we're going to be needing a dialog, right? So let's just take the dialog from Shadcn UI. I'll just copy it up and paste it right here. Let's remove everything over here and remove the form just like this. I'm gonna get rid of the trigger as well. Let's call it unsplash model, or I don't know, unsplash image picker. On the props, I'll supply is open, on close, on select. Let's add the open and on open change over here. And in the content, I'll give the class name of max width to be 4XL, height to be 80 viewport height, and overflow hidden, display flex, flex to be column. Let's get rid of this description over here. For the title, I'm simply going to say choose cover image. This will not have any footer. Let's go on and import this actually over there first. So in this create event over here in the unsplash picker, I'm going to say if show image picker is true, then I'm going to render this unsplash image picker. Make sure to import it just like this, and we'll provide it with things like is open to be show image picker, on close set show image picker to be false, and on select we will take a URL from this model and we will manually add this value over here in the cover image URL, and set show image picker will be false then. And let's see if we are triggering this over here. Yes, set show image picker to be true. Let's try this out. If I go on over here, if I click on it, yes, we can see this is getting open. Okay, nice. Let's continue building this image picker. First of all, we're going to be needing 3 states over here: query, images, and loading. And let's first actually make this a client component since we're using states over here. Let's remove this, both of these, dialog trigger, both of them as well, along with the button too. Okay, now inside of this, I'm going to be creating a API call called search images, where we will be using the unsplash API, right? So I'm just going to keep it empty for now. So over here, first of all, I'm going to have a form on submit of which we're going to have this handle search triggered, which will search images with respect to the query that we have entered in the input box, right? So inside of this form, I'm going to be using the Shadcn input. So Shadcn UI input component, let's import it. Value is going to be query. On change, I'm going to say set query to be this, placeholder this, and class name to be flex1. And then we're going to have a button component right here, type submit, so that we can trigger this handle search function. And inside of this, if the loading is going on, so I'm going to show the loader 2 icon, else I'm going to show the search icon. And this loading is obviously going to be coming from over here. So we're going to set the loading manually while we are fetching all of the images from Unsplash API. Okay, so below this form right here, I'm going to have a div with overflow y auto, flex1, minus margin horizontal, so that we're going to make it a little bit wider, and some padding horizontal to be 6. So first of all, if the loading is going on, then I'm going to show this div with loader 2 icon. Otherwise, I'm going to show a div right here, inside of which we will render all of the fetched images. So let's work on the search images so that we can get all of the search images first. Let's see how this looks if I click on it. Okay, useState is not defined. Let's import useState over here and see. If I click on it, we see this event over here by default entered. If you want, you can remove this as well so that this will be empty, just like this. Okay, so let's create this function. So inside of this, I'm going to say set loading to true. After this, I'll have a try catch block, and over here, I'll say const response equals await fetch. And inside of this, I'm going to use the Unsplash API. So over here in the backtext, let's see if it has given me correct API right here. So it will be https api.unsplash.com/search/photos. That's fine. We're going to have a query. So let's just give this search query over here. And then we can provide additional information over here, like per page, I want 12. And why is this over here? It should be closed. Okay, so per page, we want 12 items. And then we can supply our access key. So over here, I'm going to say and client ID to be process.env.next public unsplash access key that we just added. Right, so over here, we will get all of the response for the images. Then simply after this, I can just say const data equals await response.json set images data.results. Okay, and inside of the catch, and actually I'll have finally as well. So catch console error fetching images, and in finally we're gonna set the loading to false. Let's check it out if we are getting anything over here. So what I'll do, I'll just console log images, right? So I'll go on over here, inspect. I'll go to the console. I'll click to add cover image. Let's say pizza, press enter, and it's loading, but obviously nothing will happen until it has fetched the results. So over here, yeah, let's see. We're getting quite a lot of images right here. Awesome. So let's use these responses. So what I'll do right over here in this tab, I'm going to add class name, display grid columns to be 3, gap 4, and padding vertical to be 4. And inside of this, we're going to render all of these images that we're getting. So I'll say images dot map, and we're going to take all of these images just like this. Inside of this, I'm going to render a button. This will have key of image dot id, and also when we click on a particular image, that will be set, right? So I'll say on click on select image dot urls dot regular. So if you notice, we have URLs over here, right? So we are selecting regular over here. So we're going to take the URL and we're going to set it inside of our form. Class name is going to be position relative, aspect video, that is 16:9, overflow hidden, rounded large, border 2, border transparent, and some hover classes as well with transition all. Inside of this button, we're going to simply render the image tag. So from next/image, let's import this. src can be image.url.small because this is just for previewing, right? No point of showing regular over here. Image description, some class name, width and height to be full, object cover, and some resolution over here as well. Okay, now if we have not searched it yet, we can just simply say, if loading is not going on and images.length is equals to 0, search for images to get started. Okay, and we can also give credit to Unsplash over here. So at the very bottom, I'm going to say photos from Unsplash, and actually this should not be over here. Let's keep it right here. Otherwise it will be over there with the images, right? So I'm saying photos from Unsplash. And this is optional. If you want, you can remove it as well. So let's see. If I click on over here and search for pizza, press enter. Yes, you see, we are getting all of these images. If I select one of these image, this should be selected. Yes, just like that. Amazing. It looks awesome. All right, let's just close it and continue building our left side. Next, we are going to be building the color picker, right? All right, so below this tab, I'm going to be having another div with the class name of space y to be 2. And this one will be for the theme color. So over here, first of all, I'm going to be adding a div with label theme color, imported from add component/UI. And if user is not pro, I'm going to show the badge from the badge component from Shadcn UI with sparkles icon and pro text so that user can upgrade to pro. Let's see, something like this. This denoting that this is a pro feature, or you can just, say crown instead of sparkles. Yes, something like this. Okay, now below this div over here, I'm going to render all of my color presets. So dot map, I'm going to take each and every color, and inside of it, I'm going to have a button. This button is going to be having a key of color type button. And over here, we will be displaying it in the style of that button, that color. So that means class name, width and height to be 10, rounded full, border 2, transition all. And if it does not have pro and color is not equals to this, then we're not going to allow it to be selected, right? So this is the default color. Opacity 40, cursor not allowed. Otherwise, we can add hover effect, scale 110. After this, simply we can add the style of background color to be this color and border color to be theme color. If we equal to that color, that means that color is selected, then we're going to show white, otherwise transparent. Okay. And actually this will be a self-closing tag. I'm not going to having anything inside of it. Apart from that, we're going to have on click, handle color click. So we will be creating this function right now. And then we can give this a title if this does not have pro. That upgrade to pro for custom colors. Okay, let's just create this handle color click function over here. Const handle click. And this will take each and every color and it will set it inside of the data of our form. Right, so if color is not equals to this and user does not have pro, then we will show the upgrade model, right? So set upgrade reason to be color and set show upgrade to be true. Otherwise, we're going to just simply set the color. Okay, let's see how this looks. So currently we just see 1 because we don't have the pro membership, right? But we'll test it out by having pro. But apart from that, after this whole thing, we're going to show a button for upgradation, right? So I'm going to say if user does not have the pro membership, I'm going to show this button right here, type button, and on click, we're going to show the upgrade modal, set show upgrade modal to be true. And similar class name, just like before. The only thing over here is this, we're going to have this sparkles icon inside of it. Okay, let's see. Yes, if I click on it, yes, upgrade to pro. Let's click on subscribe and let's try to pay. And there we go. Payment was successful. Continue. And now we are able to change the color of our event. Amazing. This looks awesome, right? If user does not have pro, we can show a simple message over here. Upgrade to pro to unlock custom theme colors. Okay, nice. So this completes our left section. Now come to our right section and let's build it. So on the right side, instead of this div, I'm going to be taking a form. And when we submit the form, that is on submit, we will trigger this handle submit function that we are taking out from use form over here. And this takes an on submit function, right? Which does not exist. So I'll just keep it empty for now. Let's say const on submit, just like this. We will come back to it very soon when we have to write the submission logic and class name space y to be 8. Okay, now inside of it is where we will be creating different elements, or sorry, different field for our form, right? So each field, I can put it in a div. Like first of all, I'm going to take the input for the title. So input, let's import it from Shadcn UI. And this one will be for the title. So how do we connect it with the React hook form and tell it that this is for the title? Just like this. Register. As I told you, this is going to be very important for us. And I'm going to mention title over here. So over here, if you see control space, you'll see all of these fields. It gives us suggestions, right? So yeah. And apart from that, I'm going to say placeholder, event name, class name, text 3XL, font semi-bold, some background transparent, border none, focus visible to be ring of 0 whenever we focus. And what happens if there's any error in this field? Then we're going to take the errors that we have taken right over here, and we're going to be rendering them over here. So I'll say errors.title. If that is true, then I'm going to render a paragraph tag with errors.title.message. Let's see how this looks. So see, event name, and we have removed the ring from around it whenever we focus, right? Okay, now next we are supposed to select the date and time. So below this div, I'm going to be taking a div right here with grid columns 2 and gap to be 6. Let's take a div over here. This first one will be for the start and the another one will be for the end. Right, so first of all, over here, I'm going to be taking a label called start, and then over here, I'm going to be taking a div, inside of which we will render a popover component. So what is a popover? If you see over here, if I go to popover, it looks something like this. If you click on it, it pops up these options or whatever that you want to keep right here, right? This is what a popover is all about. So let's import this thing. I'll just take it. Okay, this is too long. I'll just take the example from over here. Yes, I'll just copy it and paste it over here. Let's import popover from @component/UI, popover trigger, and popover content as well. Let's see inside of our app. If I click on over here in the open, yes, something like this. Let's put it as child. Inside of this, I'm going to have a button with variant outline, class name width to full, justify between. Let's import this. And then inside of this, if the start date has been selected, I'm going to format it from date-fns. We're going to format this start date with PPP format that I've already shown you. Otherwise, we're going to show pick date. And I'm going to display a calendar icon right here. Obviously, by default, it will not be selected. So inside of this popover content, when we click on it, we need to display a calendar right here. So mode is going to be single. So this calendar is not an icon. This will come from Shadcn UI components. So mode to be single. That is single selection. Selected is going to be start date, whatever that we select. And on select, I'm going to set the value to manually to be start date because it's the external component, right? So let's see if we click on over here. Yes, we can see, we can see something like this. If we click on any of these, yes, this has been selected. Awesome. After this, we can add for time as well. So input type time, and we're going to register the start time field over here, placeholder, this hours and minutes. So let's see. Yes, something like this. This looks good. We are able to select the time over here. Let's see if we have given any styling. Yes, let's give this some styling to this div. So let's make this grid columns, one fraction for this one, for the first one, and for the other one, auto, and gap to be 2. And below this div right here, I'm going to show the errors. So if errors.start date has anything or errors.start time has anything, we're going to display them right here. Okay, looks good. Now this one was for the start. So let me just do one thing. Let me just copy this until here, I believe. Let me see. No, I think it's from here to here. Okay. So I'm just gonna copy it up and we will duplicate it right below it for the end time as well, right? So right here, this one will be end instead of start. Over here in this button, instead of start date, this one will be end date over here. Over here in the pop over content, I'm gonna say mode single selected end date on select, again set value to end date. It will be disabled if all the dates before the start date will be disabled. So that's what I'm saying. It is less than start date or new date that is current, then it will be disabled. Okay. Now for the pop over content, actually we need to provide padding to be 0. We need to reset it up over here and over here as well. Right. What else? For the time, simply we can say end time over here. And here we're gonna say instead of start date to be end date. Okay. Let's check it out. So yeah, it looks good. If I choose any time over here, whatever is here, yes, we can see it is disabled before all of this. And we can choose something here. Okay, nice. This is working fine. Now next, let's add the option to select the category. So below this div, we're gonna have a div for category selection. So here, let's first add the label for category. And then here, we're gonna have a select component, right? So let's take the select component from Shadcn UI. Over here, let's see. Yes, this select. Okay, when we click on it, it shows us options such as these. So let's copy all of this thing up and I'll paste it right here. Let me import, select trigger, select value, select content. We're not going to be needing the label and select item. Let's just keep one item over here since we're going to map through them. Not going to be needing this select group. Okay, cool. But there's one thing, this select is an external component, right? So for handling this, we're going to be using something called as controller from React hook form. So controller, and make sure to import it from React hook form. And this will be a self-closing tag. Now inside of this takes one thing, control prop. So as I told you, we'll be taking control from React hook form. Name can be category. And then we're going to have render callback over here. So let me show you how it works. So it basically takes the field over here and it injects this field inside of the select. So basically over here, what we can do, we can say select just like this, and we're going to take the field and I'm going to say value is going to be field.value on value change, field.on change. Okay. Select trigger is going to be, let's say width full. Placeholder can be select category, and inside this select content, we can just render all of the categories that we had taken static categories, right? So .map and select item, key is going to be cat.id, value is going to be cat.id, and we can display the category icon and the label. Okay, nice. So after this, let's just display the errors. So error.category, if it's there, then we can display it right here. Now below this div, let's add the location box, but let's see. Yes, looks like this is working fine. If we select any of these, yes, great, this is working. Now next, we're gonna have the select for the location. So what we will do, I'll just copy this up, we'll paste it right here, something like this, and let's see. So basically we'll have two things over here, right? One for the state and another for the city. So first of all, let's call it location, and then over here we're gonna have two selects. So I'll have a div right here with class name grid columns 2, gap to be 4, and we can move this inside of it. So let's take this controller, this whole thing up, and move this over here. Let's see how this looks. Yes, something like this. Let's change it. Let's call it control, and name is going to be state. Okay. Inside of select over here, I'm going to say field.value, and over here field.onChange value, and also I'm going to say set value of city to be empty. Every time we change the state, we want to reset the city value, right? Okay. Select value is going to be select state over here, and we can render all of the states that we have taken on the top. Right, so I'm going to say Indian states.map. I'll take each and every state right here. I'll provide the ISO code as the key and name in the value, and over here as well. Let's see. Yes, something like this. Yes, we can see all of the states over here. Amazing. Let's take this whole thing up and duplicate it, because we're going to be doing the same thing with the city as well. Right here, I have duplicated it. Name can be city. In the select right here, it will be the same on value change, field or on change, and this will be disabled if these state is not selected. Now over here in the select value, I'm going to say select city if the state has been selected, but if state has not been selected, I'm going to say select state first. And simply right here, I'm going to render all the cities that we've taken earlier, cities.map, right? Similar to what we've done before. Let's see. Okay, this is disabled. Let's select some state, and now we will be able to select the city as well. Okay, nice. Now, below this div over here, we're not going to be having errors for now. So over here, below this div, I'm going to be having a div for selecting venue, right? So I'll have a div space y to be 2, margin top to be 6. First of all, I'll have label of venue details and input, which will register this venue over here. Placeholder is going to be venue link, Google Maps link, user can provide it, or any other link. Type is going to be URL. And below it, I'm going to have the error for the venue if venue is entered incorrectly. And also, we're going to have input for the address. And placeholder can be this. Let's see. Yes, this looks good. Okay, now after these two divs, we're going to have the ticketing options, like if it's free or paid, right? So I'm going to have a div over here inside of this. We're going to have a label called tickets. And below it, I'm going to have another div right here where we will be rendering our radio buttons. So over here, I'm going to say label. Inside of this, we're going to have input type radio, value to be free. Register is going to be ticket type for selecting free or paid. Same thing over here as well for the paid as well. So whatever user selects, it will be checked over there. Okay, now below this div, if the ticket type is paid, I'm going to show the input for entering the price. So I'll say if ticket type equals paid, then, and keep in mind, this ticket type is coming from right here. We're watching this value, right? So if it's paid, I'm going to show an input tag, which will say type number, placeholder ticket price, and then we can enter the ticket price. And this will be converted to number. Okay, nice. Now, simply we just have I think one input ready for capacity, I believe. Yeah. So below this div, I'm going to have this div over here, space y to be 2 with label capacity, simple input tag with capacity. Again, this will be also a number, and we're going to show the errors right here if it's not entered or entered incorrectly. Okay, cool. Now below this, simply we're going to have a button for submitting the form. So something like this, type submit, disabled when the loading is going on, that is the form is being submitted. Class name, width full, some vertical padding, text large, and rounded Excel. Okay, so inside of this button, I'm going to say, if is loading is true, we're going to show the loading indicator right here, loader, and show creating. Otherwise, I'm going to say create event. Let's see, it should be completed now. Yes, if I click on paid over here, yes, we can see that option to enter the ticket price. Amazing. This looks awesome. Now I think we can go on and create the logic for submitting the event. So, okay, let's go on over here now in our onSubmit function and create the logic for submitting the form over here. So let's take a try catch block right here. Inside of the try, I'll first of all combine the start date and start time and end date and end time. So it will look something like this. So I'll be creating a function called combine date time, where I'm going to supply the date and the time, and it will return us the combined date and time. So over here, let's get this function const combine date time. This will take date and time, and inside of it, I'll first of all check if date and time is not provided, then return null. Otherwise, I'm going to extract it. So first of all, I'm going to extract the time. So we'll split the time from this colon. I'll take out the hours and the minutes. And then after this, I'm going to format the date by doing new date and date. And below it, I'm going to say d.set hours to be this hours and this much minutes. Basically, we are integrating this time inside of this date right here. And then simply we're going to return it so that we can store it inside of our database. Okay, that's formatted. After it, let's have some null checks. Like if the start is not present, end is not present, then we're going to simply show the toast.error. Let's import it. Please select both date and time. If end.getTime is less than the start time, right? That is end time is less than start time, then again, we're going to show the error. That should be more than that, right? After this, we need to check the limit for the free users, right? We're already checking it in the server side, but we can check it over here as well. So I'll say if user does not have the pro plan and user.free events created is more than or equal to 1, then I'll say set upgrade reason to limit and set show upgrade model to true, so that we will see the upgrade model now. After this, let's see if user is trying to use our custom colors without having the pro. So I'll say data.theme color is not equals to this and user does not have pro. Then again, we're going to show the upgrade reason. right here. Okay. Then finally, we can create our event. So I'll say await create event. Now we can supply all of our values right here. First of all, I'm going to bring in title, description, category, and the tags. So tags will be same as the category as well. I have not added the logic of tag right here. If you want, you can do that. Then we're going to add the start date, end date, and the time zone as well, the current time zone. After that, we're going to enter our location details like location type, venue that we have selected inside of our form, address, city, state, and country. After that, we're going to add ticketing related data like capacity, ticket type, ticket price, cover image, theme color, and if user has pro or not, so that we can check it on server side as well. Okay. After this, I'm going to say toast.success, event created successfully, and we're going to push it to my events page. And let's have toast.error, error.message in the catch. Okay, nice. So I guess the whole logic is done. Amazing. Should we go on and test it out? Let's see. I'm going to say test event. Let's just put test over here quickly. I'm going to select something random, right? I'm going to put test. Oh, must be a URL. Let's say test.com. https test.com. Over here as well, I'm going to put test. Let's create a free event and click on, let's select green and click on create event. Oh, we have not selected the date. And it must be at least 5 characters long. So test. How about that? Okay, let's select the date, time. Let's click on create event. Oh, we have not selected the cover image. Let's just select test over here as well. Now it gives the actual test photos. Okay, let's create event now. Surely it will work. What's wrong? Something went wrong. Let's go and inspect. Create event. So nothing's happening actually. That means something went definitely wrong. Let's go and see the terminal. Everything looks good. What's wrong over here? Let's see if this even getting triggered or not. So let's just do console log data and I'm going to inspect. I'll say create event. Okay, looks like it's not getting triggered. Okay guys, so I just console logged the errors and I saw the description is not getting passed. So obviously we have not created a description until now. Let me just do that as well. So where was it? Above the radio section. So yeah, over here, we can create a div right here. This will be straightforward. This will be a text area component that we have installed from Shadcn UI. And in the register, we can just provide the description and provide the errors over here as well. So now we should see, yes, now we can see this error over here. Let's add test again. Let's add some paid ticket. Let's say 10 rupees. Create event. It must be 20 characters long. Let me just paste it multiple times. Okay, now it is creating. Now we have some other error. Hasbro is not defined at handler. Okay, what's wrong? In the events, isn't Hasbro provided over here? Yes, it is provided. How is it not defined? Maybe it is not getting supplied from over here. Let's see inside of on submit. So Hasbro, this is getting supplied. What's wrong? I got it. I think it's because it's args.hasbro, right? So args.hasbro and same over here as well and over here as well. Yes, that should be it, I guess. Yes, now we can use it again and try creating the event. Now it should work. What's going on now? Let's see. Where else have we used it? Now it should work. Let's just wait for the Convex to get compiled. Okay, now let's try it out. Let's get rid of these errors. Click on create event. And now we have a different error, I guess. It does not match the schema. Hasbro, that is not in the validator. Okay, so the issue is that we are sending these args over here, right? And along with that, we are sending Hasbro over here as well. So you know what, let's do one thing. I'm just gonna get rid of this. We don't even need Hasbro over here because we are checking all of these things in the server side. So let's remove all of these things related to Hasbro. Anything else? Let's get rid of that. I'll just say args.themeColor over here. Let's get rid of this default color. I think we should be good to go now. Let's try creating the event. Moment of truth. What? Oh, I think we are still sending it from the front end, right? That's the issue right here. Let's remove it. And let's make sure that we should be good now. Let's try it out again. Yes, event created successfully. Thank God. It was a nightmare. Let's go on and check inside of our database. And it has pushed us to /my events as well, if you notice. And there we go. Inside of our database, we have this whole event, the test event. Let me just delete it. Let's get rid of it. Okay. Now let's create the AI event creation logic, right? We're going to have a button right here for that. So we are going to be using Gemini AI for creating these events. So let's say aistudio.google.com/API key, and we're going to get the Gemini API key right here. And we have to create this Gemini API key inside of our .env. So let's go to the .env and put it right here, something like this. And let's take it. Let's create a new API key actually. I'll say spot, select any project right here, create key. If you don't have any Google Cloud project created, you can just create it right away. So just click on over here. Let's copy the API key and paste it over here inside of .env. Cool then. Now we are going to be creating this here in the create event. We've already left the space for it. But for making the API call, we're going to be creating the API for it. So over here in the app, I'm going to create a new folder called API. So basically this API will be executed in the server side. So let me show you how you can create APIs in Next.js. So inside of this, I'm going to create a new folder called generate-event. And inside this, we can create a new file, route.js. Okay. Inside this, since we are supposed to create a post API, so I'm going to say export async function post and request object right here. And inside of this request object, we will be sending the prompt that user will give. So I'll have a try catch block over here. And actually, before that, we are also going to be installing a library called @Google/generative-AI to work with the Gemini API. So over here, I'm going to say npm install @Google/generative-AI. Let's allow it to get installed. And over here, inside of the try block, we're going to first of all take out our prompt. So const prompt equals await request.json. Below it, I'll say if prompt is not provided, then we're just going to return the error that prompt is required, right? So let's import this next response.json. Okay, after this, I'm going to select the model that we are going to be using over here. So we're going to be using Gemini 2.0 Flash and import this Gen AI. Actually, we have to do something like this. Const Gen AI equals new Google generative AI. We have to import this, and inside this, we have to provide the API key. So process.env.google API key, something like this, and we will be using it over here. Okay, then we will be providing the system prompt. So I'll say const system prompt that we will be prompting basically to Gemini. Let's keep it empty for now. I'll tell you what you're gonna write inside of it. So this is the prompt and this is the model. So then we can call it. I'm gonna say await model.generate content system prompt. Then we're gonna process this result by saying const response equals await result.response, and I'm going to convert it into a text. So I'll say response.text. Okay, so let's see, what are we going to write inside of this prompt? Just go to my Git repository right here inside of the API, generate event and route. It's going to be pretty long, so that's why I want you to just copy and paste this prompt. I'll explain you what this is. So copy it and paste it right here. So basically what this is saying is that you are an event planning assistant, generate event details based on user description, return only valid JSON with properly escaped string. So we want the object, like response in the object format, such as this. So title, description, category, we are going to provide all of these categories right here. Suggested capacity, for example, 50, and suggested ticket type, right? And we can provide the prompt that user has given, user's event idea. And we are providing some rules over here. You can change them according to you, right? It depends on you. So yeah, we will get the response in form of this JSON. So we have to, cleanse our response over here as well. And this is something that I've copied from ChatGPT, because sometimes Gemini hallucinates and, gives weird responses. So I'm going to say let clean text equals text.trim. I'm going to first trim it out. Then if it starts with JSON, I'm going to remove it, right? So I'm going to replace JSON with nothing and replace this at the end with nothing. Else if it starts with this, then again I'm going to replace it with nothing, right? So this will clean our response. And then I'm going to say event data. I'll say json.parse, and I'll parse from text to object. And I'll say return next response.json event data. Inside of the catch, I'll say console.error error generating event and next response.json 500 error, right? Cool. I think this should be good enough. Let's go back and create the component for our AI event creator. So this will basically be a dialog, right? So first of all, let me just, over here, I'm going to be creating a new folder, underscore component. So basically underscore folders are completely ignored by Next.js, and Next.js does not see whatever that's inside of it. So over here, I'm going to create a new file called event creator.jsx, RAFCE AI event creator. Okay, let's take this and I'm going to put it right over here. And what happens when the event is generated by this component? So let me import it first. I'm going to say on event generated, we're going to trigger this handle AI generate function, inside of which we will we will populate all of the fields inside of our form. So I'll say const handle AI generate. This will take the data, let's call it generated data, and perform some actions right here. So we will be manually setting all of the values inside of it. So I'll simply say set value. We'll get the title, description, category, capacity, ticket type. So we will just set it over here manually, and I'll simply say event details field, customize as needed. Okay, so we are done with this create event component. Let's go on and create this AI event creator. So what I'll do, I'll import the dialog from Shadcn UI. So this dialog component right here, we have worked on it multiple times. Let's just copy it and paste it right here. Let's rename it to AI event creator. So here we're gonna keep this dialog trigger as well. Let's get rid of this form from here, and in the props over here, let's keep on event generated. When it comes to the states, I'll take is open, the prompt that user will write, and loading as well. Okay, let's take both of this like is open and all, and I'll put it right here. Let's check it out first, how this looks. So it gives us error. It says it does not exist. I think it was because we copied it, so I think it didn't got properly renamed. So let me just rename it. Let's try to import it again. So over here, I'm going to remove it, and let's try to import it over here. Let's go and see. And by the way, make sure that this is a client component since we're using states over here. Okay, there we go. If we click on this open dialog, we will see the dialog open. Okay, nice. Let's just get rid of whatever that they have built over here. And when it comes to the trigger, inside of this, I'm going to put this button with the sparkles icon and generate with AI. Okay, let's add some title and description over here. Title can be AI event creator, description can be describe your event idea, and let AI create the details for you. Let's see. Yep, we can see generative AI button. If we click on it, yes, we can see it right here. Okay, let's create the content. Let's remove this footer. We're not going to be needing it. So below the header right here, let's have a div inside of which we're going to be adding a text area where user can enter the details. So I'll say text area. Let's import it. Value is going to be prompt, the state that we have taken on top. On change, set prompt, placeholder can be something like this. Rows is going to be 6, class name, resize none. Yep, something like this. Below this text area, I'm going to be having the button for canceling or generating the event. So first of all, we're going to have the cancel button, variant outline, on click, set is open, class name flex to be 1. And below it, I'm going to have another button with loader 2 icon where we will trigger this generate event function. So obviously we will create it in just a moment. It will be disabled when the loading is going on or the prompt is not provided. Otherwise, we're going to simply say generate over here. Okay, let's create this generate event function over here. So inside of this function, I'll first of all check if the prompt is not provided. I'll say inside the toast, I'll say please describe your event. So let's import this. And over here, I'll say set loading to true. And then I'll have a try catch block just like this. And inside of this is where we will be fetching the data from our API that we created, right? So const response equals await fetch /API/generate event. Method can be posts because we created a post API. Headers, content type, application/JSON, and we're going to provide the prompt inside our body. After this, we will take out the data, await response.json, and trigger this on event generated function that we are sending from create event page. We're going to show success toast, set is open to false, and set prompt to be empty. And in the end, we're going to show the error inside of the catch. And finally, set loading to false. Okay, nice. Let's go on and try generating this event using AI. Let's click on over here. Event on dump things. Let's click on generate. It's generating. Okay, so I actually got an error over here because this should be Gemini API key, not Google API key. That is what we added, right? So let's try this again. Event about dumb things. Click on generate. All right, there we go. This is done. It has generated a description and everything for us. Amazing. Even selected the categories as well. Great. Now we can create our own events and we can choose different colors from over here as well. Awesome. This is great. Now, why don't we go on and create our events page actually? If we go to the explore, right? If we open any event right here, let's just open this only. So notice we have this theme that we selected while creating this event. We have the cover photo about this event, the location, also the map link, the address, and who is the organizer. Okay. And on the right side, you will see we have this pricing, how many people are attending, date, time, etc. Right? We can also share this event. And if we want to register for this event, we just need to click on this button right here. And this will ask us our full name and email address. And when we click on register, we will be registered. So if I click on it, see, we are registered. Awesome. We can also click on view my ticket and go and view our tickets right here. Awesome. So let's just go on and create the APIs that we will be needing for registering, and then we can start building this page right here. So here in the Convex folder, I'm creating a new file called registrations.js. Here, first of all, we're going to be creating an event for registering for the event, right? So this is going to be a mutation, obviously. Let's import this mutation from /generated. Inside this, what are all the things that we'll be taking from the front end? The attendee name, attendee email, and for which event we are trying to register, right? So 3 things. First, the event ID, attendee name, and attendee email. So event ID will be v.id from this events table. Okay. After this, I'm going to be taking the handler. So handler, and over here, instead of just destructuring, why don't we just take args? Okay, cool. Now we need to check if user is logged in or not, because this is a private page, right? I mean, not a private page, but this is a private action. So over here, I'm going to say const user equals run query internal.users.getCurrentUser, just like we've been doing. Make sure to import internal and also this v for these values right here. Okay. After this, we need to make sure that the event ID provided by the user is correct. So I'll say const event equals await ctx.db.get args.eventID. And if event is not found, then I'm going to say throw new error, event not found. After this, we need to also check if event is full, the capacity is full or not, right? So I'll say event dot registration count, the current registration count is more than or equal to event capacity. Then I'm going to throw the error that event is full. Okay. Now we need to also check if user is already registered, right? So over here, I'm going to make the query await ctx.db.query registrations table. And after this, I'm going to say dot with index. And over here, we're going to be using our index that we have taken by event user, this thing right here. So with respect to the event ID and the user ID, this will take both of those things, right? So just like this, I guess. No, not like this. Q dot equals to event ID and user ID. Yes. And in the end, I'm going to say unique. Okay, there's that. After this, if existing registration exists, then I'm going to throw the error. You're already registered. Okay. Now, finally, we can create the registration over here. But first, if you remember, for each and every registration, we have to create a unique ID for the QR code, right? So if I go to my tickets over here, and if I click on show ticket, you'll see we have this QR code generated and with this unique ticket ID, right? So we need to generate this ID as well. So we need to create a function for generating it. So on the top, I'll say this will be a very simple function. So I'll say const QR generate QR code. This will not take anything. Simply inside of it, we will say return. For event, we can say EVT, and I'll just first of all have unique date dot now value over here. Then after this, I'm just gonna add math.random, and this looks good. Substring to substring 36. Yes, this will give us a long string, and we can take from second to 9. Okay, and I'm gonna say to uppercase. Yes, this looks good. I'll show you how it look in just a moment. Or maybe I can just take it over here and go to the browser, inspect. So here in the backticks, I'm gonna say, actually this will be date dot now, not new. So date dot now, let's press enter, and yes, something like this. This is how we will be getting it. And over here, we're generating a substring, like random string with math.random and putting it to uppercase. Okay, nice. So let me fix this over here as well. Date.now. And over here, I'm going to be taking it. So I'll say const QR code equals generate QR code. And then finally, I can say const registration await ctext.ub.insert in the registrations table. And inside of over here, I can just add my event ID, the user ID, and attendee name. Yes, attendee email, QR code. What else? I think we need to add if user has checked in or not. So checked in to be false initially. Status to be confirmed. What else? Oh yeah, registered at. So it will be currently. So basically date dot now. Okay, I think this looks good. Now we can update the event with the registration count, right? So after this, I can just say await ctext.db.patch args.event id and registration count to be +1, and then simply we will return the registration id. And by the way, this will be registration id, not registration over here, and this will be underscore id. Okay, nice. That's for the register for the event. After this, we will be creating a function for checking if a particular user is registered for that event or not. So I'll say export const check registration. Over here in the args, I'll simply take event ID. And then after this, in the handler, inside of it, first of all, we'll check if user is logged in or not. Yes, this is fine. And then we will check with respect to that event ID and the user ID who is logged in, if this registration exists. If it does, then we will return registration. Okay, this looks good. Let me shrink this as well. And now finally, let's go on and create the UI for our event page. So over here in the public, I'll create a new folder, events, and inside of this folder, I'm going to create a new folder actually for the ID of that event, right? So if you notice over here, this will be dynamic. So we need to capture it as well. So here I'm going to say new folder, and I'll add slug over here. I'll say page.jsx, RAFCE event page. Okay, let's see how this looks. Yes, we can see this event page text right here. So first of all, over here, I'm going to be taking a few hooks that I'll be needing. So let me just make this a client component. So use client. And over here, I'm going to say use params. First of all, for taking the params from our URL, const params. And then after this, let's take use router as well if you want to route the user to some other page. Const router. Then we will also be taking the user's information and also a state for tracking our register modal, right? When we click on the register button. So I'll import this use user from @clerk/next year. This is one of the way to do it as well, to take the user information. And again, yeah, this state right here for modal. Now, if you remember, we created over here in the events.js, apart from this create event, all of these other functions as well, like get event by slug. So we will be needing this as well over here to get the information with respect to what is in our params. So I'm going to say use convex query and import it api.events.get events by slug, and I'm going to provide the slug such as this params.slug. Okay, apart from that, we also would be needing to check if user is already registered for this event by using our check registration function that we created in registrations file. So I'll say use convex query api.registrations.check registration, and I'll say if event.id exists, I'm going to provide it right here, otherwise skip it. And over here is where we will be getting the information for this. Okay, so while this event is loading, we can just display loading indicator right here. You can also use bar loader over here, just like we've used before, or you can just use loader 2 over here with minimum height screen, display flex, item center, justify center, width and height of 8, animate spin and text purple to be 500. Okay. Now, if event is not found, this event right here, I can just throw this not found function from next/navigation. Okay, so it gives us error check registration does not exist. Let me see. Did I make any spelling mistake right here? Check registration. This is fine. Registrations. Okay, this is also correct. What's wrong? Let me just refresh my page. Or maybe there's some other error. Let me just check the terminal over here. Oh wait, I think it's because of this. I don't know how this got imported over here, but I think that was giving this
error right here in the terminal. So many errors. So query is not defined. This is the actual issue. Okay, let's import that. There we go. Event page is there. Okay, let's move forward. So first of all, we want to make the background like our theme, right? That we selected while creating this event. So I'm going to say div with style background color event.theme. If not provided, we're gonna add the default color over here. Class name min height to be screen, padding y to be 8. We're gonna reduce margin top to 6. We want to move it upwards. In the medium screens, I'm gonna say minus margin top 16, and the larger screens minus mx5. So yeah, this looks good. Nice. Now inside of over here, I'm going to have our UI right here, and below it is where we will be creating our register modal, right? So I'll just put something like this. So for UI, we're going to be taking a div over here, max width to be 7xl, mx auto, so that it's in the very middle. And then inside this, first of all, let's create the title and the info for this event. So inside of this div, I'm going to be having a badge component with variant secondary. Let's import badge from Shadcn UI. Class name margin bottom to be 3. And we're going to import this get category icon and get category label that we had created earlier so that we can display this over here. Let's see. There we go. Something like this. Okay. Then we can display the event title. So over here, H1, text 4xl, in the bigger screens, text 5xl, font bold, margin bottom to be 4. After this, we're going to be having a div where we will display the additional information like start date, end date, etc. So this basically says display flex, flex wrap, item center, some gap to be 4, text muted, foreground. And here we're going to display the calendar icon from Lucid React and import this format from date-fns, and I'll say event.startDate with this format right here. Let's see. Yep, we can see the title and that start date. Let's add the end date as well. So similar to this, I'm going to say another div with clock icon. Actually over here, we're going to be displaying both start time and end time. That one is just the date. Okay, cool. Then below it, probably we can display our hero image, right? The image for the event. So below this div right here, I'm going to say event.coverImage. If this exists, I'm going to say div class name relative with height to be 400 pixels, rounded 2xl, overflow hidden to be margin bottom to be 6. And let's have this image tag imported from next/image, src event.coverImage, and alt tag, we're going to say event.title. Class name is going to be object.cover. So let's see. Yes, this should be filled. Let's see if this is properly responsive or not. I'm going to make this smaller. So actually it's still that big. What we can do, I'm going to say for the medium screens, it's this. And for other screens, it can be like 250 pixels. Let's see. Yeah, that's much better. See, now it looks good. All right. So now below this hero image is where we're going to be having a div where we will have our main content, right? All of the description and everything over here. Let's give this the class name of grid. In the larger screens, grid columns will be 2, basically one fraction, that is the left part will be the bigger and the right part will be 380 pixels and gap to be 8 between them. Okay. So here I'm going to be having a div class name to be space y of 8. Then we will have another div over here for our sidebar, right? That is our registration card. And this will be sticky in the bigger screens, that it will scroll down with us as we go further in the website. So let me show you. So in the bigger screens, it will be top 24 and height to be fit. So let me show you. If I go on over here in any event, oops. So let's say this event right here, you see, it is sticky. It is going down along with us, right? Now inside of this main content, we're going to have 3 things. First, the description, location details, and organizer info. So see, description, location detail, and the organizer info. We are getting all of the data from our API. We just have to render it right here. On the right side, we have the price, which again, we're getting from the API, attendees, date, time, all of this information, which we will be rendering over here in this div. We will obviously have a card component, and then inside of that card component, we will have all 4 of these things right here, right? Then when we click on, let's say, let me go to an event, which is not already registered by me. Let's say this one. Then when we click on this button, we will have a dialog triggered. We have created it multiple times up until now, right? Where we can enter our name and email. And then we will trigger the mutation when we click on the register, right? We have already created the APIs right here in the registration, right? Register for event and check registration. So we also need to check registration right here, right? And with respect to that, we need to show the message. Like for example, for this event, which is already booked, we will show you are registered, right? So this whole page is I'm giving as a homework to you guys. You have seen me build a big part of this app, but this smaller part, this page where you just have to render this data, and when you click on register, you have to make the API call. This is a homework for you guys. And don't worry, even if you're not able to do it, you can find the solution for that in my GitHub repository as well. So let me show you. If we go to the app, in the public events/slug, this is the page.jsx right here, right? So you can check the solution over here. You can see organizer info and everything. I've put it right over here, right? So try to build it yourself first. If you're not able to do it, only then look at this solution, right? Notice I've put multiple different checks over here before registering. Is event full? Is event passed? Is event has event ended? All of these things right here, right? And the hard part, the API part, we have already done that, right? So you just have to build the UI. And also for the register model, there it is, register model.jsx. So here you can find the whole dialog code right here, right? So okay, go on and try to build it yourself and come back to this video. All right, so I have built it as well. I hope you were able to do it. So I'm gonna click on register for event and click on register. Awesome, registration successful. Now let's go on and build our My Tickets page. And for this, if we go on and see inside of our deployed app right here, you'll notice it shows us all of the events that we have booked right here. If we click on show ticket, it will show us the QR code that we can scan when we reach the venue. I mean, the organizers can scan and give us the entry, right? So, okay. And over here as well, you can see we have this cross mark, which says if you want to cancel the registration, and registration canceled successfully. Nice. So let's create both of these API calls first. So over here in the registrations itself, actually, this is where we will be writing the logic. So below this, first of all, for getting our registrations, get my registrations. At this, I'll say handler. Inside of this, first of all, we will check if user is logged in or not, just like this. And then I'm going to fetch our registrations by doing ctx.db.query registrations with index by user. I'll say q.equals to user ID to user._ID, and I'll collect it. Okay, so we will have all of our registrations right here. And actually, we will also sort it in the descending order, right? So order descending. After this, we will also fetch the event details for each and every registration, which we can display over there, right? So const registrations with events, and I'll say promise.all because we are going to be running a loop inside of it. So registration.map async. Yeah, this looks good. Let's take registration, something like this. And inside of this, I'm going to take the event ID and I'm going to get the information, something like this. And then we can return the registration along with the event details, right? Then in the end, after this, we can just return registrations with events. Okay, this looks good to get our registrations. Then let's write the logic for canceling the registration as well, which is going to be a mutation. So I'll say export const cancel registration. Inside this, first of all, in the args, I'm going to get the registration ID, which will be v.id registrations. And then I'll say handler. Inside this, first of all, we'll check if user is logged in or not. So await ctx.run query internals.user.get current user. And then I'm going to get the registration information from the registration ID and check if registration is not there, and not this one actually. If this is not there, then we will simply throw the error registration not found. And then we can tackle the other case that if it does not belong to that particular user, you can only cancel your own registrations, right? Okay, this looks good. Now let's get the information for that particular event as well. So await ctx.db.get registration.event_id. And then if event does not exist, so I'll say does not exist, then inside of it, I'm going to throw the error associate event not found, or let me just say event not found. Then let's update the registration status first of all. So we will change the status to cancel. Instead of just deleting the registration, we will put it to cancel since we already have it over here as status, right? So ctx.db.patch for this registration ID. Okay. then we can decrement the event registration count. Yeah, that's correct. So I'll say if event.registration count is more than 0, only then we'll say ctx.db.patch registration.event id and we'll say -1. Okay, below it, then we can simply return probably something like success to be true. Okay, nice. This looks good. Let me just make sure that Copilot has not made any errors right here. Everything looks good. Cool, then we will take this and let's go on and build our My Tickets UI or My Tickets page, right? So this will be a private page, right? So in the main, I'm going to create a new folder, My Tickets. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE, My Tickets page. So first of all, let's make this a client component, use client, and then we're going to be taking the states and hooks right here that we'll be needing. First of all, I'm going to take a state for selected ticket. When we click on show QR code, right, then we will show some ticket. So we will store the information right here. By default, it will be null. We will also be taking our router. So use router, make sure to import it from next/navigation. And after this, let's import our API, that is get my registrations. So something like this, I'll import use Convex query and this API right here, api.registrations.getMyRegistrations. Okay, awesome. So we have registrations right here, renaming data to registrations and is loading. After this, we will also take the cancel registration mutation that we built, right, for canceling our registrations. So I'll say use Convex mutation, import it, api.registrations.cancel registration. Okay, this looks good. We're going to rename this mutate function to cancel registration and is loading to is canceling. Okay. Now, if the loading is going on right here, we can say is loading is true, then return loader to right here, just like this. Right. Let's see. There we go. It is, wait, what's the issue over here? Okay, nothing. It's loading. And yes, now it shows my tickets page. Okay. Now what we'll do over here, we have all of the registrations over here, right? So we want to divide them in upcoming and past tickets. So first of all, what's the date today? Let's take const now equals date.now. What is it? Impure function. Okay, don't worry about it. Let's just say quick fix and disable for the entire file. After this, we're going to take out the upcoming registrations first. So how do we do that? We're going to be using filter. So I'm going to say registrations.filter. I'll take each and every registration. I'll say .event and .event start date is more than or equal to the current date and the registration is confirmed. We don't want to take the cancelled ones. Right, so this will give us upcoming tickets. And for the past tickets, we will take either this is cancelled or this is in the past, that is start date is less than now. Okay, that's fine. Let's go on and start building this page. So first of all, over here, let's take a div, min height to be screen, padding bottom to 20 and padding horizontal to 4. And then I'm going to be taking a div right here, which will contain our title and the subtitle. So over here, I'm going to say h1 with my tickets and a paragraph tag saying view and manage your event registrations. Now below this, we can render our upcoming tickets and then our past tickets. And also if no tickets are available, we can render the empty state as well. And outside of this div is where we're going to be adding our QR code model when we click on view ticket. Right. Okay. So first of all, for the upcoming tickets, I'm going to check if upcoming tickets.length is more than 0, then inside of this, we will be rendering a div, right, with class name margin bottom to be 12. And inside this div, I'm going to have an h2, which will say upcoming tickets, or let's say upcoming events right here. Then below it, we're going to be rendering a div. Inside of this class name, I'm going to say grid columns to 2 in medium screens actually. So in medium screens, in the larger screens, grid columns 3 and gap to be 6. Now inside of this, I'm going to say upcoming tickets dot map will take each and every registration right here. Inside of this, simply we will render our event card component that we had created earlier, right? So import it. And actually over here, we would need to make some crucial changes to this event card right here to support my tickets page and my events page as well. So currently, let's see if this is being rendered. Yes, we can see this is being rendered just like this. Okay, but we want to show that view ticket button at the bottom, right? So if we go inside, we have taken this show actions, right? Where we have this view button. And actually I created it in a way that we will be using it in my events. So let me show you over here in the my events page. Whenever we have created an event, something like this, view and delete. But I want to use it over here in the tickets as well. So show ticket and X. So displaying different icons and text over here with respect to what we are providing. So what we will do, instead of show actions, I'm gonna make some change over here. So in the event card, just get rid of this show actions, and instead let's just take action over here, which will be null by default. It can either be event or ticket. So for ticket page, we're gonna be providing this ticket prop over here, right? So let's go down over there, show actions. So I'm going to say if action is there, then all of this is fine. We're gonna providing on click and everything. This is correct. But inside of this, I'm going to say if action is equals to event, then we will show I icon with view. If it's ticket, then we're gonna show QR code icon with show ticket. And same for the delete. Over here inside of it, if the action is equals to event, then trash to, otherwise we're gonna show X icon right here. Okay, I think this should do it. Let's go and check it out. So over here, if in the event card in my tickets page, if I say action to be ticket, let's see what happens. We can see show ticket right here, but it's not styled properly. Let me see what's the issue over here. This is the action. Okay, I think we need to give this div some class name of display flex, gap to be 2 and padding top to be 2. Yes, something like this. And if the on delete is provided only, then this will render that delete icon, right? So let's provide it over here. Let me just close these additional pages that are opened over here. So when we click on it, I'm going to trigger set select ticket to be registration. We are setting it to be registration so that we can show the model. On delete, we will trigger this handle cancel registration function, which obviously does not exist. And this will take registration dot underscore ID. So we will be creating it over here, const handle cancel registration. Let's keep it empty for now. Or actually, let's just go on and build it as well. I'm going to say if window.confirm, are you sure you want to cancel this registration? If user says no, then we'll return it. If user says yes, then we'll continue. And over here, simply, we're going to have a try catch block, which will call this cancel registration function from over here, the mutation, with the registration ID that is provided over here. And simply, we will render the toast.success. Over here, registration cancelled successfully. Otherwise, the error failed to cancel registration. Now, I think we should see X icon. Yes, over here. When you click on it, it will ask us. Cool then, this looks nice. Let's render our past tickets as well. Currently, we won't have any past tickets, but it's going to be very similar to this. So I'll just copy and paste this right here. In this one, action will be simply null. We won't be providing any action over here. So let's keep it in braces. Let's get rid of this on click and on delete. And let's keep the opacity to less, right? So opacity to be 60. Okay, over here, sort of upcoming tickets, we can say past tickets. And here as well, we can say past events. Okay, we won't be seeing anything over here. Yes, we can't see because we don't have any past events. Why don't we go on and cancel this one? Okay. And yes, you can see past events right here. Let's just book some other event so that we can see both of them over here. Let's book this one. So I'm going to click on register for event, register. It's done. View my ticket. It's going to take me over here and there we go. We can see both upcoming and past events. Great. Let's create the empty state over here. So I'm going to say if upcoming tickets.length is equals to 0 and past tickets equals to 0, then inside of this is where we will be rendering our empty state. So let's have a card component over here with some padding of 12, let's say, and text center. And inside of this card, we'll be having a div, max width to be medium, mx auto, space y to be bold, and we will have an h2, no tickets found. Let's show a red icon over here as well, ticket icon, and below it, we can just have a paragraph, which will say register for events to see your tickets here, and we will add a button over here from Shadcn UI as well, which will take them to the explore page. So let's import this from next/link and this ticket from Lucid React. If we, let's say, make this true, let's see what do we get over here. If we scroll down, yes, something like this. When we don't have both of them, it will show it something like this. Let's revert it. Okay. Now, when we click on this, why isn't it gone yet? I think I haven't saved. Yes, now it's gone. So when we click on this show ticket right here, we want to show a dialog box with the QR code, right? So let's first, let me just first say over here, select a ticket, and over here is where we're going to be rendering our dialog. So let's just take the dialog component from Shadcn UI, this one. I'll just, I'll copy it from over here. I'll copy and paste it over here. We won't, okay, so this one does not have any footer. So let's import this, trigger, content, header. We won't be needing the description, and title. Let's see if this is being opened. Actually, we won't be needing the trigger as well. So let's get rid of it. And in the dialog right here, I'm going to say open only if this selected ticket is true or truthy. That means if it contains any object inside of it. And on open change, that is when we're trying to close it, we just make it null. Okay, let's see over here. Let's click on show ticket, and yes, we can see this modal right here. Great. Now we have our ID, right? That we want to show as QR code. But how do we create a QR code? So for that, we have a library called React QR code. So right here, the npm install React QR code. And this is a very simple library, very easy to use. Let me show you. Okay, and it's installed. Let's go on over here. First of all, over here in the dialog content, I'm going to say the bigger screen's max width will be medium, and the dialog title will be your ticket. Below it, I will have a div with class name of space y to be 4. Inside of it, we will have a div with class name to be text center. And inside of this, we're going to have 2 paragraphs with the attendee name and the event title. Okay, it looks something like this. Okay. Now over here is where we want to render our QR code. So I'm going to have a div with the class name, display flex, justify center, some padding around it, background white, and rounded large, something like this. And this is where we will render the QR code. So inside of this, just import QR code from React QR code. And over here, we will say value, and we will just simply provide the value that we have inside of our DB. So selected ticket dot QR code. QR code. We can select the size. We can give it 200 and level to be H. So basically different QR code types. So let's see. Yes, something like this. If you keep it L, it will look something like this. So there are different types of QR code. So this is have sort of more dots you can see, right? Now after this, we want to render the exact ticket ID that is inside of this QR code. So select a ticket dot QR code. Something like this, which we can also probably use to check in if this doesn't work. I mean, why wouldn't it work? But still, we'll just enter it over here. And basically after this, we're going to have information such as when is the start date and when our event is. Where our event is. So something like this. Let's import this calendar and map pin icon. So first of all, over here, we are rendering the start date. So select date.event.start date in this format, and then the location. So the city, the state. Right? So let's see something like this. This looks awesome. And then we can simply add a message below it, below this div, saying show this QR code at the event address for check-in. Awesome. Something like this. Great. And with that, our My Tickets page is complete. Looks awesome. Now, why don't we go on and create our My Events page? But before that, let me just go on and create an event of my own. Actually, I think these all are under my username only, right? So yeah, I guess we don't need to worry about that then. Let's go to my events page. And if you remember, we have already created the Convex functions for both of these, for getting my events and deleting a particular event. So here in the main folder, I'm going to create a new folder, my-events. Inside of this, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, RAFCE. And this is going to be also a very small page. We are just going to be using our event card to render all of the data. My events. My events. Okay. Let's just take the hooks that we'll be needing over here. First, let's make this a client component, use client. Then over here, I'm going to be saying const router equals use router, imported from next/navigation. And then we will be taking use convex query for api.events.get my event. So this will fetch all of my events that I have created. And second one will be for deleting that particular event. So api.events.delete event. So we will rename this function to delete event and rename this data to events and take is loading over here. Okay. And actually, just like we did in my tickets over here, we have created this handle cancel registration, right? So similarly, we will create for deletion of the event as well. So let's paste it over here. Instead of cancel registration, let's just say handle delete. And instead of this message right here, I'm going to say, are you sure you want to delete this event? This action cannot be undone. Okay. In the await, we will say delete event. And over here, we can provide the event ID, which we will be taking from over here. Simply in place of this, we will say event deleted successfully and failed to delete event. Let's import this toast right here. Okay. Also, when we click on a particular card, we want to send it to my events / the event ID. So let's take a function over here, handle event click, which will take the event ID and we'll send it to this page. This page is basically the dashboard for that particular event for checking users in and checking how many registrations we have got, etc., etc. Basically statistics and all. Okay. And then we can simply add loading over here. If it's loading, then we're going to show this loader too, just like before. Okay. So again, this will be very similar to my tickets page. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this thing up and I'll paste it right over here. We need to close the both of these divs. So div and again duplicate it. Yep, something like this. Instead of these h1 and paragraph, I'm going to say my events and manage your created events. Okay. Now below this div is where we will be rendering our events. So first of all, if they are empty, so if events.length is equals to 0, then we will render something over here. So let's have a card component right here. Let's import from Shadcn UI. Otherwise, we will loop through all of the events. So I'll have a div over here, something like this. Now this card is going to be similar to what we have done over here in the empty state. So this empty state right here, I'll just copy it up and paste it right over here. Instead of this ticket, I'm going to say plus icon, create your first event. Let's have button component, the link from next / link. And I think over here, we can say no events yet and create your first event and start managing attendees. Okay. And then inside of this div right here, we will be rendering our events. So events.map will take each and every event and we'll provide it to event card. So event.id event. And now action over here is going to be the event. On click, we will trigger this handle event click that we created. And on delete, we will trigger this handle delete that we created. Right. And inside of our div, I'm going to say class name, display grid. In the medium screens, grid columns 2, large screen grid columns 3, and gap of 6. So let's see. Now we should see all of our created events right here, just like this. This looks awesome. Now, when you click on any of these events, like for example, this one, I'm going to click on view. You'll notice it will go to /my events / the ID of that event, right? And this is basically the dashboard for that particular event. So if I showed you in my deployed app, so my events, let's say this one, see something like that. Let me just choose the event where I have some real registrations. For example, this one. Yes, I'm going to click on view. And if you scroll down, yes, you can see one user has registered right here. We can check them in by clicking on over here. Or if the event time has started, it will show me a check-in button over here where we can scan the QR code for that particular person. So let's work on this. All right, so I'll go back to my code right here and let's start building the dashboard. So over here in the My Events folder, I'm going to create a new folder called Event ID. Inside this, I'm going to create a new file, page.jsx, AFCE. We'll call it event dashboard. Okay. This will again be a client component since we'll be using hook over here, use client. And right here, let's take some obvious hooks like params that we'll be taking out from our URL for the event ID. So let me just import it from next/navigation and use router as well from next/navigation. And let's take out the event ID from the params. Now we're going to be taking a few states over here. So if you see for this attendee management, we have this tabs component to check for the active tab, for searching, and also for displaying the QR code, right? So show QR code scanner or not. You know, for this event, what I'll do, I'll go to my Convex dashboard. I'll just update the start date for it. So it's 21 today. So I'll keep it 21 10 a.m. to end date is going to be 21 as well. Okay, let's save it. And now if we go back, so you can see we have the scan QR code button. If you click on it, it will give you a scanner to scan the QR code. Okay, cool. I'll go back, continue building it. So over here, let's take those three states: active tab, set active tab, search query, and show QR code scanner. All right, now we need to get the data right here for that particular event, for this event ID, right? So I'll take this get event dashboard API, which I actually realized we have not built yet, right? So why don't we go on and build this API first inside this dashboard file. So over here, I'm going to create a new file called dashboard.js. So I'm going to say export const get event dashboard. And inside this, I'm going to take event ID in the args. This will not be a string. This will be v.id of events table. Sorry, events. Let's import this v and this query as well. Okay, after this, I'm going to be taking the handler with ctx and args. Inside this, first of all, we'll check if user is logged in or not. So const user await ctx dot run query internal, not interval, internal dot users dot get current user. Okay, if user not found, then we're going to throw user not found. Now we're going to check for the event as well, if that event even exists or not. So I'll say const event equals await ctx.dv.get args.event id. And if event does not exist, throw new error, event not found. Okay, now we also need to make sure that user, the current logged in user, is the organizer for that event. So event.organizer ID is not equals to user._id. So I'm going to throw the error, you are not authorized. Okay, now let's get all of the stats and everything for that particular event. So I'm going to say const registrations equals await ctx.db query registrations, and I'm going to use the index by event. And I'll say event ID should be equals to this event ID that we are providing over here, dot collect. Okay, let's calculate the stats over here using what we know right now. So first of all, what are all the total registrations? So registrations.filter .status should be confirmed, and I'm going to take the length for it. So this will give us the exact number for the confirmed registrations. We also need to get the check-in count, how many people have checked in. So registration.filter r.checkin and r.status should be confirmed, right? Both of these should be true, and I mean this should be true and this should be confirmed. And then we can calculate the pending count. So total registrations minus checked in count. Okay, now if it's a paid event, we also want to calculate the revenue as well and show in the front end. So I'm going to say total revenue equals 0, and if event.ticket type is paid and event.ticket price is there, then I'm going to calculate total revenue equals checked in count like multiplied by ticket price. We also need to calculate the rate of check-in. So check-in rate equals total registrations. If it's more than 0, then I'm going to say mass.round and I'm going to divide it, and we're going to calculate the percentage by multiplying it by 100. Okay. We also can calculate the time until the event and other things as well. So let me just bring it in real quick and I'll show you what are all the things that we will be needing. So we're going to first calculate the time until the event. So I'll take now, and time until event is going to be event.startDate minus now. How many hours remain? So I'll say math.max, whatever's maximum between 0 and math.float time until event divided by the hour, right? How many seconds are there in the hour? Then we can calculate the start day, end day, and these two are very important for displaying the information. Like if is event today, so today should be more than equals to start date and less than equals to end day, then this will be true. And if event has passed, right? So is event passed, so event date will be less than now. Like end date will be less than now, right? So this will be used to basically render that QR scanner and all, right? So I'll say return. Inside of it, we will return all of these things. So first of all, I'm going to return the event, and in the stats, I'm going to return total registration count, checked in count, pending, what's the capacity, check-in rate, total revenue, all of these things that we have calculated, right? Hours until the event, is event today, and is event past. Okay, nice. Now, actually in registrations, one more function was remaining, and that was to check in someone, right? So over here, I'm going to be creating one more function, export const check in attendee, right? So this will be basically a mutation. Inside this, simply, I'm going to be taking the QR code that we will be needing to check in the attendee. So QR code v.string, and then we're going to have the handler function. Inside it, first of all, I'm going to check if user is logged in or not. So const user equals await ctx.run query internal users get current user. Then I'm going to take all of the registrations and I'll check by QR code index. And this should be equals to args.qr.unique. Okay, after this, I'm going to check if this registration does not exist, then we're going to throw the error. I'll also check if this event does not exist. So I'll say ctx.db.get registration.event.id, and if it does not exist, throw new error. Okay, after this, we also need to check if user is the organizer again, right? So same thing, event ID is not equal to user._id, then we are not authorized. Now let's check if user has already checked in the event, right? That we are trying to check in. So if registration.checkin is there, then we can just return the error that already checked in. After this, we will finally check in the user. So I'm going to say check-in await ctx.db.patch, that means to update this registration ID, check-in to be true, checked in to be true, and checked in at, we're going to add the date over here. Then finally, we can return with all of this information in the end. So I'm going to say return success to be true, message check-in successful, registration will have all of this data. So registration data, check-in true, and checked in at as well. Okay, nice. Let's move forward and build our UI right here. So this get event dashboard function will take the event ID that we are supplying right here. We will also get all of the event registrations that we have created the function for over here. So yeah, get my registrations, this one right here. So I'm going to say use Convex query api.registrations.get event registration, and we'll provide the event ID over here. This will give us the data which we will rename to registrations and is loading to loading registrations. Okay. And yeah, after this, while the dashboard data is being fetched, we can show the loading indicator right here, just like previously. So also if loading is going on and loading registrations is going on, show this loader to spinner. And if dashboard data is not found, then we're gonna throw the not found page. Okay, now let's destructure this data of dashboard data into event and stats, right? And now we can filter the registrations based on active tab and search, right? So I'm going to say const filtered registrations equal registrations dot filter, and over here inside this I'll say const match search. So basically this will be for the search, right? Sorry, matches search. And I'll say registration. Let's take it as reg instead of registrations. Registrations dot attendee. Let me just write it out. So registration dot attendee name dot to lowercase if it includes this search, if email includes this search, or the QR code includes this search, then we have found the search, right? Then simply we can return it. But before that, we also need to check what tab we are on. So if active tab is all, then return matches search, and registration or status should be confirmed in the all. In the checked in, it should be confirmed and checked in, and in pending, it should not be checked in and confirmed, right? So then this filter will work. And if none of these match, then I'm gonna simply return matches search. Okay. So cool. We have all of this data right here. Now inside this div, we're gonna have two things. First, we will have our div over here, which will contain all of our main content, and below it, we will have our QR scanner model, right? So I'll just add the comment over there. So over here in this div, I'm going to say class name to be min height of screen and some padding bottom of 20, padding horizontal of 4. Okay. Inside this div, I'll give some class name of max width to be 7 XL and some MX auto so that it remains in the very middle. So inside this div, first of all, for the navigation, so I'm going to be adding this back to my events button. So import this arrow left and this button right here, variant ghost. On click router.push to /my events. Class name is going to be gap of 2 and minus margin left to 2 so that we can shift it over there a little bit. Let's see. So it gives us error get event registrations. Oh yeah, we have not created it. I almost forgot. So let's go back to registrations right here, and I'm going to say export const get event registrations, and this will be very similar to what we've already done. So first of all, we're going to take the event ID, then inside the handler, we're going to check if user is logged in or not. So I'll say const user, and most of the things over here will be same. First of all, I'm going to be checking if this event exists, then I'm going to check if user has this, like is the user is the organizer, then I'm going to get the registrations and return these registrations just like this. Simple enough. Right, let's go back. Okay, now we should not see this error. There we go. It looks good. Now after this, we need to render things like discover image, title, all of these things that we've already rendered in our details page, right? So let's do that. So over here, below this div, I'm going to say if cover image is there, then I'm going to render this div with this next/image tag with src event.cover image, some alt tag, fill, right? Basic stuff. Below this, we will have the event header with all of the information such as event title and all of those things, right? So I'm going to take a div over here. Class name is going to be display flex column, gap to be 5. In the bigger screens, flex row, item start justify between, and some margin bottom of 4. This div will take the whole space, so I'll say flex to be 1. And inside of this, first of all, let's have the h1 for our event title. Then I'm going to have another div which will contain other information like category and stuff. So I'll have a badge over here for the category. So import it from Shadcn UI. Get category icon and get category label we've already created. So we'll provide it with the category ID over here. Below this, we can render our start date. So just like we've done already with the calendar icon from Lucid React and format from date-fns, event.start date in this format. Below it, we can render the location. So with the map pin icon, I can say event city, event state, or event country, whatever is available over here, right? There we go. It looks awesome. Okay. Now on this side, we need to show the view button. So for quick action, so below this over here, I'm going to say a div with full in smaller screens, in the bigger screens with auto, with button variant outline on click. This will take us to /events/slug with the eye icon over here and view. So let's see. Yep, something like this. Awesome. Now below this div over here, we will show the QR scanner if the event is today, right? So I'm going to say stats.isEvent today and not stats.isEvent past, right? Then we will render the button right here. So I'm going to say button with size large, class name, and this will be like that purplish color, right? So margin bottom to be 8, width to be full, gap to be 2, some height and some gradient over here with text white and hover scale will be 1.02. And we will make this set show scanner state to be true with this QR code icon and scan QR code to check in. Let's see, it won't be visible. So let's go on and change the value over here for this React and Next.js event. So here we are in our dashboard. In the events, I'm going to update this date to 21/11 and end date over here as well. Okay, let's see. Yes, now we can see this scan QR code to check in, but obviously it won't do anything since we don't have the dialog yet. Okay, now below this, we can show all the statistics that we want over here. So I'm going to have this div right here with display grid columns 2 in the biggest screen, grid columns 4, some gap of 4 and margin bottom of 4. Now this will be very straightforward. Let me show you. So here you can see these are just 4 boxes, right, that we want to display the data in. So I'm going to be going fast over here. So you can display this in whatever way that you like. I'll use the card component from Shadcn UI, card content. First one will be for the users. And here I'm going to say stats.total registration divided by stats.capacity. So this one will be for the capacity. After this, the next card will be for the checked in count. So check circle, and this will be stats.checkedIn in count. Let's keep seeing it. Yes, something like this. After this card, we want to check if the event ticket type is paid or not. If it's paid, then we will show the revenue. Otherwise, we will show the check-in rate over here. So event ticket type is paid, then we'll show something otherwise, or we'll show something else over here. Okay, let's first create if it's paid. So again, same card component over here. The only thing that will change is the icon of trending up, and this will show the total revenue with revenue text over here. Otherwise, we will show the check-in rate if this is a free event, right? So trending up icon with stats.check-in rate. Okay, after this, finally, we will show how much time is remaining for the event to start that we created inside of our API as well, right? So this card component with clock icon over here and stats.isEvent passed, then we will show ended. Otherwise, we'll show stats.hours until event is more than 24 hours remaining. Then we will show in terms of days. Otherwise, we will show in terms of hours over here. And if it's in the past, then we'll show event over. Otherwise, we will just show time left over here, right? So Okay, let's import this clock icon. There we go. We can see the revenue and the time left. Okay, nice. Now below this, we want to show this attendee management and all of these tabs over here for managing the attendees, right? So let's add the H1 over here below this div, and below this, we will show our tabs component. So let's get the tabs component from Shadcn UI. Okay, we have a semicolon over here. Let me remove this. Yeah, let's get it from Shadcn UI. So over here, tabs. Yep, this is the one. So you can see the tabs such as this, right? So it's super easy to work with. Let me do one thing. I'll just copy the tabs from over here and I'll paste it right here. And we already have the state for managing our tab over here, right? So on the top, yep, set active tab and active tab. So first of all, let me just import this tabs from add component /UI, tabs list, tabs trigger, tabs content. And over here, I'm going to simply say value is going to be the active tab, on value change, set active tab. In the trigger, we will simply have the all, checked in and pending. So over here, first of all, we'll have this tab trigger, value all, stats.total registration, checked in, the pending. Okay. Now below it, we need to render a few things like this search, this export CSV, and then the main tabs content. Like this thing will be common, right? So before this tabs content over here, and you know what, actually for this tabs content first, what I'll do, I'll just add value equals active tab over here so that we can switch to that tab with class name space y to be 3, margin top to be 0. And let's just simply add for now this active tab inside of it. Let's see inside of our app. Yes, we can see the data, something like this. Great. All right. So for the search and actions, which will be common, we're going to have our div right here. Inside this div, first of all, let's create the search. So we have already created the logic on top for filtering the users. So I'm going to say div with search. Let's import from Lucid React this icon, and input will be imported from Shadcn UI. So something like this with value, search query, on chain, set search query, etc. Let's see. Yep, we have this. You know what? Let me just log in with another user over here. So I'm going to open incognito localhost 3000 so that it's easier to test this out. Okay, there we go. I've logged in. Let me just register inside of that event as well from this ID. All right, so here we are on this page. Let's click on register for event and I'm going to register it. Okay, nice. We can see my ticket over here as well. Wait, why is it showing this in past events over here? I think there's some bug. Let's just fix it. For inside of the tickets page, let's go to the past events. I think I have not written the logic for this properly. I think this should be end date, not the start date. And also, I think over here, start date should be less than or equals to now, and end date, I think we'll have to say, and end date should be more than or equals to now. And actually, we can have one more condition over here. Either it can be this, or we can say our previous condition. So, or I'll say start date is more than or equals to now. So if, wait, I think I need to put it over here, and this whole thing, this until here, wait, this bracket will start here and end over here. And this one will go from here to here. No, I don't think so. This one, we don't need this one. Okay. So register event is there, and registered event.start date, if it's more than equals to now, either this condition, or if it's between the start date and end date. You know, we could have just said if it's less than end date. So, but this will also work. So if we go back now, yes, we can see the ticket right here. Great. So we have registered from another user, and let's do the same thing over here inside of this app. So I'll click on view, register for event, register, done. Okay. Now if we go back, we should have 2 users over here. Okay, cool. Now coming back to the event like dashboard page, this is our search, and below it, we will have a button for exporting the users as CSV. So this is a very important feature of our app. We're gonna have the download icon and this handle export CSV function. So notice what I'll do over here. I'm going to say const handle export CSV. And inside of this, first of all, I'll check if this does not have any registrations. So I'm going to say no registrations, or registrations.length is equals to 0. Then we will show toast.error no registration to export. So I'll have toast right here. Then after this, we're going to prepare our CSV content. So inside of this variable CSV content, we will take first of all of the headers for our CSV, right? So inside this array, I'm going to say name, email, registered ad, and basically we are going to create multiple different arrays over here. This is how we need to structure the CSV. So all of these things are going to be the header. And now after this, we need to do registrations.map over here. So inside of this, I'll take each and every registration, and inside of over here is where we will define our data. So first of all will be the attendee name, then attendee email, then things like registered at, and actually we can just get rid of this thing from over here, if they are checked in or not, when did they check in, and also the QR code. And I'm gonna spread it over here because we don't want one single array containing all of this. We want different arrays with all of these values over here. Okay, now that we have the CSV value, we are going to take this array and I'm going to say dot map. For each and every row, we will join it using comma and put it on the next line. Okay, after this, we are going to create the file for the CSV. So I'll say const blob equals new blob with the CSV content, and type will be text/CSV. After this, we're gonna create a local URL. So I'll say const URL equals window.url, create object URL for this blob, and we're gonna create an element with a tag. And then in the end, I'm going to say a.href will be URL, and then we will trigger the download. So dashboard.event.title can be given the name to this file underscore registrations.csv, and we're gonna click on it. Cool, let's go and try it out. Let's see if we get both of these users exported right here. If we click on over here, see CSV exported. I'm gonna save it. Let's check it out. And there we go. Awesome. We have all of these details that we wanted. Great. Now let's go on and render all of these users right here. So what I'll do, I'll go on over here at the bottom in the tabs content. And first of all, I'm going to check. In place of this, I'm going to say if filtered.registrations is there and filter registration.length is more than 0, then we will do something over here. Otherwise, we will render the empty state, which will say no attendees found. Okay. Now over here in this curly brace, actually we don't even need this. I'm going to say filtered registrations.map. And inside this, we are going to be rendering the attendee card component. So I'll say attendee card. We'll provide it with the registrations ID and the actual registrations object. Okay, let's go on and create this component of attendee card. So right here, I'm going to be creating a new folder for underscore components. I'll create a new file over here, attendee card.jsx. RAFCE attendee card. Okay, save this and import it right here, just like this. Let's go on and see. We should see 2 attendee card text. Yep, there we go. We can see both of these attendee card right here. Cool. Let's go on and render this data. Now inside this attendee card component, we can manually check in people as well. So I'm going to be taking the use Convex mutation over here and this check-in attendee API that we created. Let's make this a client component. So use client, and here we will be taking a card component from Shadcn UI. Card content. Okay, inside of it, first of all, we will render if the user is checked in or not. So inside this div, if they are checked in, I'll have check circle icon. If not, I'm gonna have circle icon, and the style as well according to it. So let's see. By the way, we need to take the registration from the props over here. See, something like this. If they are not checked in, we will show the empty circle. After this, we can just show the basic details like their name and stuff, right? So here I'm going to have a div which will first of all contain an h3 tag with registration.attendee name. Then we will have attendee email. After this, we will display further information regarding their check-in. So if registration.checkin is complete, so we'll show checked in. Otherwise, we'll just show registered. If they are checked in, then we are going to display the checked in at date using this format function from date-fns. And after this, we can show their QR code as well over here. That is their ticket ID. Let's see something like this. Nice. Then finally, after this, we're gonna have the manual check-in button over here. Now this thing is optional. If you want, you can add it. If not, you can get rid of it. So if user is not checked in, we're gonna have a button over here. Size small, variant outline. On click, we're gonna trigger this handle manual check-in that we'll create in just a moment. It will be disabled when its loading is going on. Class name gap to be 2. And if it's loading, we're going to show the spinner icon. Otherwise, we're going to show check circle icon with check in over here. Let's create this function right here on the top. Const handle check in, something like this. So let's first see, yes, check in button right here for manual check-in. Nice. Inside of it, we're going to have a try catch block. First of all, I'm going to trigger the API call right here. So we'll take this check-in attendee function and I'm going to say await check-in attendee. We're going to provide the QR code to check in. If the result.success, then we're going to say attendee checked in successfully. Otherwise, we're going to show the error. And inside of the check like catch over here, we're simply going to show the toast.error failed to check in attendee. Let's make sure to import this toast right here. Let's go and see. Okay, let's click on check in over here. Attendee checked in successfully, and we can see the tick mark right here. Awesome, with checked in and all of this information. Great. Now let's go on and build this scan QR code to check in feature. So if I show you how this thing works inside of our deployed app, if we click on this scan QR code, it will open up a camera such as this. We can stop scanning over here. We can select an image file from over here as well. We can choose the different cameras that are connected and click on start scanning, and it will start scanning for us. Okay, cool. Let's go back and work on our app then. So I'm going to create another file over here in the components called qr-scanner-model.jsx. RAFCE. I'll call it QR scanner model right here. And this will be a dialog. So this will be taking is opened and on close. And also inside of this dashboard page right here, we want to render this QR scanner model. So I'm going to say if show QR scanner state is true, then I'm going to render this model right here. And is open will be this, on close, set show QR scanner to false. Okay, over here. So let's take the dialog component from Shadcn UI. So over here, I'm going to be copying this up and paste it right here. Let's make this a client component and first import all of these things from Shadcn UI, content, header, title, description. And here in the dialog, I'm going to say is open to be this, on open change to on close. And let's get rid of this dialog trigger. We will not be needing it. Inside this dialog content is where we will have our content of title and description. So I'll have this QR code icon over here, check-in attendee, and description of scan QR code to enter ticket manually. So let's see if I click on over here. Yes, we can see this model over here. Now let's initialize our scanner. So for that, we will be using a separate library, which is called, so go to your terminal, it's npm install html5-QR code. So this is what we'll be using. And I'll show you how you can use it as well. So right here, first of all, on the top, I'm going to be taking a couple of states. First one for the scanner, if the scanner is ready or not, true or false, and for the error as well, if something goes wrong. Let's say, for example, if user does not give the camera permission. We will also be having the same mutation for checking in our attendee as soon as we get the QR ID right here. Right, so let's do one thing. I'm going to take this function of check in from over here and I'll paste it right here. First of all, let me just import this use Convex mutation and API right here. So check in attendee, yes. So over here, we will get the QR code in this function and we will put it right here in this function over here, mutation, and then simply same thing. After it, we are going to say check in successful and we will trigger this on close to close the model. Otherwise, we will show the error right here. Let's just call it handle check in instead of manual check in. Okay. After this, let's initialize our scanner, right? So I'm going to be taking a use effect over here, something like this. Inside of this use effect, we're going to take two things. First of all, scanner is equals to null, and if it's mounted, so it's going to be true. So I'll take a function over here, const init scanner, and inside of this function, I'll check if the model is open or not. So I'll say if not open, then return. Otherwise, we're going to have a try catch block right here. First of all, in the try block, I'm going to trigger the user's camera. So I'm going to have another try catch block over here. And first of all, I'll say await navigator. So this is a built-in API inside of our browser. .mediadevices.get user media of video. And if they do, I'm going to say camera permission granted in the console log. Otherwise, we're going to throw the error that camera permission denied, right? And we'll set the error that we've taken over here in the states. Okay, that's fine. After this, we are going to be dynamically importing the library that we have just now installed. So HTML5 QR code scanner. After this, we're going to check if still it's mounted or not. If it is, then we're going to create the scanner instance after it. Right. So, and we're going to do that using this library. So what we'll do, I'll have scanner equals new HTML5 QR code scanner, which we imported from right here. And I'm going to say we're going to need a QR reader over here. Right. We're going to add some FPS. So we don't need much FPS, just 10. Some width and height for the box, the scanner aspect ratio. We're going to keep it square. Yeah, show torch button if it's supported inside of their devices. And we're going to be using the back camera. So facing mode is going to be environment instead of the front camera, right? After this, we're going to be taking another function over here called onScanSuccess, which will give us our QR code text, which we will decode over here, right? So I'll say if scanner is there, then scanner.clear.catch if there's any error. Otherwise, we're going to call this handle check-in right here with this decoded text that we've got from our scanner. After this, if there's any error, we will have a function onScanError and we will log it over here. Okay, after this, we can finally render our scanner, right? That we have initialized up until now. So scanner.render with onScanSuccess and onScanError. Okay, after this, we're gonna say our scanner is true and initially the error will be null. So something like this, and scanner rendered successfully. Then in the catch, we can show the errors, failed to initialize scanner, and we'll set the error right here. And we'll also show the toast. Okay. Now we can initialize the scanner over here by calling it. So all of these things will happen as soon as the modal is opened, right? And when the modal is closed, that this is unmounted, then we're going to say mounted to be false. If scanner is there, then we'll clear the scanner, right? So scanner.clear.catch console error and set scanner ready to false. And this will be triggered if is open changes. Okay, nice. Cool then. Now that our scanner is initialized, why don't we go on and create our UI at the bottom? So below it, I'll check if there's any error over here. Then we'll show a div with the error message. Otherwise, we're gonna show something else over here, which is our scanner, right? So inside of these React fragments, I'm going to first show a div with ID QR reader, which is going to be needed right over here in this HTML QR code scanner. It will find this ID for inside of our page, right? That's why we've taken it over there. Class name width to be full, style min height to be 350 pixels. Okay, so that is where our QR will be rendered. If the scanner is not ready, then we're gonna show loading, like loader to icon, spinner icon, and starting camera. Okay, then below all of this, I'm going to show a paragraph tag when the scanner is ready that will position the QR code within the frame. Please allow camera access when prompted if the scanner is not ready. Okay, let's check it out. So I'm going to click on scan QR code and okay, use state is not defined. Let's just import use state over here. Let's try this again. Starting camera, okay. It shows my camera over here, allow this time. Okay, so it gives us two options over here, request camera permission or scan an image file. If you click on request camera permission, click on start scanning and there we go. We are right here. If we click on stop scanning, we can also select an image file over here by clicking on it. So let's do one thing since we are not on our mobile, right? So why don't we go on and let's go to our my tickets page. Let's see the ticket over here. So this one, let me take a screenshot for this. Okay, I've taken the screenshot. Now let's go back over here and we will try to select the photo, right? So scan, like stop the scan and over here, let's select this screenshot that I've taken right here. And okay, checked in successful. All right, another user has been checked in successful as well. Amazing. So this QR code scanner feature is also working perfectly fine. And with that, we have finally completed our complete app. Congratulations, you have just built a production grade level SaaS application. So make sure to hit that like button as hard as you can and subscribe to the channel as well. Let's go on and deploy our project now. So let's push the remaining code to GitHub. I'm going to go on over here and I'm going to first of all stage all of the changes and I will say preparing for deployment and click on commit right here and sync the changes. Okay, nice. Let's go back and see inside of our Git repo. Yep, there it is. Here's our repo over here. Let's go to vercel.com. And actually, before deploying it, we also need to make some changes when it comes to Convex. So we need to prepare a production instance for our project. So I'll just open the Convex dashboard right here. What we will do, we will go to settings first. Let me just make the backup of our current development data. So, okay, I'll click on backup now, create backup. So starting it up and it's done. Now let's switch to the production instance. So I'll click on production right here. Let's go to the settings and click on backup and restore. And over here, let's choose this restore option over here. I'm going to click on continue. Okay, let's restore all the data from development to our production. Nice, that's done. Now what we need to do is in the, I think, environment variables. Yes, we need to add that environment variable again from Clerk. So over here from our .env, we need to take Clerk JWT issuer domain and add it right here. Click on save. And over here in the URL and deploy key, we need to click on generate production deploy key. Let's call it spot and click on save. There we go. Copy it up. And we would need to create a separate API key right here. Sorry, I mean environment variable right here. Let's don't worry about these. These are for the development. We are not going to be using these. And we need to call this something. Let's check their docs. I forgot using Convex with Vercel. Yeah, it needs to call Convex deploy key. So let's call this Convex deploy key right here. Okay, nice. And we have all of these environment variables. Let's just copy them up and let's go back to Vercel and I'm going to click on add new project. We will select our repository. So spot, and over here in the environment variables, we need to paste all of these. Right. And also I think we need to change some build settings over here as well inside of build and output settings. So let's see their docs. Yes, we need to say npx convex deploy and something like this, right? So we are going to say this exact command over here. Okay, what else? I think all of the other things are done. Why don't we go on and click on deploy? Let's see what happens. Okay, so it started deploying. Over here, you can see all of the logs in real time. If there's any error, it will showcase right here. So let's wait. Okay, it shows creating an optimized production build right here. And amazing, our app is successfully deployed. Let's go on to this app. Okay, let's go on and sign up or sign in. And we are in. Congratulations, you have created your very first SaaS application. Now go on and share this with the world on LinkedIn. Don't forget to tag me. And also now the next step for you is to prepare for those interviews. So click the link in the description down below and access my complete front-end interview preparation course and use coupon code SPOT for the maximum discount.